Chapter 450 The Encounter in an Unknown Area. Chapter 450 The Encounter in an Unknown Area. The maze seemed to be boundless. Jian Wushuang followed the route on the map and finally arrived at its outer layer. In front of him was a bottomless abyss, above which a black rock bridge connected the two sides. Jian Wushuang stared at the four statue-still figures on the bridge with narrowed eyes. "Cross that bridge and I'll get into the inner layer. However, it's not easy." Those figures were puppet fighters and were as powerful as lords, and Jian Wushuang had to pass by them to enter the inner layer. Sword essence swept over from the triple-kill sword in Jian Wushuang's hand, and behind him, two sword soul phantoms rose up high. "Go!" Jian Wushuang rushed toward the figures like a streak of flowing light, leaving his shadows behind. The four puppet fighters opened their eyes just as Jian Wushuang stepped onto the bridge, their pupils flashing with green light. Four whooshing sounds were heard before the puppets attacked Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's sword went dancing outward, and the flurry of blows looked like a peacock showing its tail. Bang! 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 There were 4 consecutive clashes of metal on metal, and the 4 puppets were held off for a while. Jian Wushuang leaped twice, going around the puppets to their backs, and kept on moving. In no time, he crossed the bridge and stepped into the inner layer. When he crossed the bridge, the 4 puppets again turned into motionless statues. Not that hard. Jian Wushuang looked back at the puppet fighters. He felt that it was easy to pass by the 4 powerful puppets, and every expert as powerful as a lord would feel the same. But if it had been to kill the puppets, it would have been a much more difficult challenge. Therefore, he reckoned that the puppets had been left there to obstruct those who were weaker than a lord. When Jian Wushuang arrived in the inner layer, he took out the map again. Just like the outer layer, the inner layer is also a maze consisting of secret chambers. The difference is that the chambers in the outer layer are empty, few contain opportunities or treasures, while those in the inner layer are the opposite. The marks on the map refer to the places that have been explored by other experts, and where the opportunities and treasures have been taken away. I have to target those unexplored places to get my opportunities. Jian Wushuang's eyes were fixed on the map. He was interested in the areas that had not been explored and were full of uncertainties. Let's begin. Staring at the 3 channels in front of him, he stepped onto the left one without thinking after taking a deep breath. He marched forward courageously, for he was in a frequented area, where he could go off to the dangerous places that were marked on the map. 1 hour later, he arrived at an open space, and before him were 9 different channels. From here onward I'll be in a place that hasn't been explored. He looked grim as he surveyed the 9 channels, and finally, he took the 4th path. The channel was dark and wide, leading him to an unknown world full of mysteries. Jian Wushuang slowed his pace and remained alert, studying the surroundings. It was clear to him that any carelessness would put him in danger. Clomp! Clomp! Suddenly he heard footsteps in front of him. Is there someone coming? He stopped moving and looked into the darkness with a solemn expression. He guessed that he might encounter a lord of the 2 camps because most lords from the camps were trying their luck at those unexplored places in this mansion. Soon, a bent figure came into his sight, whose token could not be sensed. He is from a rival camp. Jian Wushuang immediately became on his guard. The figure approached him slowly and stopped 100 feet away. He is... Jian Wushuang stared fixedly at the figure, who was in a gray robe and had a weather-beaten face. He is Black Hill Lord from Marquis Sangyue's camp. Jian Wushuang recognized the man at first glance due to a file that he had read. The file belonged to Denghua, a man he had killed, and in it was detailed information of many lords and experts. The Saint Realm? Black Hill Lord called out in amazement, and stared at Jian Wushuang with sharp eyes. How can you, a boy in the Saint Realm, get into the inner layer? Who brought you in? Black Hill Lord looked down at Jian Wushuang in an overbearing manner. He thought it was impossible for a boy in the Saint Realm to break into the inner layer through the puppet fighter's guard all by himself. It had to be with someone's help, like a powerful lord. Black Hill Lord, are you questioning me? Jian Wushuang answered, arms crossed in front of his chest, looking into the lord's eyes. Questioning you? Yes, I am. So what? Black Hill Lord wore a cold smile. Boy, whoever brought in you here isn't around now. You're on your own, so why not be more humble? Oh? Really? Jian Wuxuang did not take his suggestion. Why is he so arrogant in front of me? Black Hill Lord's complexion looked strange as he looked Jian Wuxuang up and down. So young and so arrogant. A boy in the Saint Realm with a long sword? A sliver of light flashed in Black Hill Lord's eyes. Then he said, I've heard that there's a new expert at the heaven-defying level in Marquis Piaoshue's camp who is named Swordsman. It's you, isn't it? Chapter 451 Battling a Lord. Chapter 451 Battling a Lord. Jian Wuxuang did not answer the Lord's question, but just stared at him coldly. I've been in this mansion for quite a while and haven't gotten my opportunity for treasure yet, but here you are with the greatest luck around. Black Hill Lord smiled cruelly. Boy, your life has a lot of value in our camp. So, it will be a rewarding exploration as long as I kill you. The Lord held a long black spear in his hand as he spoke, and its surging power revealed its nature as a first-grade magic weapon. Filled with killing desire, Black Hill Lord moved. Swish! The spear pierced through the void and approached Jian Wuxuang like a black ghost. Swirling, it targeted Jian Wuxuang's throat like a snake targeting its prey. It was a fast strike, much faster than an expert in the Saint Realm could make. Is this a strike from a lord? Watching the spear coming at him, Jian Wuxuang stayed calm and even admired the lord in his heart. Lords are indeed more powerful than those in the Saint Realm. Even an ordinary lord can surpass an expert at the heaven-defying level, whether in speed, power, or bodily strength. I reckon that no experts at the heaven-defying level can withstand this strike. Jian Wuxuang became lost in thought. Is he too terrified to move? The overbearing Black Hill Lord sneered when seeing Jian Wuxuang frozen in place. He thought that it was due to fear. When the spear was nearly touching his throat, Jian Wuxuang finally reached out his hand to make a fist and threw it at the spear with all his power behind it. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided together, shaking the mansion. Jian Wuxuang was thrown back by the force like a flying shell and smashed into the walls. As the walls cracked, broken pieces continually fell. Is he dead? Black Hill Lord's breath surged, puffing up his hair and beard. He looked toward Jian Wuxuang with ruthless eyes. To his surprise, with light footsteps, Jian Wuxuang walked out from the ruins and came up to him again. How could this be? The Lord though in amazement. An ordinary expert at the heaven-defying level can hardly even withstand that strike, as 90% of my power was behind it. He, however, was not only able to withstand it, but was not even hurt. When Black Hill Lord saw that Jian Wuxuang was as powerful as before without even a scratch on him, he became even more shocked. Obviously, his attack had not worked on Jian Wuxuang. As Jian Wuxuang stood firmly in front of the Lord, he brushed the dirt off his cloth before shooting a cold eye at him. As a lord, is this all you've got? He sneered. Say it again, I dare you. Black Hill Lord's face turned livid. Humph. Jian Wuxuang snorted and continued. Don't talk as if you can kill me. Nevertheless, I'd love to see how you will try it. You are courting death. The Lord was enraged. A tremendous aura swept out from his body, and at the same time, he approached Jian Wuxuang like a ghost and launched a series of attacks with his spear. Chew! 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 3 strikes in succession. The spear was so fast that Jian Wuxuang could only see 3 blinding flashes of light coming to hunt him. Funny. He laughed and took out the triple-kill sword. He twisted his wrist and simply brandished the sword with all his spiritual power, physical strength, and the power of his 4 origin marks. It might have been a simple strike, but the Lord felt the formidable force behind it. The force roared at him, smashed his attacks, and overwhelmed his body with its remaining power. Black Hill Lord let out a suppressed sound, with his face pale and blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, and he kept falling back. How could this happen? He raised his head and glared at Jian Wuxuang in horror. How could he overpower me as just a boy in the Saint Realm? Under that gaze, Jian Wushwang burst out in immense sword essence, and behind him emerged two sword soul phantoms over 100 feet high, which increased his power. Sword soul phantoms? The Lord's mouth twitched. So, he overpowered me without using his sword soul? You are just a novice lord in the three-cloud realm. How dare you claim that you can kill me? Jian Wushwang's voice resounded in the mansion and rocked the lord's heart. Now let's see who will be the one that is killed. Damn! Black Hill Lord's appearance looked grave. He knew that he could not beat Jian Wushwang, now or before, with or without the double first-grade sword soul's presence. But how can he be so powerful in only the Saint realm? The Lord was muddled, but he had no time to solve his confusion. He had to find a way to survive. Right then, a roar was heard from far away. What's that? Jian Wushwang turned back only to find a golden figure diving toward them at amazing speed. The figure did not give any sign of being a living thing, and it turned out to be a puppet fighter. Jian Wushwang's eyes became sharp. A gold-armored puppet? Black Hill Lord was even more frightened. Run! Run! Without thinking, the Lord headed back and started running desperately. It was clear to him that he could defeat neither Jian Wushwang nor the gold-armored puppet. You're running nowhere! Jian Wushwang chased after the Lord immediately, his eyes filled with killing desire. But before he could catch up to Black Hill Lord, the puppet fighter caught up to him and hit him with a huge fist. So fast! Jian Wushwang was surprised by the puppet's speed. After all, a moment before, the gold-armored puppet was still far away when Jian Wushwang started chasing Black Hill Lord at his fastest speed. Chapter 452 The Gold-Armored Puppet. Chapter 452 The Gold-Armored Puppet. Boom! A booming sound reached Jian Wushwang from behind. He gave up chasing Black Hill Lord and turned around to face the gold-armored puppet. He thrust at the puppet with his triple-kill sword. Boom! Another booming sound and Jian Wushwang was thrown back and smashed against the wall. How terrifying his power is! Terror escaped Jian Wushwang's eyes. He had used all his power and even his double sword souls, but still, he was defeated. After knocking Jian Wushwang away, the puppet fighter dived at him again and struck him with his fist, which had the strength of billions of pounds behind it. Jian Wushwang dodged to the side quickly and the fist finally fell on the wall, leaving a large hole in it. Shocked, Jian Wushwang stared at the hole. From what he had seen, he could tell that the puppet was indeed powerful because an ordinary lord was able to do no more than crack the wall, which had been specially reinforced and was quite solid, but the puppet had smashed through it. The gold-armored puppet lives up to its reputation as the strongest one among the puppets, Jian Wushwang said in his heart. There were so many puppet fighters in the outer layer and inner layer of this mansion, and they were the biggest threats to those explorers. In the inner layer, the puppets were divided into three types: the copper-armored puppet, silver-armored puppet, and gold-armored puppet. Among them, the copper-armored puppet was the weakest one while the gold-armored puppet was the strongest. In addition to its power and excellent speed, the gold-armored puppet can match the battle strength of the experts in the five-cloud realm, Jian Wushwang recalled in his mind. The biggest difference between the Cloud Realm and the Saint Realm was the difference between the Cloud and the Origin Mark. One in the Saint Realm was about to comprehend the origin and generate origin marks, and when he broke into the Cloud Realm, his origin marks would be transformed into clouds. One's level in the Cloud Realm was dependent on how many clouds he had. Normally, if someone had 3 origin marks, his marks would be transformed into 3 clouds after a breakthrough and bring him up to the 3-cloud realm. For an ordinary expert in the Saint Realm, 3 origin marks was his maximum, and few could generate 4 marks in such a realm. Therefore, most people were only in the 3-cloud realm after their breakthrough. If they wanted to step a level higher, they had to enhance their comprehension of the origin. It was said that the highest level in the Cloud Realm was the legendary 9-cloud realm. However, like a legend, the people at such a level appeared once in a blue moon. Their number of clouds could also differentiate the lords from each other. The lords in the 3-cloud realm were the weakest ones and were called novice lords. Black Hill Lord, who had fought with Jian Wushuang, was among them. Novice lords were just a bit stronger than the experts at the heaven-defying level, who could stand a chance to beat the former with their full power. Although Jian Wushuang was just at the heaven-defying level, as a genius among those at the same level, he far surpassed them. Long Xiang, who had been killed by him, was the best evidence of his real battle strength. Jian Wushuang was not sure about his level, but he reckoned that he was stronger than novice lords. That was the reason why, from the very beginning, he had not taken Black Hill Lord and his arrogant words seriously. If it had not been for the gold-armored puppet's interference, he was sure that Black Hill Lord would be dead already rather than having slipped away when he was busy fighting with the puppet. In addition to novice lords, there were also intermediate lords, advanced lords, and superior lords. Intermediate lords referred to the lords in the four-cloud realm. Advanced lords referred to the lords in the five-cloud realm. Superior lords referred to the lords in the six-cloud realm. And above them were marquises. The acknowledged 72 marquises were all in the seven-cloud realm or higher. With my heavenly creation skill cultivation, spiritual power, strong body, and double first-grade sword soul, I'm not weaker than any intermediate lord, and then adding my skills to that, I might be on a par with them. However, I'm still no match for the advanced lords, Jian Wushuang thought. To sum it up briefly, he concluded that his strength was outstanding among intermediate lords, but weaker than advanced lords. Based on that conclusion, he changed his mind about facing the gold-armored puppet, who was as strong as an advanced lord. I'd better go now. Nothing good will come from fighting him. Having made up his mind, he released the blood river, which swept out and covered the entire tunnel. Then, he displayed the hundredfold realm of the sword realm. Meanwhile, as he activated the formation contained in the blood-fire ring on his wrist, the blood-fire domain spread out. The three techniques, Road to the Underworld, Hundredfold Realm, and Blood-Fire Domain, worked together and oppressed the puppet. Under that oppression, the puppet became slower. Sure enough, with my current power and the three realm techniques, I can exert pressure even on advanced lords. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered when he saw the puppet slow down due to his realms. He then continued on forward and left the puppet far behind. Did I get rid of him? Jian Wushuang continued to move and felt relieved as the puppet was no longer in sight. Who built this mansion? Why are there so many powerful puppet fighters guarding it? Was the owner a puppet-making master? Such questions crossed his mind. After seeing so many high-quality puppets, with some in the inner layer being even as powerful as advanced lords, Jian Wushuang could do nothing but be lost in confusion. It must be hard to make those puppets. As he was thinking, a secret chamber in front of him attracted his attention. Chapter 453 Encountering an Acquaintance. Chapter 453 Encountering an Acquaintance. A secret chamber? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Different from the secret chambers in the outer layer, nearly all the chambers in the inner layer contained treasures and opportunities. Nearly every untouched chamber meant there would be something to gain. And because Jian Wushuang was now in an unexplored area, the chamber before his eyes might be the same. Without thinking, Jian Wushuang opened the door and walked in. The first thing he saw was a purple saber floating in the air. The saber gave off a ruthless aura, surrounded by purple thunderbolts. Its aura! It's a first-grade magic weapon! Jian Wushuang beamed with joy. A first-grade magic weapon might have been rare in the Divine Land, but it was common in this mansion, as there were so many magic weapons, manuals, and elixirs of the first grade. Jian Wushuang went over to the saber and tried to gather it in his interspatial ring, but he was stopped by a purple thunderbolt. Get away from me! How dare you, a sword principle cultivator, and in the Saint Realm, try to take hold of me? Get lost! A fierce voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and observed the saber. Magic weapons always had their spirits, and a first-grade magic weapon's spirit could be very intelligent. And this spirit of the saber was as wild as the saber itself. Interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled and reached his hand toward the saber again. Get your hands off me! As the saber let out a shrill scream, purple thunderbolts continued emerging from the blade one after another. An ordinary expert at stage 2 or 3 might have shrunk back, but Jian Wushuang was different. Although he was hit by the purple thunderbolts, Jian Wushuang was not hurt at all. Eventually, he was able to grab the saber firmly and put it into his interspatial ring by force. "You're just a spirit, so stop struggling." Jian Wushuang sneered and was about to leave the chamber. Right then, he heard someone talking. "There's a secret chamber here, but it seems that someone has broken in before us. Is someone coming here?" Jian Wushuang walked out of the chamber with a frown. The moment he was out of the room, he saw 2 figures approaching him. One of them was a slovenly black-haired man, and the other one was a stone-faced man in a long silver robe. At that moment, they spotted Jian Wushuang as well. They seemed to be surprised upon discovering that Jian Wushuang was in the Saint Realm. And after they could see his face clearly, their facial expressions became strange. Jian Wushuang had the same expression on his face as the 2 men did while he bowed and said, "Your Excellency." That black-haired man was no other than Iron Saber Lord himself. Jian Wushuang had come from the Iron Saber territory and was a commander in Iron Saber Lord's camp. Moreover, he had been on the flaming battlefield under his orders. From the very beginning, he had been an underling of this lord. "Swordsman?" Iron Saber Lord looked at Jian Wushuang with a frown. "Never thought I would meet you here. Iron Saber, it's bold for your man to make his way here as only an expert in the Saint Realm." The stone-faced man showed a meaningful smile. He was Jian Wushuang's acquaintance. "Your Excellency." Jian Wushuang greeted the other man, Silver Wing Lord. He had met the Lord once when he was still in the Iron Saber territory. At that time, the Lord had been a man of great supremacy to him, and had intimidated him, but now Jian Wushuang felt quite calm seeing him again. "Swordsman." Iron Saber Lord pulled a long face and continued. "The inner layer is a dangerous place. Even I have to be extremely careful while exploring here. You're just in the Saint Realm and should try your luck in the outer layer. So, what are you doing here?" Jian Wushuang looked up at his lord. He could see that the words of the Lord were attempting to reprimand him, and that somehow warmed his heart. He understood that Iron Saber Lord had said that because he thought of him as a brother and cared for his safety. "When I was serving as a commander in the Iron Saber territory, I heard that His Excellency cares for his men very much. Now I know it's true," thought Jian Wushuang. Then he said to his lord, "Your Excellency, I'm not interested in the opportunities or treasures in the outer layer." "So, then you entered the inner layer?" Before Iron Saber Lord could finish speaking, Silver Wing Lord chipped in with a smile. "Boy, don't you know that the inner layer is a battlefield only for lords? What's your business here?" Jian Wushuang could not find the words to answer that question. "I can't say that it's because I think I'm no weaker than a lord. And even if I did say so, I guess they wouldn't believe me. Well, since he is already here, there's no need to figure out the reason." Iron Saber Lord waved his hand and ended the topic. He said to Jian Wushuang with concern in his eyes, "The inner layer is full of danger. You're lucky to have made your way this far, but you won't always be such a lucky one. Encountering a more powerful puppet fighter will only lead you to a dead end. So, from this moment on, you're going to stay with me. Silverwing and I will try our best to keep you safe." However, upon hearing this, Silverwing Lord frowned and argued with him. "Iron Saber, we're in a dangerous place and might meet with trouble at any time. He will only slow us down. Swordsman is my subordinate." Iron Saber Lord shot a glance at Silverwing Lord. Silverwing Lord forced a smile and shrugged, saying, "Fine. Since you're the stronger one, it's up to you." Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang could not help rolling his eyes and saying, "Your Excellencies, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. Maybe I can lend a hand if we run into danger." "Lend us a hand?" "No." Silverwing Lord looked at Jian Wushuang meaningfully and continued, "Boy, I know that you have killed a rival at the heaven-defying level, but it will be a different story to kill a lord. You'll learn that when you fought with a real lord." Chapter 454 A Dao Weapon. Chapter 454 A Dao Weapon. We don't expect you to help us. It'll be fine as long as you don't drag us down, said Silver Wing Lord to Jian Wushuang. Iron Saber Lord gave Jian Wushuang a casual glance. His expression clearly said that he did not take Jian Wushuang's words seriously. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang forced a smile. It was all because he was only in the Saint Realm, which caused the lords to despise him. Silver Wing Lord doesn't know my real battle strength, and that I'm not weaker than him, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Iron Saber Lord is an advanced lord, so I'm no match for him, but I'm sure that I would at least stand a chance against Silver Wing Lord since he's an intermediate lord. Right then. Iron Saber Lord suddenly turned over his hand, revealing a messaging slip. The slip instantly started burning by itself. This is a messaging slip from Spirit Lord. Normally, he wouldn't use it unless there was an emergency. Iron Saber Lord looked serious. Jian Wushuang and Silver Wing Lord looked toward his hand. After the slip finished burning, a hazy figure appeared. Though they could not see his appearance very clearly, they still recognized that it was Spirit Lord. Iron Saber, said the figure in Spirit Lord's voice. Is there anyone with you? Yes, Silver Wing Lord and... Iron Saber Lord glanced at Jian Wushuang and continued. Just Silver Wing Lord and I. He had wanted to add Jian Wushuang's name, but decided against it due to Jian Wushuang only being in the Saint Realm. You and Silver Wing? After a moment of pondering, the figure waved his hand, causing a map to appear in front of them. It was a map of this mansion. The figure pointed at an area on the map and said, At this position, a fierce battle is taking place over a treasure. Loftiness Lord, from our camp, discovered it, but Marquis Sangyue's camp doesn't want to let it go. More and more people are gathering there, so you two should go there as soon as possible. Remember, whatever it takes, you can't let Marquis Sangyue's camp take the treasure from us. Upon hearing this, Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord looked solemn. Whatever it takes? Iron Saber Lord asked with a frown. Spirit, what in the world is the treasure? The figure fell silent for a moment before saying, A Dao weapon. What? Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord were both astonished when they heard the answer. A Dao weapon? Jian Wushuang's eyes became sharp. After such a long time in the Divine Land, he was no longer the naive boy from the Nanyang continent. He knew that once one becomes as powerful as a lord, he would possess a first-grade magic weapon, even though they were very precious and rare in the Divine Land. So they were not that precious to a lord. Even Jian Wushuang himself had a first-grade magic weapon, not to mention that more than 10 of them had been found in this mansion during the past several days. Simply put, first-grade magic weapons were not that important to lords. However, a Dao weapon, that was a different story. Dao weapons were superior to the first-grade magic weapons, but they only existed in legend. Moreover, the reason they were called Dao weapons was because each one was connected to a supreme, Dao, which was a power that was far more advanced and formidable than the origin. In general, even a marquis might not possess a Dao weapon, let alone a lord. This was exactly why the news that a Dao weapon was found in this mansion had rocked everyone. As far as I know, our Marquis and Marquise Sangyue are both in the Seven Cloud Realm, but neither of them has a Dao weapon. I guess they have other businesses and have not heard the news yet. Otherwise, they would already be here, Iron Saber Lord said. A Dao weapon! Silver Wing Lord chimed in with admiration. A Dao weapon could capture the hearts of many marquises. Iron Saber, Silver Wing, you two head there right now and support Loftiness Lord. Tell him that he must definitely take the weapon back intact. After saying this, Spirit Lord's figure immediately disappeared. Let's go before it's too late, Iron Saber Lord said to Silver Wing Lord and Jian Wushuang. Okay. The two nodded. In no time, the three were headed towards their destination. Since they were close to the area, it only took them an hour to get there. But they were completely stupefied by what they saw when they arrived. Right in front of them was a huge open space, about the size of a martial arts practice field, with dozens of people fighting each other. Bang! 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 Deafening noise resounded throughout the whole area as terrifying waves of power continuously surged through the area, landing the surrounding walls and leaving craters in them. This was the effect of more than 40 lords displaying their magnificent auras and fighting amongst themselves. Is this what a battle between 40 lords is like? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord looked grave. Among the fighters, 2 figures attracted the most attention. One of them was a short old lady, who glowed with a green light, and the other one was a tall man, who was over 2 meters high and looked like a brown bear. She is Demon Soul Lord, from Marquis Sangyue's camp. How long has this old witch lived? Why is she still alive? Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord looked toward the old lady with fear. The lady had been super experts for many years, and they had reached the 6th cloud realm long ago. As a superior lord, she was only a step away from becoming a marquis. At this moment, she was still in the 6th cloud realm, but she had become much stronger than before. Chapter 455 The Fighting Between the Lords. Chapter 455 The Fighting Between the Lords. Demon Soul Lord was fighting with Loftiness Lord, a lord from Marquis Piaoshue's camp. It's amazing that Loftiness Lord is managing to hold his own against that old witch. Silver Wing Lord was surprised. Pay attention to the weapon he is using. Iron Saber Lord looked solemn as his eyes fixed on the blood-red spear Loftiness Lord was using. The spear was conspicuous because it possessed a daunting aura that couldn't be found in other weapons. It's a Dao weapon! Jian Wushuang's eyes were sparkling. Just now, he had learned something about these 2 lords who were busy fighting. Demon Soul Lord was extremely powerful among superior lords, only a step away from becoming a marquis. However, Loftiness Lord was just an advanced lord. He should be no match for Demon Soul Lord, yet he was currently holding on in a close fight, only because he had a Dao weapon. Is this the power of a Dao weapon? Can it enable an advanced lord to challenge a superior lord? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. It can be much more powerful than this when it's in the hands of a marquis. Loftiness Lord can't display its full power, said Iron Saber Lord. Jian Wushuang was in awe. The Dao weapon aroused his interest despite the fact that he was only good with swords, not spears. Swordsman, Silver Wing and I won't be able to look at for you the whole time, so keep away from those lords and don't expose yourself to them. Iron Saber Lord shot Jian Wushuang a glance, and then quickly turned to Silver Wing. Let's join the fight. Okay. Silver Wing Lord responded with a nod. Immediately, 2 flowing lights shot forward as the 2 lords dived directly into the fight. 2 more fighters! It's Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord! Merely an advanced lord and an intermediate lord! Hold them off! As soon as the order was issued, some experts from Marquis Sangyue's camp immediately came forward to battle Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord. Except for their opponents, the 2 lords had not attracted the attention of anyone else because there were already dozens of lords fighting. After all, experts from both sides were continuously joining the battle. There are more and more lords coming. Jian Wushuang stood still at the edge of the battlefield, remaining uninvolved. To him, it was a rare scene. The battlefield was constantly expanding as the number of lords increased. In a short while, the number of lords that were fighting had exceeded 50, but the number of lords from each side was close, causing both sides to be locked in intense fight. Only a Dao weapon can cause so many lords to fight like this, Jian Wushuang thought. The fighting had already lasted for a long time without the loss of too many lords. Most of the experts from the 2 sides were equal in strength, so the number of lords that died was not large. Right then. Swish! From one of the outer tunnels, a figure charged out and entered the battlefield. The presence of this figure caused a stir on the battlefield. Myriad Islands Lord! Haha, Myriad Islands Lord has arrived. Damn, it's Myriad Islands Lord! The lords from both sides showed different expressions due to this new arrival. Those from Marquis Sangyue's side were delighted, while those from the other side looked worried. Myriad Islands Lord was well known in his camp, Marquis Sangyue's camp. However, it was not for his power as a lord, but his fame as an excellent master in formations. After all, he was just an advanced lord, so he did not surpass very many of the people here. Hump! Myriad Island's lord snorted as he entered the battlefield, then he waved his hands twice and released 2 light beams that swept through the area. The lights quickly turned into 2 wide formations. He set up 2 formations so easily? He must have been prepared for this. We're in big trouble. The lords from Marquis Piaoshu's camp frowned. They knew, even though the formations had been set up casually, the power behind them had to be extraordinary. It didn't take long for their worries to turn out to be true. I'm regaining my spiritual power! So am I. I can feel it. I'm regaining my spiritual power at a 3-fold rate. So am I, and it's even more than that. I can sense that my power has been strengthened. Yes, I felt that too. The experts on Marquis Sangyue's side realized how the formations worked. One of the formations could help the experts regain their spiritual power, and the other one could enhance their attacks to a certain extent. The formations elevated the strength of Marquis Sangyue's camp a lot. Haha, Myriad Island's lord is so helpful. With these 2 formations, we no longer need to be afraid of anyone. Kill them all! The lords on Marquis Sangyue's side gained courage and began launching attacks, one after another. The balance between the 2 camps had been broken by Myriad Island's lord and his formations. Now, Marquis Sangyue's side had gained the upper hand. Shit! Damn it! That horrible Myriad Island's lord! The experts of Marquis Piaoshu's side looked grave, but they still tried their best to hold their opponents back. At the center of the battlefield, as the formations were set up, Loftiness Lord began to experience even more pressure than before. After all, the only reason he could stand up against his opponent, the more powerful Demon Soul Lord, was because of the Dao weapon. Loftiness, you know that my Marquis is a spear user, so this Dao weapon is very important to him. I advise you to give it up now, before you get yourself killed, Demon Soul Lord said in a warning tone. Humph! You will only get it over my dead body, Loftiness Lord said and snorted. You're courting death! Demon Soul Lord charged at Loftiness Lord in a rage. Chapter 456 Jian Wushuang displays his moves again. Chapter 456 Jian Wushuang displays his moves again. Jian Wushuang had remained at one side of the battlefield and not gotten involved all this time while the countless lords and experts from the 2 large camps were maniacally tearing at each other's throats. The battling lords had noticed his presence as well, but nobody bothered about him after seeing that he was only a Saint Realm expert. It's certainly rare to see so many lords battling against each other and displaying all sorts of skills. Jian Wushuang laughed mildly. Some of the skills being used by these lords were extremely odd and unorthodox, causing Jian Wushuang to be astounded. This was especially so for the recently arrived Myriad Island's lord. As soon as he came, he casually waved his hand to set up 2 formations which immediately turned the situation on the battlefield around. This skill was truly impressive. It was apparent at present that Drifting Blood Marquis camp had fallen into an absolute disadvantage on the battlefield. In the centermost of the battlefield, particularly, Loftiness Lord had gradually become unable to cope with the frenzied offensive of Demon Soul Lord. If he was killed, the Dao weapon would fall into the hands of Pale Moon Marquis camp at once. For good or bad, I'm a member of Drifting Blood Marquis camp. It's not my style to watch on from the sidelines, Jian Wushuang thought to himself, laughing. When he saw a figure on the battlefield, a faint and strange smile emerged at the corner of his mouth, following which his figure drifted forth toward the battlefield as well. On the battlefield. Swish! 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 A pitch-black spear shadow pierced forth like a flood dragon bursting out of the sea. The grey-robed weathered elder, Black Hill Lord's, expression was frosty as his eyes fixed upon his opponent, a novice lord from Drifting Blood Marquis camp. There are too many lords and too many people who are stronger than me on the battlefield. I have to be careful and make sure that nobody else is targeting me. While in the midst of battle, Black Hill Lord kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. There were many intermediate and advanced lords among the more than 50 battling lords. Novice lords like him were the weakest participants on the battlefield, and naturally, their chances of defeat were very high. That was why he did not dare to loosen up one bit. Right at this moment, a soft wind-breaking sound was suddenly heard from behind Black Hill Lord's back, and it was accompanied by an icy gush of killing intent. The killing intent caused Black Hill Lord to instinctively turn his body over forcefully, only to see Jian Wuxuang brandishing a long sword and thrusting it at his chest. The thrust was extremely fast, and its angle of approach was tricky like none other. Had he reacted just a little slower, it would have easily perforated his chest. "It's you!" Black Hill Lord glared at Jian Wuxuang and recognized him. He had previously encountered Jian Wuxuang right in this inner layer channel, and they even exchanged blows. The battle strength which the latter exerted back then had shocked him. Had a gold-armored puppet not appeared in time, it would have been uncertain whether he could escape alive. He twisted his body as soon as he saw Jian Wuxuang's strike coming at him, causing the sword light to brush past his shoulders. "Your response is pretty fast, eh?" Jian Wuxuang grinned. "What a close shave!" Black Hill Lord heaved in silence, but suddenly, an inexplicable sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart once again. Although Jian Wuxuang's strike had missed, a beam of dazzling light was now gradually emerging from between his eyebrows. Jian Wuxuang's glabella seemed to split apart at this moment. An absolutely terrifying sword essence surged forth like a streak of thunderbolt. It was the first-grade sword technique, Mind's Eye. It was performed by consolidating sword essence in one's heart before releasing at the crucial moment. The longer the time that the sword essence was consolidated, the more powerful it would be. The last time Jian Wuxuang displayed the Mind's Eye sword technique was while he was in Nanyang continent, and that was nearly 4 years ago. Since then, his glabella had been continuously storing different types of sword essence, of which the one he was currently displaying was merely the weakest variation. Despite it being the weakest, Black Hill Lord was completely not in time to react when it shot forth. His throat was thus perforated by the sword shadow, and his body collapsed sapless to the ground. Black Hill Lord dead. Although the fighting on the battlefield was exceptionally intense, there were not many lords who had fallen, and therefore every slain lord would garner a lot of attention. Black Hill Lord's death, too, attracted many eyeballs. "Another one is dead! Is that Black Hill Lord? Humph, he's just a novice lord, little wonder he's dead. The person who killed him, huh?" When it was discovered that the person who killed Black Hill Lord was Jian Wuxuang, everyone on the entire battlefield was astonished, and they began to look perplexedly at the swordsman. "It was him. This fella? He was the one who killed Black Hill Lord." The facial expressions of the lords present turned odd involuntarily. Though they had noticed Jian Wuxuang's presence earlier on, who would care about a Saint Realm expert when most of everyone else were lords? That was, until he killed a lord from Pale Moon Marquee Camp. Swordsman? Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord were shocked too. They never imagined that Jian Wuxuang would be capable of killing a lord. Though he had accomplished it via sneak attacks, it was nevertheless very impressive already. Humph! When Myriad Island's Lord of Pale Moon Marquee Camp saw what happened, he immediately grunted. "Kill that little one!" A shrill wind-breaking sound was heard. Jian Wuxuang saw a burly man appear beside him holding a saber and striking it at his brain. He judged from the man's aura that the latter was an intermediate lord. "Swordsman, fall back!" Iron Saber Lord shouted urgently. With a move of his body, Jian Wuxuang left a residual shadow where he was standing while his real body shifted backward. He seemed very calm as he did so. "Everyone from Drifting Blood Marquee Camp, get ready!" Jian Wuxuang lingered in the middle of a void while his powerful voice diffused throughout the battlefield. "Get ready? For what?" The experts from Drifting Blood Marquee Camp were puzzled. But right at this moment, it was time for Jian Wuxuang to display his true skill. An immense gush of killing intent soared like a tide from his body and immediately transformed into a winding blood river which extended outward. At the same time, immaterial sword realms burst forth rapidly from his body. After activating the blood fire ring, the blood-fire domain began to spread out as well. Road to the underworld, hundredfold realm, and blood-fire domain. The combination of these three realms caused the entire battlefield to be shrouded within a blood river in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang stood in the absolute middle of the blood river. His gaze, which was ice-cold and carried not a shred of emotion, swept across the crowd of experts. Realms, suppress! A chilly cry was forcefully uttered from Jian Wushuang's mouth. Chapter 457 An Exceptional Saint Realm Expert. Chapter 457 An Exceptional Saint Realm Expert. Like a giant pair of pliers clamping down hard on something, the blood river tumbled toward the lords of Pale Moon Marquee Camp in no time. When the lords first saw the blood river appear, they felt somewhat astounded before the suppression took effect. Whoosh! At this moment, their bodies forcibly sank down, and the weaker ones among them nearly fell off their feet. Gosh! How is this possible? This is... The lords of Pale Moon Marquee's camp were stupefied. All they could feel at present was that an unfathomable strength was suppressing them, as if miring them deep. Their bodies were heavily locked down. What a frightening realm! The lords of Drifting Blood Marquee Camp were also shocked. Though the blood river did not suppress them, they could perceive that its suppressive force was extremely strong. They thus cast bewildered looks toward Jian Wushuang. It was very difficult for them to imagine that such a frightening realm, which even advanced lords were being shackled by, could have been summoned by a Saint Realm expert whom they did not take seriously hitherto. Swordsman? Iron Saber Lord and Silver Wing Lord were astonished like never before. My goodness! Even I, an advanced lord, have suffered a strength reduction of nearly 30% due to this realm's suppressive force. Despite sinking into and being suppressed by the realm like the other lords, Myriad Island's lord revealed a face of outrage instead. He followed up by howling wildly. Kill him, quick! Swish! Swish! Two beams of flowing light shot explosively toward Jian Wushuang. Pale Moon Marquee lords were mindful of how strong the realms summoned by Jian Wushuang were, and how strong the realm's impact upon the battle situation was. If Jian Wushuang was not killed, the advantage which they had built up thanks to their two formations would most certainly crumble, and they might even fall into an absolute disadvantage. Therefore, as soon as they could, the two lords closest in distance to the swordsman went on him. They were both intermediate lords. 7 luminaries, Lord, protect the swordsman quickly! Iron Saber Lord shouted when he saw what was happening. 7 luminaries, Lord was the person from Drifting Blood Marquee contingent who was closest in distance to Jian Wushuang. He was also an intermediate lord. As soon as he heard Iron Saber Lord shouting, he sped toward the swordsman, but because he was unaccompanied and acted later than the two enemies, he did not have absolute confidence that he could intercept them. However, what he never imagined was that instead of retreating, Jian Wushuang would meet the two opposing lords head-on. Is he crazy? 7 luminaries Lord was completely stunned. Swordsman! Iron Saber Lord was similarly taken aback. In fact, every lord on the battlefield was in disbelief, regardless of which camp they were from. A Saint Realm expert, being murderously charged at by 2 intermediate lords, would choose to meet them head-on instead of retreating? He has definitely gone mad. Drifting Blood Marquee lords could not help shaking their heads as if they had already foreseen what the result would be. Though everyone else believed that Jian Wushuang had gone completely mad, he remained extraordinarily calm. My battle strength is definitely no weaker than an intermediate lord's, and in fact would be among their best. And with the realm's support, just 2 intermediate lords aren't enough to drive me back. A sparkle flashed in his eyes, and the 2 giant sword soul phantoms behind him rose. The triple kill sword in his hand knowingly emitted a heavy amount of sword essence. Streams of immense spiritual power gathered on his body, which was also packed with frightening muscular strength. Fixing his attention on the 2 intermediate lords, Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and violently drew his sword. Second move of the heart-killing sword technique. With a simple thrust of the triple kill sword, he transformed it into a beam of lightning which pierced forth. It carried a resolute and tireless essence. The moment it appeared, heaven and earth seemed to move for it. Through Jian Wuxuang's all-out exertion, the power of the technique all the more reached an unbelievable level. The two lords in front of Jian Wuxuang also began to display their killing moves. One of them brandished a sledgehammer which struck ferociously like a giant mountain toward Jian Wuxuang. The other person held a scarlet longsword. He raised both arms and slashed forth with an earth-splitting vigor. Both of them had also summoned their utmost strength. In a twinkling, the three different offensives, which were incomparably powerful, collided with each other in the void of the battlefield. Boom! A harsh roar was heard. Waves of residual energy swept in all directions from the spot where the offensives collided. After this exchange, Jian Wuxuang retreated forcefully, and only came to a standstill a few dozen feet back. As for the two lords, they remained within the void and showed no signs of retreating. But suddenly, blarg! Blarg! The two lords spat blood from their mouths, and their complexions turned ghastly pale at once. The sight of this caused the lords from both camps to be dumbfounded. It was already considered a miracle when Jian Wuxuang killed a lord by using a skill of his Saint Realm level earlier on. However, that was achieved through a sneak attack and contained a measure of luck, and thus it was grudgingly acceptable to them. This time, Jian Wuxuang had once again summoned those terrifying realms. It was normal for people of average strength to possess a few of such unique and powerful skills. For instance, Myriad Island's lord was highly proficient and terrifyingly accomplished in the use of formations. Jian Wuxuang's possession of such frightening realm techniques hence remained within the range of what they could accept. But how about now? This had been a head-on exchange. Jian Wuxuang had alone confronted two intermediate lords. The result was that the two lords were beaten until they spat blood, whereas Jian Wuxuang simply retreated unharmed. What did this say? Piss! The lords from both camps gasped. It was only at this moment that they understood that this Saint Realm expert was an exceptional one. That little fella! Silverwing Lord revealed a look of utter disbelief. It should be known that, in the beginning, he had believed that Jian Wuxuang was essentially seeking death by coming to the inner area. He also remembered that Jian Wuxuang once told him that if he ever ran into trouble, Jian Wuxuang himself might be able to help. Neither Silverwing Lord nor Iron Saber Lord took these words seriously back then, but now. Chapter 458 Black Yuan Lord. Chapter 458 Black Yuan Lord. This fella has inflicted heavy damage on two intermediate lords working together. His battle strength is stronger than mine. Silverwing Lord heaved a sigh. Swordsman. Iron Saber Lord appeared beside Jian Wuxuang and looked at him. Are you all right? I'm fine. Jian Wuxuang laughed indifferently before he then said in an announcing voice. Everyone, feel free to go fight against the enemies. I'll do my best to help you with my realms. Upon hearing this, the lords of Drifting Blood Marquis Camp revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. Haha, let's go kill! Under such strong suppression by the realms, it's rather impressive that Pale Moon Marquis lords can still exert 7/10 of their battle strength, and aren't too afraid. Humph. The realms of this swordsman, who is from our camp, is a notch stronger than Myriad Island's lords' two formations. Fight! The fighting began anew immediately. Because of the presence of Jian Wuxuang's realms, the advantage which Drifting Blood Marquis Camp had was completely turned around this time. After all, when the full suppressive force of those realms was in effect, even advanced lords would have their strength reduced by more than 3/10, while the restrictions imposed on intermediate and novice lords was even greater than that. It could thus be said that the strength of the entire Pale Moon Marquis Camp was greatly diminished. As for Myriad Island's lord, the two formations which he set up were, due to a lack of time, simpler and less powerful than usual. The boost which they provided to Pale Moon Marquis Camp was far less than the suppression which Jian Wuxuang's realms was causing to the lords. As a result, Pale Moon Marquis Camp not only lost the advantage they previously had but now found themselves in a disadvantageous position. Take Demon Soul Lord, who was standing in the centermost of the battlefield, for instance. Previously, she was so close to defeating and killing Loftiness Lord, but because of Jian Wushuang's realms, her strength was restrained considerably, giving Loftiness Lord the chance to catch his breath. Moreover, an advanced lord from Drifting Blood Marquis camp came to partner Loftiness Lord, and she was thus no longer feared by the latter. Damn it, it's all because of that Saint Realm expert! Every one of the lords from Pale Moon Marquis camp was incensed like never before. They had never imagined that their originally comfortable advantage would be nullified by a small Saint Realm expert from the enemy side. They had never taken him seriously before. But now, Jian Wushuang had become key to the entire situation. Pale Moon Marquis camp had thought several times about killing him, but because he was being protected by Iron Saber Lord and another advanced lord from Drifting Blood Marquis camp, as well as because of his own exceptional battle strength, their attempts ended in failure each time. Right then, a black-robed figure emerged from a side channel and appeared on the battlefield. It sped immediately toward the centermost of the battlefield. There, Demon Soul Lord and Loftiness Lord were intensely engaged in a fight. They suddenly felt a shrill and powerful wind blowing at them. "Who's this?" Demon Soul Lord immediately turned and looked, only to find a fist filled with purple thunderbolts punching its way through the air directly toward her head. Although the terrifying fist had not struck her yet, its momentum alone caused palpitations in her, a superior lord's, heart. Without hesitation, she transformed into a ghost and quickly shifted backward. Boom! The giant fist struck powerfully onto the void, causing the latter to shake violently and forming a blast wave which swept out forcibly. The blast wave forced back two intermediate lords who were busy fighting by the side. When the gaseous wave dissipated, a black-robed figure gradually appeared on the battlefield. The entire battlefield quietened down upon the appearance of the black-robed figure. Many lords looked toward the new arriver. He dressed fully in black, had a head of messy purple hair, and kept an uneven mustache. His jet-black eyes were incomparably profound, and in the deepest region of his pupils circulated a streak of purple thunderbolt. "Black Yuan Lord!" Demon Soul Lord's countenance changed upon recognizing the arriver. Similarly, the expressions of the lords from Pale Moon Marquis camp turned unsightly. In contrast, the lords from Drifting Blood Marquis camp revealed joyful expressions upon seeing the man. Among the many lords from Drifting Blood Marquis camp, Black Yuan Lord was, in terms of strength, rated as one of the top 3 superior lords. It should be known that there were hundreds of lords under the command of Drifting Blood Marquis. Only a portion of them had come to seize back the cave mansion, and many were still on their way. There were thus only 1 or 2 superior lords of the 6 Cloud Realm in attendance from either camp. And among the superior lords who were present, Demon Soul Lord, who was from Pale Moon Marquis camp, was considered extremely powerful already. However, she was clearly a notch inferior to Black Yuan Lord. The latter possessed a matchlessly terrifying body which was recognized as the most powerful one in both camps combined. Even the bodies of Drifting Blood Marquis and Pale Moon Marquis themselves could probably not compare to his. And it was because of his powerful body that his battle strength was exceptionally terrifying. "That's none other than Black Yuan Lord." Jian Wushuang was currently staring fixedly at him too. The former had heard of the latter while in Bay Mo Marquis Cave Mansion. The latter had, before that, collected 15 streaks of Purple Heaven Thunderbolt from the Universal Thunderbolt Pool in said cave mansion, and thereby developed his terrifying body. Rumor has it that Black Yuan Lord, who is considered to have the strongest body among the 2 large camps, had taken in 15 streaks of Purple Heaven Thunderbolt from the Universal Thunderbolt Pool, after which his body became comparable in power to a second-grade magic weapon. Subsequently, he was said to have obtained several opportunities which enhanced his body's strength to an entirely new level. "I wonder whose body is stronger between him and me," Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He had absolute confidence in his own body. His body was already comparable to a superior second-grade magic weapon. This was why, even as a Saint Realm expert, his power was on par with that of an intermediate lord. A powerful aura swept forth from Black Yuan Lord's body after he appeared. "Loftiness Lord." He opened his mouth and spoke in a chilly voice. "Black Yuan Lord." Loftiness Lord walked up to him donning a slightly respectful expression. "Hand the Tao weapon to me," Black Yuan Lord said. Loftiness Lord nodded and, without hesitation, handed the blood-red spear he was holding to Black Yuan Lord. After he had received the weapon and while using it to fight against experts from Pale Moon Marquis Camp, he was sent a message from Spirit Lord informing him to hand the Tao weapon to Black Yuan Lord upon the latter's arrival. Tao weapon. Clutching the blood-red spear in his hand, Black Yuan Lord weighed it and nodded to himself. Then, with a wave of his hand, he kept the blood-red spear into an interspatial ring. Chapter 459 Something Unforeseen. Chapter 459 Something Unforeseen. Black Yuan Lord only began to look around after doing all these. Demon Soul Lord. The latter was the first person he looked toward. His voice, which was broad and seemed to contain a special magical power, rang out on the battlefield. "This Tao weapon is now in my hands. If you're not happy about that, come at me as you will. I'll be glad to entertain." After he finished speaking, the lords from Marquis Sangyue's camp could not but become silent, and their facial complexions became rather unsightly. They were well aware that if the Tao weapon was in Loftiness Lord's hands, they would have some hope of obtaining it by fighting. However, now that it had fallen into Black Yuan Lord's hands, they would have to kill him in order to obtain the weapon. However, not only was he extremely strong, but his body was acknowledged to be number one among both camps. Even if the two marquises personally worked together, they would not have absolute confidence about killing him. And without the marquises, they were utterly incapable of killing him, and naturally would not be able to take the weapon. "Black Yuan Lord," Demon Soul Lord spoke, clenching her teeth. "You ought to know that my Marquis considers the long spear to be a magic weapon. The Tao weapon you just received suits him perfectly." "I know." Black Yuan Lord nodded slowly. "I'll eventually pass this Tao weapon to Marquis Piaoxue. Your Marquis shall have to discuss it with him." Demon Soul Lord's face sank, and she said little else. The lords from Marquis Sangyue's camp were now gathered together. Although most of their attention was focused on Black Yuan Lord, some of them would look at Jian Wushuang from time to time. "It's all because of that little fella. If not for his realms, we would certainly have killed Loftiness Lord and seized the Tao weapon before Black Yuan Lord arrived. It's the realm's fault." Lords from Marquis Sangyue's camp glared at Jian Wushuang with resentment. Marquis Piaoxue's camp had a different reaction. "Haha, our young swordsman friend. Swordsman brother, your strength is truly outstanding." Many lords clustered beside Jian Wushuang. Every one of them treated him warmly, and no longer put on the airs of a lord. After all, Jian Wushuang's use of strength during the battle had already proven that he was no weaker than a lord, though he was only a Saint Realm expert, and thus he naturally won the respect of every lord. Jian Wushuang laughed and acknowledged the warmth being shown by the lords. Suddenly, boom, the cave mansion, which had already quietened, abruptly began to tremor violently. The earth trembled and the mountains swayed. The entire cave mansion seemed as though it was going to cave in completely. "What's going on?" The lords from both camps frowned, revealing blank and puzzled looks. Even Black Yuan Lord was currently looking around in bewilderment. The entire cave mansion was shaking badly. Amidst the reactions of the lords, a large aura began to spread gradually. Though it was clearly still a considerable distance away from the lords, they were nonetheless horrified by its impending arrival. Furthermore, it spread upward at an astonishing speed such that it reached an entirely new height in only a short time. It pervaded the entire cave mansion, including the outer layer, causing experts in every corner of the cave mansion to feel its presence. The tremors gradually began to dissipate. Silence. The battlefield, where more than 50 lords and experts from the two large camps were gathered, fell into a dead silence. It took a while before some people began to talk. What exactly was that? What a widespread aura. Could it mean the creation of some treasure? Well, if this cave mansion even has a Tao weapon, then it's not surprising there are other treasures. The source of the aura is that way. Everyone looked toward the direction from which the aura originated. "Let's go!" Hurry up and get over there! Without any hesitation, the lords from both camps rushed in the direction of the aura's source. Black Yuan Lord and Demon Soul Lord also got moving. Swordsman and Silver Wing Lord, let's go too! Iron Saber Lord instructed. Jian Wushwang and Silver Wing Lord nodded earnestly and followed the crowd. Although the lords from the two camps had been fighting against each other just a while ago, they now had a tacit understanding to put a hold on the conflict. On the way toward the aura's source, Myriad Island's Lord walked up beside Demon Soul Lord. Demon Soul Lord! Myriad Island's Lord kept his voice low so that only the former could hear his words. What's the matter? She asked. He put on a rather serious expression. Demon Soul Lord, you should be able to tell that the current situation is extremely unfavorable to our camp. Yes, I can tell. She nodded. Prior to the arrival of Black Yuan Lord, Marquis Sangyue's camp was already at an absolute disadvantage in the tussle for the Dao weapon. After his arrival, the gap between the two camps only grew. All this is because of that Saint Realm fella named Swordsman. Demon Soul Lord's chilly eyes involuntarily looked toward Jian Wushwang. Yes, it's all because of him, Myriad Island's Lord muttered. His realm technique is very powerful, much more so than the formations which I set up temporarily. If he remains in Marquis Piaoshua's camp going forward, he'll be a huge problem for us in future tussles over treasures. Demon Soul Lord's expression turned solemn. They were not overly concerned with Jian Wushwang's strength. Even if it compared favorably to that of an advanced lord's, it would not mean much to either camp. However, his realm technique was truly something else. Such a level of realm technique was always going to be a problem for either camp if possessed by the opposing camp. Demon Soul Lord, your strength is currently the greatest among the lords of Marquis Sangyue's camp. I came to find you to tell you to kill the swordsman when there's an opportunity, Myriad Island's Lord said in an indifferent tone. You want me to kill the swordsman? Demon Soul Lord frowned. We may know that the swordsman is important, but so does Marquis Piaoshua's camp. They'll definitely do everything possible to protect him. Even if it's me trying, chances of success are slim. Don't worry and just do your best. It doesn't matter if you don't actually kill him. All you need to do is make Marquis Piaoshua's lords focus their attention on you. Leave the swordsman to me, Myriad Island's Lord assured confidently. Oh? Demon Soul Lord glanced astonishedly at Myriad Island's Lord and subsequently nodded in agreement. Chapter 460 Palace. Chapter 460 Palace. The lords from both camps traced the aura to its source, which was not a far distance away. It turned out to be a lofty and massive palace. A palace? There's actually such a huge palace within this cave mansion? The aura originated from this palace? The lords arrived in front of the palace and raised their heads to examine the palace's exterior. The palace was completely covered in black and was incomparably massive. Within it was contained the unique and widespread aura. While this cave mansion is divided into an inner and outer layer, its real core is this palace, perhaps. Jian Wushwang mused. He was not the only person who thought so. The lords from both camps could tell that this palace was special and that there was a high chance it was the real core of the cave mansion. More importantly, if a Dao weapon could even be found in the inner layer, what could there be in the palace, as the absolute core of the cave mansion? Everyone became expectant. Enter! Black Yuan Lord waved his hand and was the first to head toward the gate of the palace. Without hesitation, the lords from both camps entered the gate and stepped into the palace one after another. The palace, decorated in gold and jade, was extremely spacious within. The most noticeable object was the towering stone pillars, which each required a dozen or so people to encircle, and on which were carved numerous patterns. There was also a large number of extravagant ornaments in the palace. Look there, quick! In compliance with the voice, everyone's eyes turned toward the direct front of the palace. A lofty throne was placed there, and on it sat an apparently middle-aged man who was draped in a blood-red cloak and had blood-red hair. His hands were clasped as he quietly sat upright on the throne with his eyes closed. He did not emit a trace of aura. In front of this middle-aged man with red hair stood 4 people who looked like sculptures. They were suited in purple golden armor, and their hands firmly gripped huge sabers. However, their eyes were also closed. Puppet fighters! When the experts from both camps saw the man and the 4 sculptures in purple golden armor, they immediately knew that these were puppet fighters. By all probability, these were extremely powerful puppet fighters to boot. At the very least, they would be more powerful than the gold-armored puppets the lords had encountered in the inner layer. And it must be noted that the gold-armored puppets were already able to rival advanced lords. "Look at what's on their hands!" a lord suddenly exclaimed. Everyone immediately looked at the palms of the puppet fighters. What they saw caused their pupils to constrict at once. A ring was worn on the left index finger of each of the 4 armored puppet fighters. Emitting a special energy wave, they were clearly interspatial rings. Yes, every one of the 4 puppet fighters was wearing an interspatial ring. Similarly, the middle-aged man with red hair wore an interspatial ring on his left index finger. Interspatial rings! The eyes of the lords from both camps began to scorch. Although the entire palace was extravagantly decorated, there were no treasures or opportunities within it except for these interspatial rings being worn by the puppet fighters. It was thus conceivable that the real treasure within the palace lied in those rings. As soon as this idea came to mind, the lords from both camps hurriedly moved nearer to the puppet fighters. However, before the lords could reach them, the eyes of the 4 puppet fighters simultaneously opened. Frosty and completely emotionless, they looked over at the lords. "Intruders! Kill!" The 4 puppet fighters simultaneously began to move after one of them uttered these words in a chilly voice. 4 beams of purple-golden flowing light pierced through the void, while at the same time, 4 powerful auras began to spread. These 4 auras were each no weaker than that of a superior lord. As expected, the experts from both camps felt a sense of marvel but did not feel surprised when they saw the auras emitting from the puppet fighters. After all, the gold-armored puppets which they encountered in the inner layer were already comparable to advanced lords. It was obvious to them that these 4 gold and purple puppets would be even stronger than that, being situated in the palace which was clearly the core of the cave mansion no less. These 4 puppet fighters were on a par with superior lords. However, none of the lords imagined that the 4 puppet fighters would wave their hands as they moved. Swish! 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 Beams of golden flowing light shot out from their interspatial rings. Soon, gold-armored puppets filled the palace. Gold-armored puppets? The countenances of the lords changed. Reasonably speaking, the threat of gold-armored puppets was not as great as that of gold and purple puppets. However, an endless stream of gold-armored puppets emerged from the interspatial rings, such that in the blink of an eye, more than 50 of them appeared. This, including the 2 most powerful lords, Black Yuan Lord and Demon Soul Lord, the faces of every lord from both camps sank. To these 2 camps, there was nothing frightening about facing 4 gold and purple puppets, much as they had the battle strength of 4 superior lords. But now, with the addition of more than 50 gold-armored puppets, the lords would have to face the equivalent of more than 50 advanced lords. A lineup of 4 superior lords and more than 50 advanced lords was comfortably superior to the combined strength of the 2 camps. So many? Jian Wuxuang's pupils constricted as well. He was increasingly feeling the terror of the cave mansion's owner. Next, he conceived a thought which caused a vast blood river to sweep forth immediately. A combination of his 3 realms suppressed forth. Under the suppression of the realms, the speed of the gold-armored puppets was obviously reduced by a notch, while the 4 gold and purple puppets were similarly affected. These realms are not bad indeed. Black Yuan Lord glanced at Jian Wuxuang and at the same time ordered, "Loftiness Lord and Iron Saber Lord, make sure you protect this fella." "Yes." Loftiness Lord and Iron Saber Lord nodded, and immediately appeared beside Jian Wuxuang. The 2 of them understood the importance of Jian Wuxuang to Marquis Piaoxue's camp. "Everyone else, follow me to kill. Our camp must obtain at least 3 of the 4 interspatial rings." Black Yuan Lord's expression was frigid. "Let's get moving!" Chapter 461 Do It, kill Swordsman. Chapter 461, Do it, kill Swordsman. Boom! Apart from Jian Wushuang, the Loftiness Lord and the Iron Saber Lord, numerous lords of the Drifting Blood Marquis camp unleashed their powerful auras. Led by the Black Yuan Lord, they slashed toward the approaching puppet fighters. At the same time, many lords of the Pale Moon Marquis camp were also occupied. With a snort, the Myriad Islands Lord launched a series of punches to set up 2 sets of formation. Following this, the lords of the Pale Moon Marquis, led by the Demon Soul Lord, also fought their way out. The lords of both camps started to do battle. Although the lords maintained their silence and were focused on the puppet fighters, they had a tacit agreement. They would work together to kill the puppet before fighting each other for those 4 interspatial rings. The lords and the puppet fighters collided head-on. Boom! 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 A terrifying roar reverberated through the palace. It was only for a short moment, but the destruction was immense. After all, even though there were a large number of puppet fighters and their battle formation was very powerful, they didn't know how to work as a team. As a result, they were unable to exploit their battle strength. On the other hand, the lords of both camps coped well with Jian Wushuang's realm and were supported by the Myriad Islands Lords' formation. Although their overall battle strength was inferior to that of the puppet fighters, they were able to exploit different fighting tactics to prevail over the puppet fighters. It did not take long for the lords to defeat a few puppet fighters. Apart from the 2 lords, there were other lords in the different inner layers of the cave mansions. They rushed to the scene to offer them support when they felt the palace fill with their powerful aura. Things seemed to be going downhill for the puppet fighters as more lords were arriving at the palace to join the battle. It did not take long for half of the 50 gold armor puppet fighters to be killed. This pared their number down considerably. As intended by the lords, none of the 4 golden purple puppets were destroyed. This was because the interspatial rings were in the puppet fighters and the destruction of a golden purple puppet would immediately result in a battle between the 2 camps. The lords preferred to terminate the gold armors first, then fight for the 4 interspatial rings. This was the obvious plan. Swish! Myriad Islands Lord's intentions were not apparent, but he had been fighting a gold-armored puppet near the Demon Soul Lord. When he noticed that few gold-armored puppets were left standing, he squinted and looked at the Demon Soul Lord. Demon Soul Lord, it's time now. The Demon Soul Lord stared at him. She understood Myriad Islands Lord's meaning and glanced at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's realm was powerful and was the sole reason that they were able to quickly defeat and kill the gold-armored puppets. However, when it came time for the 2 camps to fight for the 4 interspatial rings, Jian Wushuang would become a thorn in the side of the Pale Moon Marquis camp. To draw an analogy, Jian Wushuang would be like a fish bone stuck in a throat. If they couldn't get rid of this fish bone, the Pale Moon Marquis camp would be in torment. Without hesitating, the Demon Soul Lord dispatched the golden purple puppet she had been fighting. Inconspicuously, she flew towards Jian Wushuang. At that same time, the Myriad Islands Lord also seemed to lean towards Jian Wushuang intentionally. Jian Wushuang was outside the battlefield. He wasn't directly involved in the fighting and was focused on using his realm to suppress the puppet fighters. Besides, the Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord were still in front of him. All of those gold-armored puppets are almost defeated, the Iron Saber Lord said with a smile. After all, puppet fighters are not fully sentient. They don't know how to work well with others. Obviously, they're not qualified to be the opponents of our human lords. Furthermore, we have the realm of our friend, Swordsman. Looking at Jian Wushuang, the Loftiness Lord said in admiration. Swordsman's realm is really the envy of us. It's my pleasure to have you two, the advanced lords, to be my guards, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. At this moment, what happened? Jian Wushuang's expression darkened. The Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord both noticed the danger as well. A ghostly figure had suddenly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Immediately, Jian Wushuang was covered by a terrible killing intent. Demon Soul Lord. The Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord instantly recognized the Demon Soul Lord and also realized her purpose. You want to kill Swordsman? the Iron Saber Lord snorted. He waved his sleeve and unleashed an immaterial wave. The Loftiness Lord held a long purple spear in his hand, but this was just a first-grade magic weapon. It was not as useful as the Dao weapon he previously had. "You two can't stop me, get out of here!" With a cold voice, the Demon Soul Lord was filled with killing intent. A strange scarlet saber chopped violently towards them. It appeared like a curved shuiyun in the sky. The Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord immediately tried to parry the blow. However, the Iron Saber Lord was only an advanced lord. Previously, he had been able to fight the Demon Soul Lord because he had the Dao weapon in his possession. Without it now, it was difficult for him to oppose her. It was impossible for them to stop the Demon Soul Lord, who was an expert at the level of Superior Lord. Clang! Clang! A collision was heard, followed by the Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord being attacked and thrown sideways. The Demon Soul Lord paused for a moment, then rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang made use of the Demon Soul Lord's pause to unleash the triple shift. His figure transformed into a residual shadow and retreated. As Jian Wushuang retreated, he stared coldly at the Demon Soul Lord. Abruptly, Jian Wushuang felt a chill. Instinctively, he turned his head and discovered that someone had appeared behind him. That person was the Myriad Islands Lord. The Myriad Islands Lord realized Jian Wushuang's purpose, and gave him a menacing grin. The Myriad Islands Lord stretched out his palms slowly and a flash of silver light flew towards Jian Wushuang. "What's that?" Jian Wushuang was shocked. He was soon able to see it clearly. The silver light was a bead. "Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt?" The Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord also saw the silver bead, and their expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 462 Fury. Chapter 462 Fury. Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt was a kind of thunderbolt. Its power was much greater than that of Purple Heaven Thunderbolt. Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt was also extraordinarily violent. Usually, a single flash could eviscerate a novice lord. Refining Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt into a bead to concentrate its power would result in even more massive destruction. Jian Wushuang had exploited demonic grenade once in the Nanyang continent. At that time, he had refined the thunderbolt to a bead so that its power could explode instantly. However, demonic grenade's power paled in comparison to Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt. "That's Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt!" A few lords from both camps who were nearby also noticed it. When they realized that Myriad Islands Lord had thrown a Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt bead, they were terrified and were worried for Jian Wushuang. A Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt bead explosion next to an advanced lord would kill him easily. Even a superior lord would suffer terrible injuries unless his physical strength matched the Black Yuan lords. However, Jian Wushuang was only in the Saint Realm. It was almost impossible for him to survive the Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt. "Boy, you are only in the Saint Realm. You should feel lucky to be killed by a Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt bead." The Myriad Islands Lord smiled coldly. It seemed that he was picturing Jian Wushuang's demise by the Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt. Myriad Islands Lord's move was unexpected. The Drifting Blood Marquis camp were aware that the Pale Moon Marquis would seek a chance to attack Jian Wushuang. That was why the Black Yuan Lord, the Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord worked together to protect him. However, no one had expected that the Pale Moon Marquis would be so cunning. They had let the Demon Soul Lord, a superior lord, distract him while the Myriad Islands Lord sneaked up on him. This ruse had worked well. The Demon Soul Lord had been held back by the Iron Saber Lord and the Loftiness Lord for a short moment, but no one was able to stop Myriad Islands Lord's Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt bead. These events unfolded so quickly that Jian Wushuang wasn't able to respond immediately. When he realized the danger and wanted to escape, it was already too late. "Go to hell!" the Myriad Islands Lord roared. The Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt emitted dazzling silver light and exploded. A tremendous power erupted in the palace. The explosion rocked the big cave mansion with a deafening and terrifying noise. The energy released was strong enough to easily outclass and kill an advanced lord. Being less than a meter away from the explosion, Jian Wuxuang was exposed to more than 90% of its power. Boom! Visible residual waves from the explosion billowed from its epicenter and propagated through the palace, affecting most of the lords. Many had to close their eyes. After a long time, the palace settled down. Things came to a close. The lords of both camps looked at the place where Jian Wuxuang had been. Is he dead? Everyone was thinking the same thing. Swordsman. The Iron Saber Lord's face was clouded over. Look at this blood river, it is still here. A lord of the Drifting Blood Marquis camp suddenly said. Everyone immediately looked at the blood river which was still there. It continued to emit the aura, which had not weakened. Instead, it was still rolling. What's going on here? The blood river didn't disappear? Is Swordsman still alive? He didn't die, did he? Still alive? The lords of both camps were incredulous. Was he still alive? Was it possible? The Myriad Islands lord squinted. The smoke from the explosion had cleared and a figure gradually appeared. He carried a long sword. The clothes on his upper body were split. His skin was darkened, which gave him a wild appearance. Meanwhile, the right side of his body drew attention. It looked slightly red and there were a few tiny wounds on it, but they were obviously superficial injuries. How is it possible? The Myriad Islands lord was shocked. Impossible! The Demon Soul Lord couldn't help yelling. All the lords of both camps who witnessed this were astonished. He didn't die, did he? He wasn't even really injured. There were only a few insignificant wounds on the right side of his body. How was he able to do that? The power of Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt is intense. If I had been in Jian Wuxuang's place, I wouldn't have been seriously hurt. It would definitely mess me up. It is impossible not to sustain any nasty injuries, but this little guy. The Black Yuan Lord looked at Jian Wuxuang in surprise as a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. What if his body is stronger than mine? He was not aware that when Jian Wuxuang was inside the Universal Thunderbolt Pool in Bayamo Marquis Cave Mansion, he had already absorbed 37 Purple Heaven Thunderbolts. Now his body was on par with a superior second-grade magic weapon. Even among the lords, Jian Wuxuang was already incredible. Although the Black Yuan Lord was ranked first among numerous lords of the two camps, his physical strength was just good enough to reach the requirement of a superior second-grade magic weapon. Compared to Jian Wuxuang, he was inferior. In the palace, the lords of both camps were shocked speechless. On the other hand, Jian Wuxuang's expression was glacial and he was filled with fury. In the icy depth of his eyes rage burned. Demon Soul Lord and Myriad Islands Lord! You two got a good trick. Jian Wuxuang's voice filled the palace. Its cold tone was reminiscent of December's frost. The sneaky attack that the Demon Soul Lord and the Myriad Islands Lord had launched infuriated Jian Wuxuang. The Myriad Islands Lord snorted in response. Actually, you are the good one. A Ninth Heaven Thunderbolt bead exploded near you, but it still couldn't kill you. Little guy, you are so lucky. I'm sorry that I disappointed you too, Jian Wuxuang said. I am still alive, but I'm afraid you guys will die soon. As he finished his words, he suddenly waved his hand. A scarlet figure immediately popped up beside him. The blood puppet had appeared. Jian Wuxuang took out 10 blood gems and soon they were all swallowed by the blood puppet. 10 blood gems would allow the blood puppet to show its full power once. Sword Ancestor created the blood puppet. I really want to know the extent of its power. There was a severe expression in his eyes as Jian Wuxuang pointed to the front. Blood puppet, kill the two of them! Chapter 463 Kill. Chapter 463 Kill. As Jian Wuxuang dictated the order, the blood puppet transformed into a flash of blood-colored flowing light and flew away. He popped up in front of the Demon Soul Lord. A puppet fighter? The Demon Soul Lord noticed that the blood puppet had rushed to attack her. She frowned but was not really bothered. She had already encountered hundreds of puppet fighters in this cave mansion, including a large number of gold-armored puppets and 4 gold and purple puppets. These puppet fighters had not really threatened her. Moreover, Jian Wuxuang was only in the Saint realm, so the puppet fighter that he owned wouldn't be that strong. "Get the hell out of my way!" The Demon Soul Lord chopped with her saber. Although it was a quick chop, it still caused a blood moon to emerge and provided tremendous power. In contrast, the blood puppet had only launched a punch that did not seem special. When the two strikes collided, the power from the blood puppet's punch erupted. "What?" Her expression changed dramatically. The Demon Soul Lord could sense the power from her opponent's fist, but she was unable to defend herself against it. Her scarlet saber curved slightly from the punch. The tremendous power was transmitted from her arm to the insides of her body. Puff! The Demon Soul Lord spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura was weakened and she sank to the ground. There had only been one collision, and the Demon Soul Lord, who was regarded as an excellent superior lord, had already received a serious injury. This is the Marquis battle strength. When the Demon Soul Lord was able to stand firmly, she looked up and howled violently. The howl echoed through the palace and made the lords of both camps stare. The Marquis battle strength? A puppet fighter in the Marquis level? Everyone looked at the blood puppet and nodded to themselves. One punch had seriously hurt the Demon Soul Lord. Obviously, the blood puppet must be at the level of Marquis battle strength. They wondered how someone in the Saint realm could have a puppet fighter in the Marquis level. Even in the two camps, no one had ever owned a Marquis puppet. The battle strength of a Marquis puppet was equal to Marquis level. In both camps, only the Snow Marquis and the Marquis Tsangyue had such battle strength. They didn't know that this blood puppet was created by the Sword Ancestor, and that it was also the strongest one that he had ever made. This puppet fighter is worthy of Sword Ancestor's name. Before, the blood puppet had consumed only 3 blood gems, so it couldn't really exploit its power. Still, it had easily outclassed a heaven-defying level expert. So, if it consumes 4 blood gems, its battle strength will be on par with the regular level of a lord. If it consumes 6 blood gems, it should be comparable to an advanced lord. By consuming 10 blood gems, the blood puppet will reach the peak of its battle strength, equivalent to that of a Marquis. Moreover, it was the strongest puppet fighter made by the Sword Ancestor. It definitely wouldn't disappoint Jian Wuxuang, would it? Demon Soul Lord, you must die today. Jian Wuxuang's eyes were full of killing intent. The blood puppet turned into a flash of flowing light once again and rushed toward the Demon Soul Lord. At the same time, the blood river which had filled the palace flowed towards the Demon Soul Lord. The powerful pressure from the blood river limited her movement. Damn it! The Demon Soul Lord looked ferocious, but her expression betrayed doubt as she looked at the blood puppet. She knew that even at her optimum state, she could only flee from the blood puppet. Now, she had already suffered a serious injury, and was also suffering the effects from Jian Wuxuang's realm. She could barely defend herself now. Run, run! The Demon Soul Lord turned around and ran. Do you think you can escape? Jian Wuxuang clenched his fist and successively launched several punches through the air. As he did so, the vast spiritual power that had gathered in his body exploded as well. Azura secret skill, 18 levels of hell! His voice echoed coldly through the palace. Abruptly, the environment changed. A huge scarlet pavilion slowly emerged. In it, a few ghostly shadows could be seen faintly, and they were howling. When the scarlet pavilion had completely emerged, an immaterial power instantly spread out. The Demon Soul Lord, who stood below the scarlet pavilion, felt the effects of its power immediately. She had been making her escape, but she suddenly paused in the void. It was only a short pause, as short as the blink of an eye. That was the extent of Jian Wuxuang's power. After all, the Demon Soul Lord was a superior lord. Jian Wuxuang's realm was still lower than hers. Even if Jian Wuxuang exploited the 18 levels of hell to its fullest extent, it only could stop the consciousness of the Demon Soul Lord for a short moment. Even so, Jian Wuxuang had already consumed 70% of his spiritual power. It was only the blink of an eye that was too short even for the lords of the two camps to do anything. However, it was different from the blood puppet. By consuming 10 blood gems, its battle strength was already on par with an ordinary Marquis. At Marquis level, its speed picked up as well. In just a short moment, the blood puppet had already caught up with the Demon Soul Lord. The Demon Soul Lord recovered her senses in a couple of minutes, but the blood puppet had already arrived and punched at her head. Damn it! The Demon Soul Lord panicked, and she hurriedly waved the scarlet saber to parry the punch. Unfortunately, the serious injury she had already sustained was aggravated. Her scarlet saber was thrown off, and she spat mouthfuls of blood. She involuntarily retreated. Before she was able to stand firmly, a huge scarlet palm suddenly appeared behind her. The scarlet palm had been formed by Jian Wushuang, who was driving the road to the underworld. The scarlet palm punched her, stopping her retreat, and pushing her back toward the blood puppet. No! The Demon Soul Lord howled desperately. She saw the blood puppet clench a fist and punch toward her head. This time, she didn't have any chance to escape. Pun! The Demon Soul Lord's skull was crushed by the punch. Witnessing this, the lords from both camps were dumbfounded. Even the Black Yuan Lord was frightened. The Demon Soul Lord, the superior lord in the Sixth Cloud Realm, was very powerful. Even the Black Yuan Lord, who was better than the Demon Soul Lord, didn't have enough confidence to kill her. But now, the Demon Soul Lord was dead. Chapter 464 Myriad Islands Lord's Trump Card. Chapter 464 Myriad Islands Lord's Trump Card. The Demon Soul Lord was dead. She had attempted to murder someone in the Saint Realm. Unfortunately, she was killed by her opponent and his puppet fighter instead. Jian Wushuang, who killed the Demon Soul Lord, looked very calm. It seemed as though it had been easy for him to kill the Demon Soul Lord. Soon, he turned his icy glare at the Myriad Islands Lord. Killing intent suffused him again. The Demon Soul Lord and the Myriad Islands Lord had worked together to catch him unaware. The Demon Soul Lord had tried to distract him, while the Myriad Islands Lord sneaked up behind him. Compared to the Demon Soul Lord, Jian Wushuang felt more murderous intent toward the Myriad Islands Lord. Myriad Islands Lord, the Demon Soul Lord has already died. Now it's your turn. Jian Wushuang's deep and low voice reverberated coldly through the palace. The Myriad Islands Lord's expression froze, but he did not panic, nor was he terrified. Kill me? Only you and this puppet fighter? The Myriad Islands Lord looked disdainful. He turned his palm and soon an object showed up on it. That was a scroll. The Myriad Islands Lord opened it. At the same time, he launched several punches on it to make a few special marks. Soon, the scroll was filled with tremendous power. Whoosh! The activation of the scroll caused an energy shield to coalesce around the Myriad Islands Lord. Formation? Jian Wushuang looked at the energy shield and narrowed his eyes. Little boy, you shouldn't underestimate me. My formation is the best in both camps, so it's not as simple as what you see now. It's a pity that I rushed here and didn't have enough time to prepare, otherwise. The Myriad Islands Lord sneered. Jian Wushuang was quiet. He didn't issue any commands, but the blood puppet flew to the Myriad Islands Lord without any hesitation. Boom! The blood puppet had landed a violent punch on the energy shield, with a power strong enough to kill an advanced lord. Its punch landed on the energy shield surrounding the Myriad Islands Lord and dented it. The shield trembled as it erupted with a great deal of power that caused a strong roar. The energy shield was intact. It had not been smashed, and the Myriad Islands Lord who was inside the shield was not hurt. Jian Wushuang squinted. The lords of both camps were amazed. What a powerful defensive formation! Even the Marquis puppet couldn't break it. No wonder the Myriad Islands Lord's formation is the best in both camps. This defensive formation could save the Myriad Islands Lord. As long as the Myriad Islands Lord has this formation, it is impossible for the swordsman to kill him. Jian Wushuang and his Marquis puppet had easily killed the Demon Soul Lord, who was a superior lord. That had stunned them. Even though the Myriad Islands Lord was not as strong as the Demon Soul Lord, he was regarded as the first master of formation in both camps. it would be more difficult to defeat him. The formation looks good. Jian Wusheng looked at the energy shield around the Myriad Islands Lord. He could tell that the energy shield was very unique, and it could balance the energy by itself. After the attack from the blood puppet, the energy shield had consumed a bit of energy but had soon recovered. If I want to break the energy shield, I have to directly smash it with violent force. The power should only focus on one spot. However, the only person in both camps who is able to do that is the Marquis Lord, Jian Wusheng thought. A real Marquis, an expert above Seven Cloud Realm, had terrifying power and was also an expert of human being. He would be able to exploit the manual and the unique skill. By exploiting the unique skill, consolidating all power into a single point and unleashing that power instantly, one would be able to smash the energy shield. However, even though the blood puppet was a Marquis-level puppet fighter and had Marquis battle strength, it was still only a puppet fighter. He didn't know how to exploit the unique skill, wasn't able to focus all the power to one spot. He also couldn't control the timing of the explosion, so he wouldn't be able to break the energy shield. Swordsman, the Myriad Islands Lord raised his voice. You are only in the Saint Realm, but you have terrifying realm and excellent strength. You are already the best of the intermediate lords. Moreover, your body is also very powerful. The ninth heaven thunderbolt exploded near you, but you didn't really get hurt. Now you show us a Marquis-level puppet fighter. We lords really envy your ability and skills. Upon hearing this, the lords of both camps looked surprised. Jian Wusheng's realm, his super powerful body, and the Marquis-level puppet fighter made them jealous. But Jian Wusheng was only in the Saint Realm. However, we only envy you. After all, you are not a real Marquis expert. You want to kill me, but you won't be able to, the Myriad Islands Lord said with a big laugh. Really? Jian Wusheng looked up and stared at the Myriad Islands Lord coldly. I don't think so. Jian Wusheng took something out of the interspatial ring. It was a gold longbow with a sharp golden arrow. The gold longbow radiated a fierce aura. A bow? Noticing the longbow, the lords were slightly shocked. Jian Wusheng grinned and then threw the gold longbow to the blood puppet. The Dragon King bow. It was one of the opportunities that Jian Wusheng had received in the Marquis Beima cave mansion. He had kept it with him but had never used it. The Dragon King bow was also a first-grade magic weapon and it contained great power. More importantly, the bow was able to focus all the power to one spot and to unleash that power in an instant. Myriad Islands Lord, you sure are confident about the strength of the energy shield. I'd really like to see if my blood puppet can break your tortoise shell with this Dragon King bow. While Jian Wusheng was speaking, the blood puppet was slowly pulling the bowstring of the Dragon King bow. While the blood puppet was only a puppet fighter, and he didn't know any unique skills, he was able to follow Jian Wusheng's order to shoot an arrow. As the bowstring was stretched, a terrifying power gathered at one point. The bowstring emitted a few flashes of dazzling golden light. The Myriad Islands Lord who was being targeted by the Dragon King arrow felt its tremendous power. His eyes narrowed. Chapter 465 Dragon King Arrow, Shoot to Kill. Chapter 465 Dragon King Arrow, Shoot to Kill. This bow is a first-grade magic weapon. Myriad Islands Lord's expression changed slightly. The powerful energy shield around him was his largest trump card. Under normal circumstances, even a Marquis could not crack it unless he used his strongest skill. Myriad Islands Lord had thought that he could not be defeated by Jian Wusheng, who only owned a puppet fighter of Marquis level. A Marquis puppet would not know how to use its strongest skill, so it was impossible for it to break the energy shield. But it would be different if the Marquis puppet fighter was equipped with a first-grade magic weapon. The bow concentrated its strength at its point. As the blood puppet drew the bowstring and the terrible power accumulated, Myriad Islands Lord felt its threat. Inside the palace, lords of the two camps observed the Dragon King bow closely. At the moment, the blood puppet had already drawn the bowstring to about 80% of its full extent. Soon, it stretched to 90%. That was the limit of the blood puppet. The power that had condensed on the Dragon King arrow was astounding. 90%? Jian Wuxuang nodded with satisfaction. The drawing resistance of the Dragon King bow was extremely high. When Jian Wuxuang had just obtained the bow, he had drawn it to 10% with his best efforts. Later, he had found Marquis Baimao's opportunity, which had increased his strength, particularly in the physical aspects. This had enabled him to draw it to a limit of 50%. It was extremely difficult for the blood puppet to draw the bow to 90%. Probably, only actual marquises could hold it at full draw. With the accumulated power reaching its peak, the blood puppet suddenly loosened its tight palm. Chuu. A golden flowing light crossed the sky with a long tail like a comet. Fast. It was too fast. It was so swift that everyone present forgot to dodge. Myriad Island's lord knew that he could not escape from the arrow. He stood still and stared attentively at the Dragon King arrow. Although he had full confidence in the energy shield around him, he felt fearful as the arrow flew toward him. Erring on the side of caution, he operated his spiritual power to build another spiritual power shield around his body. The golden comet dragged its long tail and hit the energy shield around Myriad Island's lord. Boom! The terrible power that had condensed to an extreme density suddenly broke out and swept through the energy shield in a frenzy. Simultaneously, the energy shield tried to resist its advances and released vast amounts of power. Chi! 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 Subtle sounds from the pressure of energies colliding reverberated through the palace. The lords had already fallen silent. Even Black Yuan Lord and others who had been fighting the golden puppet fighters and golden purple puppets stopped to look at them. At the point of impact, the energy shield had been completely dented. At the center of the dent, a sharp light pounded heavily and drilled a tiny hole in the energy shield. The lords narrowed their eyes in surprise. Myriad Island's lord took a deep breath and roared angrily. There was another spiritual power shield formed by his own spiritual power around him. It helped to hold off the golden comet, but was eventually pierced by it. The golden comet encountered great resistance as it pushed toward Myriad Island's lord. After drilling through the two shields, the power of golden comet was exhausted. When it arrived at Myriad Island's lord's chest, its point merely pierced his skin and then stopped. Myriad Island's lord breathed heavily and his whole back was soaked in sweat. He had been really scared when the Dragon King arrow had pierced his shields. Fortunately, the power of the Dragon King arrow had been depleted just as it was going to penetrate his body. Myriad Island's lord felt that he was at the extreme edge of survival. Then he laughed wildly. "Ha ha, swordsman, you can't kill me! You can't kill me!" The broken energy shield began to repair itself at a surprising speed. In a blink of an eye, it was completed repaired, and the Dragon King arrow was pushed out by the energy shield. This energy shield had become intact again. Seeing this, the surrounding lords all sighed. What a pity! It was so close. He nearly killed Myriad Island's lord. Only Myriad Island's lord can survive that arrow. If it were us, we would be dead. Even Black Yuan Lord with his strong body can't resist that arrow. The lords sighed and felt pity for Jian Wuxuang. Swordsman, I said before, you can't kill me. No matter what aces you have, you can't kill me, haha. Myriad Island's lord was still laughing hysterically. Jian Wuxuang was calm as he looked at Myriad Island's lord with a hint of pity in his eyes. Myriad Island's lord, Jian Wuxuang finally said. Myriad Island's lord stopped laughing and looked at Jian Wuxuang with a trace of arrogance. Jian Wuxuang shook his head and sneered. It's too early for you to feel lucky. Well? Myriad Island's lord was puzzled at first, but he suddenly looked down at his chest hurriedly. The arrow had not really hurt him, but it had touched his body and pierced his skin. He looked down to inspect the wound. He was terrified by what he saw. This is... Myriad Island's lord stared at his chest. A patch of white had appeared. The white patch was spreading at an alarming speed and nearly covered his entire chest. Meanwhile, he felt a creepy chill spreading through his body and freezing his consciousness. The patch of white continued to spread and finally covered his entire body. Click, click! As the chill condensed, Myriad Island's lord turned into ice. The wind blew. Whoosh! The ice sculpture shattered. Chapter 466 An Unexpected Accident. Chapter 466 An Unexpected Accident. Myriad Island's lord died. He died with his eyes wide open and a terrified expression on his face. The lords of the two camps were silent, and they looked ambivalent. They had witnessed the events unfold. They were shocked to their core. A living man had become an ice sculpture in a moment, and had shattered into pieces. It made their hair stand on end. They knew that Myriad Island's lord had been poisoned. When Dragon King Arrow pierced his skin, the poison on it had entered his body. But it was too ghastly. Myriad Island's lord and advanced lord had not been able to resist it, and had died a swift and strange death. Even Jian Wushuang, who had used the poisoned arrow, sighed when he saw Myriad Island's lord's death. The icy heart poison is much more frightening than I thought. Jian Wushuang looked at the Dragon King arrow in his hand. There was a hint of white on the point of Dragon King arrow, which was the icy heart poison he had deliberately used. Icy heart poison was the most frightening venom that Jian Wushuang had encountered. When he had helped Ling Rushuang refine the icy heart poison in her body, he had obtained 12 drops of venom. He had applied 1 drop to the Dragon King arrow as a secret weapon. The result was satisfying. While Jian Wushuang was killing Myriad Island's lord with the Dragon King bow and icy heart poison, nobody knew that there was a magnificent hall at the bottom of the cave mansion. Inside it, a skinny elder suddenly raised his head. "Young master's aura! Why does he have it?" The skinny elder narrowed his eyes slightly as if he could see everything in the palace. Then he slowly stretched out his shriveled hand. The void beside the skinny elder tore unexpectedly like a piece of paper, revealing a huge wormhole. The skinny elder's palms stretched out of the wormhole. In the palace, after killing Demon Soul Lord and Myriad Island's lord, Jian Wushuang ordered the blood puppet to quickly pick up their interspatial rings. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the blood puppet back, and then looked around. He found that the lords of the two camps were staring at him with complex expressions on their faces. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and began to say something, but suddenly, an unexpected accident happened. Hum! An immaterial wave came from the void and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. They were stunned by what they saw. The void collapsed without a sign and revealed a huge wormhole. From it, a shriveled hand stretched out and slowly grew larger. Soon, it became so immense that it covered the sky. Space and time froze. The lords were terrified. Simultaneously, they discovered with horror that they had lost their ability to act. Jian Wushuang also could not move at this moment. The hand seized Jian Wushuang as easily as if he were a toy. It then retreated back into the wormhole, which shrunk and disappeared. Calm was restored to the palace. However, the emotions of the lords present were turbulent. When they recovered, they realized that Jian Wushuang had disappeared with the huge hand. In the magnificent hall at the bottom of the cave mansion, the skinny elder slowly stretched his hand and pulled Jian Wushuang into the hall. Then he loosened his grip and threw him on the ground. Jian Wushuang struggled to stand up, still feeling dizzy. He had been in the palace, but he had been unexpectedly grasped by a giant hand and brought to this hall. The hand had suddenly appeared from the void, and seized him with such ease. He had been unable to struggle and resist. Even a marquis would have been unable to that. With mounting horror, Jian Wushuang looked around. He discovered that the palace was nearly identical to the one in which they battled for the interspatial rings. This included similarities in construction structure, size, and even the decorations. The only difference was that at the top of the hall, 2 men sat there instead of puppet fighters. They were both old men. One old man had white hair, a white beard, and an ethereal appearance. The white robe he wore was covered with dust. The other was thin. The thunderbolt mark between his eyebrows stood out. Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at the 2 reclining figures. He could not feel their vitality. It was as though they had been dead for many years. Nevertheless, the thin elder suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes were cold and held ghostly flames. What? Jian Wushuang was greatly taken aback. He still could not feel any vitality from the thin elder. He should be dead, but now. It was him who seized me. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and immediately understood the situation. He bowed to the old man and said, "Respected elder, I am Jian Wushuang." The thin elder's strength was unfathomable. He was definitely an incredible superbeing. In front of him, Jian Wushuang did not dare to use the pseudonym of Swordsman. Jian Wushuang? The skinny elder stared at Jian Wushuang with his cold and strange eyes, but his voice was cordial. I'm Di Jing. Hearing the name, Jian Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. Di Jing? Great demon, Di Jing. Chapter 467 War God Di Jing under the command of Emperor Shao. Chapter 467 War God Di Jing under the command of Emperor Shao. All experts who had adventured in the flaming battlefield had heard of great demon Di Jing. After all, the flaming battlefield originated from him. 1,000 years ago, he had been attacked by 8 marquises and 322 lords on the flaming battlefield. Both sides had perished. The battle was a legend in Divine Land. Now this skinny elder claimed that he was great demon Di Jing? He caught me easily no matter how I struggled. His strength must be beyond that of marquises. A supreme expert like him who appeared on the flaming battlefield. Yes, he must be Di Jing. Jian Wushuang thought quickly. He recalled the legendary battle on the flaming battlefield 1,000 years ago. Di Jing had been assumed dead because he had disappeared, while the 8 marquises and 322 lords had died. However, no one had witnessed great demon Di Jing's death, and his body had never been found. It was absolutely credible that Di Jing was still alive. Reflecting on the skinny elder's astonishing strength, Jian Wushuang was 90% sure that he was Di Jing. Knowing his identity, Jian Wushuang became uneasy. Di Jing had been recognized as the great demon 1,000 years ago because of the frantic slaughter he had wrought. That was why so many experts had launched a collaborative attack on him. As he stood before the great demon, Jian Wushuang was worried that Di Jing might kill him just because he disliked his appearance. Or he might kill him just because he felt like it. If Di Jing wanted to kill him, Jian Wushuang would definitely be unable to resist. Jian Wushuang was on high alert. As though he had read Jian Wushuang's mind, Di Jing rolled his cold, strange eyes and snorted. Rest assured. I'm not going to kill you for the moment. For the moment? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Boy, let me ask you something. You must answer honestly. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I may spare your life. Di Jing said coldly. Please ask. Jian Wushuang calmly replied. He knew that Di Jing had seized him from among the experts in the cave mansion for a specific reason. Boy, where did you get the icy heart poison venom? Di Jing stared at Jian Wushuang. Icy heart poison venom? Jian Wushuang now understood that Di Jing's reasons for seizing him. With this in mind, he replied truthfully. I obtained it by refining part of icy heart poison in someone's body. Refine? Di Jing was a little stunned. You know how to refine icy heart poison? For some special reason, I can refine it, but only a very limited part, Jian Wushuang said. Di Jing continued to ask. What's your relationship with the person with icy heart poison? Well, Jian Wushuang hesitated before answering. We're sort of friends. She had once helped me, and I helped her to detoxify the poison, too. I see. Di Jing nodded and murmured. No wonder I can feel a young master's aura on you. I guess my young master has given you a pledge? A pledge? Jian Wushuang immediately recalled the jade slip which Leng Rushuang had given him. Leng Rushuang mentioned that he could break the jade slip when he was in danger. Young master? Jian Wushuang looked at Di Jing with a strange expression on his face and asked. She's your young master? Yes. Di Jing nodded. A faint smile appeared on his thin and sunken face. Jing continued. Boy, stand closer. Jian Wuxuang frowned and hesitated. Boy, don't be afraid. Since my young master gave you her pledge, she must have a close relationship with you. Naturally, I won't kill you. In any case, if I did want to kill you, I'd be able to do it even if you're 1,000 miles away, Jing said with a smile. Recalling how Jing had seized him, Jian Wuxuang forced a smile. Indeed, with Jing's incredible skills, he could kill him no matter where Jian Wuxuang hid. Jian Wuxuang shook off his hesitation and walked to stand in front of Jing. I haven't talked to anyone for over 1,000 years. Jing sighed. Over 1,000 years? Jian Wuxuang was surprised. Have you stayed in this cave mansion for so long? That's right. Jing nodded and said with a sigh. I have been meditating on Slaughter Dao. 1,000 years ago, something was wrong when I comprehended it. That was why I killed so many innocent people. Without any other options, I had to cultivate it in this cave mansion. I've been here for 1,000 years. Is that so? Jian Wuxuang was shocked. Everyone on the flaming battlefield said that Jing was a great demon who had been addicted to slaughter. 1,000 years ago, he had massacred innumerable innocent people. Other experts had been enraged and had decided to band together to fight against him. No one knew the reason for Jing's crazy slaughter. It's rumored that you died together with those experts who attacked you. Jian Wuxuang laughed. Died together with them? Those bugs? Jing sneered. Though I was affected by Heart Demon, and could only use 1% of my strength, a group of bugs of Cloud Realm couldn't possibly harm me. Jing obviously did not think highly of Cloud Realm experts. Hearing that, Jian Wuxuang was incredulous. Jing is definitely a super expert beyond the Cloud Realm. Probably, he's even stronger than the 10 sovereigns in Divine Land. I wonder whether he's stronger than the 3 ancestors. Jian Wuxuang thought in horror. Since Jing was so powerful, how about Leng Rushuang, the young master of Jing? Jian Wuxuang knew that Leng Rushuang's father was Jing's master. What incredible strength would Jing's master possess? Elder, may I ask who you and your young master are? Jian Wuxuang could not help asking. You want to know? Jing glanced at him and smiled faintly. Listen. I am the 7th war god under the command of Emperor Shao of Tang of the East. Chapter 468 Puppet Master. Chapter 468 Puppet Master. The 7th war god under the command of Emperor Shao of Tang of the East? Jian Wuxuang was astonished. He had heard of Tang of the East. It was a bloodthirsty kingdom on the Nanyang continent, where Jian Wuxuang had adventured for some time. But he had never heard of Emperor Shao of Tang of the East or the war gods. Why, don't you understand? Jing looked at him with great interest. Respected elder, I know the Tang of the East. I've only heard that there is a mysterious monarch, but I've never heard of Emperor Shao or the war gods. Jian Wuxuang frowned and said, The Tang of the East that you know is completely different from the one I mentioned. Jing laughed. The one you know was created by my master. As for the real one, you've never seen it. If you have an opportunity in the future, you'll know the prosperous Tang. Jian Wuxuang was stunned speechless. The Tang of the East on the Nanyang continent was a slaughterous dynasty and country of death. But the Tang of the East mentioned by Jing was a prosperous world? Well, it's useless to explain to you, boy, Jing said with a wave of his hand. Jian Wuxuang stopped speaking as his attention turned to the other figure in the hall. Elder, who is he? Jian Wuxuang looked at the old man with white hair and beard, who had obviously been dead for many years. He was the owner of this cave mansion, Jing said. Owner of the cave mansion? Jian Wuxuang was surprised. I thought it was constructed by you. Of course not, Jing said, curling his lips. I'm going to die. Why would I construct a cave mansion? He is puppet master. He seemed to have been famous in Divine Land. In the information he left, he claimed to be the first puppet maker in Divine Land. First puppet maker in Divine Land? Jian Wuxuang was intrigued. This was extraordinary. Unfortunately, No matter how strong his puppets had been, his own life was limited. When I fought those Cloud Realm experts in the Flaming Mountains, I discovered the cave mansion, so I chose this place to cultivate in seclusion, said Dijing. This hall is the real core of the cave mansion, where he left 4 opportunities for future experts. It shouldn't have been discovered yet. You're lucky that I brought you here. 4 opportunities? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up immediately. Boy, it's too early for you to get excited. The 4 opportunities are accompanied by tests. 3 tests are about making puppets while I guess you're not good at it? Dijing looked at him. As a powerful expert who had stayed in the cave mansion for over 1,000 years, Dijing knew everything in the cave mansion. Jian Wushuang smiled reluctantly. Making puppets? Not good at it? He knew nothing about it. That's just it. Although there are 4 opportunities, you can get 1 at most. Even then, I wonder if you're up to it, Dijing sneered. Boy, come with me. At least there's still an opportunity. Half a loaf is better than no bread, said Jian Wushuang, as he shrugged. He followed Dijing into a secret chamber next to the hall. The test is in the secret chamber, Dijing said as he looked at Jian Wushuang. If you can pass this test, you'll get a good reward. Value the opportunity. Jian Wushuang forced a smile and stepped inside without a second thought. He saw a vacant ground with a towering figure in the center. A puppet fighter? Jian Wushuang was not surprised to see it. Puppet Master had claimed to be the first puppet maker in Divine Land and had constructed this cave mansion, filling it with puppet fighters. It was unsurprising that he would use a puppet fighter in his test. The puppet fighter immediately opened his eyes and looked at Jian Wushuang. The Saint Realm? The puppet fighter asked with a hint of surprise. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said, A puppet fighter with intelligence? There were 2 types of puppet fighters, intelligent ones and non-intelligent ones. They were very different. Puppet fighters with intelligence were as smart as human beings, but they were usually not very strong. Puppet fighters without intelligence were much stronger. For example, Jian Wushuang's blood puppet and other puppet fighters he had met in the inner and outer layer of the cave mansion belonged to this type. Jian Wushuang had once met puppet fighters with intelligence, such as Jin Ling and Mu Shan in the Ancestors' Land. Human warrior, you're just a Saint Realm expert, so I'll restrain my battle strength to the Saint Realm level. As long as you defeat me, you can get the opportunity my master left in this secret chamber, the blonde puppet fighter in blue robes said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Are you ready? The blonde puppet stared at Jian Wushuang. As soon as he finished his words, he paused a second and then rushed forward. The blonde puppet bounced forward like a bomb. Simultaneously, a giant axe appeared in his hand. He swung it violently at Jian Wushuang as he made his approach. The giant axe cut the air with immense power and left a bright edge in the void. Nice axe skill. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He knew that puppet fighters with intelligence could use manual skills, unlike puppets that could only use physical strength. Jian Wushuang started to counterattack. He swept his sword up and blocked the axe shadow heading toward him. Clang! After the fierce collision, the blonde puppet continued to swing the giant axe in a flurry of attacks that oppressed Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang lifted his sword to resist as he thought in surprise. This puppet fighter's power is indeed of the Saint Realm level. However, his axe skill is extremely delicate. He's barely comparable to a novice lord. It was the test of Puppet Master. It would be impossible for a Saint Realm expert to defeat a puppet fighter of novice lord level. However, it was not difficult for Jian Wushuang, as he could easily fight against 2 intermediate lords at the same time. Jian Wushuang quickly started to attack. Chapter 469 Six-Story Pagoda. Chapter 469 Six-Story Pagoda. Swoosh! Bright sword light flashed like lightning and penetrated the void. The sword movement Jian Wushuang used was desperation. He used his force to violently break the blonde puppet's axe movements and knock him backwards. The blonde puppet regained his footing. There was a white mark on his body left by Jian Wushuang's sword. If he had been an ordinary lord, he would have been dead. You won. He looked at Jian Wushuang and threw a black, flowing light to him. He said, "This is your reward for passing the test." Jian Wushuang caught it. As he inspected it, a strange expression flashed on his face. The black, flowing light turned out to be a mini black pagoda with 6 stories, each of the same height. A pagoda? Jian Wushuang left the secret chamber. Doubts churned in his mind as he returned to the palace to meet Di Jing. Not bad, boy. Di Jing smiled faintly. Respected elder, is this pagoda the good thing you mentioned? Jian Wushuang asked skeptically. Boy, don't be too greedy, Di Jing said as he looked at him. It's called 6-story pagoda. It's definitely a good thing in divine land and it's useful to you. 6-story pagoda? Jian Wushuang whispered. Try to bind to it, Di Jing said. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang used his blood to bind to it. He met no resistance from the black pagoda at all and finished the process quickly. Well? Jian Wushuang realized the difference after binding to it. He could clearly sense a restriction on the first story of the pagoda. It was very complex and enigmatic. At first glance, Jian Wushuang could feel it but not understand it. What a mysterious restriction! Jian Wushuang sighed. Di Jing said, Boy, there is a restriction on each story of the pagoda. They were all slaughter restrictions. You've meditated on the slaughter origin, right? Di Jing looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. He mainly meditated on 2 types of origin, world origin and slaughter origin. In the past, his comprehension of slaughter origin had been higher than that of world origin. After adventuring in Marquis Baima Cave Mansion, his comprehension of world origin had vastly improved. He had formed 4 world origin marks and only 1 slaughter origin mark. That's it, Di Jing responded with a smile and said, The 6 restrictions are extremely profound and each contains 999 slaughter occults. Since you've meditated on slaughter origin, you can also meditate on these slaughter occults. The reference of the slaughter occults will greatly improve your speed in comprehending it. When you comprehend all 999 slaughter occults, you can unriddle the first restriction. Then, it'd mean that you've really entered the slaughter Tao. Jian Wushuang was stunned, but exhilaration soon took over. He turned to sense the first restriction in the pagoda and felt the existence of many slaughter occults. Most of them were new to Jian Wushuang. No wonder you said that the 6-story pagoda is useful to me. It's such a great opportunity for me, Jian Wushuang said in gratitude. The first restriction was obviously a shortcut to the slaughter Tao. Tao. Beyond the origin was Tao. When comprehension of the origin reached the peak, the origin would naturally transfer into Tao. For example, slaughter origin would transfer into slaughter Tao when his comprehension reached an extremely high level. Tao was much more powerful than origin. That was why many experts and marquises would fight tooth and nail for the Tao weapon. Tao weapon was involved with Tao. However, Tao was too enigmatic. Even though the Marquis experts were strong, they were not qualified to have access to Tao. In Divine Land, only 10 sovereigns and 3 ancestors had entered the level of Tao. How extraordinary the 6-story pagoda was, that its first restriction alone could enable Jian Wushuang to enter the slaughter Tao. Boy, you've won this advantage. Now I'll send you away, Di Jing said. Thank you, respected elder, said Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he bowed to the puppet master. Di Jing raised his eyebrows. He waved his hand and a huge wormhole immediately appeared in the void in the hall. Di Jing's ease at creating such a huge wormhole shocked Jian Wushuang. The latter revised his estimation of Di Jing's strength. Go in, Di Jing said. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang stepped into the wormhole and soon disappeared. After he had left, someone walked slowly out of the secret chamber. It was the blonde puppet who had fought with Jian Wushuang. He came to Di Jing in the hall and asked, Sir, may I ask why you said your 6-story pagoda was my master's 4th test? The blonde puppet was confused. Puppet Master, the owner of the cave mansion, had only set 3 tests, which were about making puppets. The opportunities after passing the tests were also about making puppets. The fourth test had actually been set by Di Jing just now. His purpose was obvious, that was, to give the 6-story pagoda to Jian Wushuang. Di Jing remained silent while he thought to himself. Young master is indifferent and doesn't trust others easily. Even I'm not qualified to get her pledge, but she gave him one. What's more, he can refine young master's icy heart poison. It's so incredible. He's of great use to young master, but he is too weak now. Di Jing had given the 6-story pagoda to Jian Wushuang to help him improve his strength as quickly as possible. He had concealed the truth about the 6-story pagoda's ownership because of his identity. It would be better to keep Jian Wushuang in the dark. Chapter 470 Disaster. Chapter 470 Disaster. Numerous lords from both sides had gathered in the palace. Now they fled in terror. Run! Run! A forlorn voice reverberated through the palace. The lords escaped in a panic, in all directions. A red-haired middle-aged man who radiated a mighty aura was in the midst of a frenzied slaughter. He was the puppet fighter, who had sat on a throne at the front of the palace. He had kept to the sidelines until the gold-armored puppets and 4 gold-and-purple puppets had lost the ground. Now, he erupted into action with overwhelming strength and killed many lords from the 2 camps. Even superior lords, such as Black Yuan Lord, were frightened of him. The red-haired middle-aged man was a terrifying marquis puppet. Let's go! Hurry up! Black Yuan Lord growled with a cold look. Behind him, many lords from Marquis Piaoxue camp were escaping swiftly. Thoughts of the marquis puppets in spatial ring were banished from their minds. At this moment, an immaterial wave suddenly appeared in the surrounding area. A huge wormhole materialized and a figure slowly stepped out of it. Swordsman? Black Yuan Lord recognized him. Black Yuan Lord, what happened? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Jian Wushuang took in the situation. A red-haired middle-aged man stood in front of an advanced lord from the hostile camp. He casually slapped the lord, and the latter's head shattered. Oh! Jian Wushuang was terrified. How terrifying the puppet fighter is! He is much stronger than my blood puppet. With 10 blood gems, blood puppet could unleash its full strength, which was comparable to the battle strength of marquis level. However, as a marquis puppet, blood puppet was weaker than the red-haired middle-aged man. Blood puppet's power could not hold a candle to the puppet fighter. Puppet master placed such a powerful puppet fighter in this palace? Jian Wushuang sighed to himself. Swordsman, run! Be quick! Iron Saber Lord shouted. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. He ran out of the palace with Black Yuan Lord and his other comrades. They continued to move toward the outer layer. Eventually, they arrived at the outer layer. They were able to take a brief respite and calm themselves. The puppet fighter is terrifying. He's so powerful that even a marquis can't fight him. Iron Saber Lord sighed. What happened to this puppet fighter? When we were fighting the 4 golden purple puppets, he did not move. But when we defeated them, he began to attack us. Loftiness Lord said with a frown. Who knows? I guess the master of the cave mansion planned this. Silver Wing Lord curled his lips. Shut up! Black Yuan Lord shouted frostily as he looked at the other lords. Originally, Marquis Piaoxue camp had more than 50 lords in the palace. When the puppet fighter attacked, those lords had scattered and only a dozen lords had escaped. No one knew what had happened to the other lords. Jian Wushuang and his other comrades waited in the outer layer for half a day. Other lords trickled out of the inner layer in succession. More than 30 lords from their camp had survived. I've asked Spirit Lord to tell these lords to leave immediately. Half a day is long enough to escape, so those who haven't emerged must have died in there. Black Yuan Lord said, eyes narrowed. The other lords were filled with grief. It was a disaster for both camps to be attacked by the puppet fighter. Numerous lords had died in his hands. What a tragedy! Iron Saber Lord sighed as he shook his head. Lords were rare and now they had lost dozens. Our camp has suffered a great loss, but Marquis Sangyue Camp did not fare better. Black Yuan Lord looked toward the lords from Marquis Sangyue Camp, who had gathered next to them. Less than 30 lords from Marquis Sangyue Camp had gathered in the outer layer. It was clear that they had suffered heavy losses. Compared to their camp, we were lucky. After all, we gained much in the inner layer. We received a Dao weapon and grabbed 4 interspatial rings from the golden purple puppets. Each ring must hold numerous treasures. Black Yuan Lord smiled. Of course, it's all thanks to you, Swordsman. If you had not killed Demon Soul Lord and Myriad Islands Lord, we would not have obtained the 4 interspatial rings. Black Yuan Lord looked at Jian Wushuang. Demon Soul Lord and Myriad Islands Lord had led the lords from Marquis Sangyue Camp in battle, but they had been killed by Jian Wushuang. Without leaders, those lords had been ineffective in their fight against Marquis Piaoxue Camp. Right, Swordsman, you were taken away by someone, but then you returned suddenly. What on earth happened? Black Yuan Lord asked. The other lords from Marquis Piaoxue Camp looked at Jian Wushuang in curiosity. They wondered where he had gone and what he had encountered after he had been unceremoniously grabbed by the giant hand. Jian Wushuang was prepared for this question. He raised his eyebrows and answered, I don't know what happened. I just know that an expert grabbed me and asked me for a drop of venom that I used to kill Myriad Islands Lord. Then he let me go. Chapter 471 The New Lord Arrives. Chapter 471 The New Lord Arrives. Jian Wushuang would not tell them that he met Di Jing at the bottom of the cave mansion. If the news was spread that great demon Di Jing was still alive, it would cause a sensation in the entire flaming battlefield, or even the entire divine land. That's it. Black Yuan Lord frowned. Although he doubted it a little, he did not ask anything further. Then they left the cave mansion. Since the powerful Marquis puppet had prevented them from searching for treasures, they had to leave. The exploration of the cave mansion had to stop for now. As for the other secrets in the cave mansion, they would have to wait for the 2 camps' marquises to explore personally. In the huge campsite outside of the cave mansion, the lords from the Marquis Piaoxue camp did not rush to leave. Even though their camp had lost many lords in this action, they had still gained a lot, a Dao weapon and 4 interspatial rings. The surviving lords could receive corresponding battle achievements according to their contributions. With the help of Jian Wushuang's realm technique, Loftiness Lord had been able to resist until Black Yuan Lord came, and then gave the Dao weapon to him. In the fight for the 4 interspatial rings, as Jian Wushuang killed Demon Soul Lord and Myriad Islands Lord, the Marquis Piaoxue camp had been able to obtain the 4 rings. Jian Wushuang had contributed the most, so he would receive amazing battle achievements. 120,000 battle achievements. A flicker of excitement flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. It was known that the price for entering Beima Cave Mansion was 100,000 battle achievements. And he had now obtained an abundance of battle achievements, which could be exchanged for a large number of treasures. Spirit Lord stood in front of Jian Wushuang and said politely, Swordsman, those battle achievements can also be used outside the treasure vault. If you need a treasure that isn't in our vault, our camp will try to help you get it, as long as you pay enough battle achievements. He had heard about Jian Wushuang's amazing battle results in Puppet Master Cave Mansion. Oh? Jian Wushuang nodded inwardly. That's right. And there is another thing I need to discuss with you. Spirit Lord looked at Jian Wushuang and said seriously, You know, we've lost many lords in this action, and many of them were in charge of territories. Now they are dead, so those territories, of course, need new lords. Spirit Lord, you want me to take charge of a territory? Jian Wushuang asked in an odd tone. Yes. Spirit Lord nodded with a smile. Normally, if you have the strength of a novice lord, you're qualified to take charge of a territory. Now you have proved that you're strong enough to handle a territory. What's more, with such strength, you won't want to continue traveling in the flaming battlefield, will you? Jian Wushuang did not know how to react. Generally, Saint Realm experts would travel in the flaming battlefield, aside from any special cases. For example, if a new cave mansion emerged, the lords would turn up. Although Jian Wushuang was a Saint Realm expert, he was a bit stronger than an ordinary intermediate lord. It would be inappropriate for him to travel around the flaming battlefield. Moreover, he had lost interest in fighting in the flaming battlefield. In that case, I'd like to accept your suggestion, Jian Wuxuang replied. I have a list of territories for you. Take a look and choose one as you like. Spirit Lord gave the list to Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang started reading it. After a while, he made his decision. This one, Jian Wuxuang said while pointing at the name of a territory. Blood Sword Territory? Spirit Lord said with a smile. Then I'll arrange it for you. 3 days later, Jian Wuxuang went to Blood Sword Territory with the Lord. Blood Sword Territory was larger than Iron Saber Territory, and its previous owner was a novice lord. During this trip to Puppet Master Cave Mansion, that lord had no opportunity to enter the palace, and was killed while fighting for treasures in the inner layer. Blood Sword Territory needed a new lord, so Jian Wuxuang had come. Swordsman, that is Lord Mansion of Blood Sword Territory, a purple-clothed lady, Misty Heart Lord, said with a faint smile. I have sent a message and had those generals wait for you. Jian Wuxuang nodded slightly. Let's go down. Jian Wuxuang and Misty Heart Lord flew toward Lord Mansion. Like Iron Saber Territory, Blood Sword Territory had an army called the Blood Sword Army, which had 20 generals in it. Those generals held the same ranks as commanders of Iron Saber Territory. Normally, Saint Realm experts at Stage 2 held the post, and a few of the generals were experts at Stage 3. Now, those generals were quietly waiting there. The new lord will arrive today, right? I wonder which lord will come. No matter who comes, he has to be an expert at the Cloud Realm, far superior to us. The generals were discussing it in secret. They had received the news that their lord had died, and the Marquis Piaoxue camp sent a new lord to take charge of their territory. At this moment, 2 figures slowly descended from the sky and appeared in Lord Mansion. The generals raised their heads and looked at the 2 figures. That's Misty Heart Lord. But who is the other guy? Misty Heart Lord has her own territory and can't take charge of our territory, so is our lord the one beside her? He is the new lord? Those generals immediately frowned. Lords were almost always Cloud Realm experts, who were more powerful than those generals. Therefore, as long as their new lord was a Cloud Realm expert, or even just a novice lord, they would be obedient to him. However, the black-robed young man with a long sword on his back was just a Saint Realm expert. Chapter 472 Blood Sword Lord. Chapter 472 Blood Sword Lord. Gentlemen. Misty Heart Lord looked at the generals and spoke. This is your new lord, Swordsman. On hearing this, the generals all had an odd expression. He is really the new lord. You let a Saint Realm expert be our lord? Swordsman? I have just come back from the flaming battlefield. I've heard of him. He killed a heaven-defying level expert Danghua. Though he is powerful with amazing skills, he is just a Saint Realm expert. I heard that several days ago, 2 camps lost numerous lords in the exploration of the cave mansion. Doesn't our camp have any other lords? So they perfunctorily sent a Saint Realm expert here? The generals were discontented with the new lord. They only knew about their new lord's previous battle results of killing Danghua, so they were surely dissatisfied with him. If they had witnessed their new lord's performance in the Puppet Master Cave Mansion, they would have changed their opinions. However, now they all thought that a heaven-defying level expert was not qualified to be a lord. Jian Wuxuang and Misty Heart Lord knew what they were thinking from their facial expressions. Misty Heart Lord smiled while looking at Jian Wuxuang. The young man remained silent, but emanated overwhelming killing intent. Then a blood river directly swept out. Road to the underworld, hundredfold realm, and blood-fire domain were pulled together and surged forward. Suppressed by his powerful realm, those generals instantly fell down one by one. They tried to resist, but they could not stand up. They were all terrified. Swordsman, this is your realm technique? It's amazing! Misty Heart Lord acclaimed. Jian Wuxuang gave a faint smile. If he exerted his full strength, his realm technique could suppress 30% of the strength of an advanced lord. It was no wonder that these experts at stage 2 or 3 were not even able to struggle for a second under his attack. Jian Wushuang slowly stretched out his hand and pointed to the generals who were kneeling in the blood river. Just then, an immaterial wave spread out around them. Suddenly, those generals turned pale and felt as if they were suffering from qi deviation. "I pay my respects to my lord! I pay my respects to my lord!" All the generals shouted out in terror. The suppression was terrifying indeed. Facing such realm suppression, the generals were unable to resist, which meant their new lord's strength was far superior to a Saint Realm expert's. Even their previous lord did not have such strength. They immediately realized that the young man's battle strength might be superior to an ordinary lord. Therefore, they submitted to him. Jian Wushuang nodded and waved his hand. Then the mighty blood river dissipated and the generals all became relieved. "Stand up," Jian Wushuang said indifferently. All the generals stood up and looked in awe at Jian Wushuang. His methods had thoroughly subdued them. "Fools!" Misty Heart Lord, who had been watching all of this, said with a smile. "Because our camp has appointed Swordsman as your lord, we must have acknowledged his strength. Our camp has affirmed that he is qualified to be a lord, so why did you have any doubts?" On hearing this, all the generals could not help lowering their heads. "Fine." Misty Heart Lord shook her head and looked at Jian Wushuang. "Swordsman, no. I should call you Blood Sword Lord. From now on, you're in charge of the Blood Sword territory. Since I've finished my job, I shall leave now." "Thanks, Misty Heart Lord," Jian Wushuang said while cupping his fist. Soon afterward, Misty Heart Lord left. Jian Wushuang looked at the group of generals, pointed to the most powerful one, and asked, "What's your name?" "Lord, I'm Binghua," the man replied immediately. "Okay, aside from you, the rest of the people can go." Jian Wushuang waved his hands. The other generals bowed and left. "I've just arrived here, so I am not clear about the business of the Blood Sword territory. Tell me about it," Jian Wushuang said while staring at Binghua. "Okay." Binghua nodded. The whole setup in the Blood Sword territory was similar to that in the Iron Saber territory, and there were many families there. Usually, nothing special happened there. Therefore, Blood Sword Lord and the Blood Sword army had a lot of free time. "Lord, only the Dragon Blood Gem Mine needs your attention in our territory," Binghua said. "The Dragon Blood Gem Mine?" Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised. He knew that the Dragon Blood Gem was a high-level gem, which was used for refining magic weapons. A complete Dragon Blood Gem Mine was valuable enough to attract the attention of ordinary lords. Binghua began to explain the reason why. "Lord, a year ago, we found a Dragon Blood Gem Mine in our territory and took it, but Magic Flame Lord heard about it. Magic Flame Lord is an intermediate lord, who acts in a tyrannical manner. He thought he was powerful, so he wanted to step in. Our previous lord was a novice and unable to fight against him, so he could only compromise. During this year, our Blood Sword territory and the Magic Flame territory have shared the Dragon Blood Gems 50-50. On hearing this, Jian Wushuang wore an odd expression. "We found a Blood Gem Mine in our territory and instantly took it, but the Magic Flame territory suddenly stepped in and grabbed 50% of the gems. This is..." Jian Wushuang shook his head, but he understood. In this world, those who had power were respected. If he had not shown his strength to shock the generals, they would not have submitted to him. Chapter 473 The Dragon Blood Gem Mine. Chapter 473 The Dragon Blood Gem Mine. Magic Flame Lord is domineering. As we're part of the same camp and the Dragon Blood Gem Mine is in our territory, he agreed to share the gems with us 50-50. However, I heard that because our previous lord has died, Magic Flame Lord intended to hog all of it. Though you are our lord, I'm afraid Magic Flame Lord would not pay you any mind," Binghua said in a solemn tone. "Oh, really?" Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He had read the information on Magic Flame Lord and knew about his character. "Binghua," Jian Wushuang said while looking at him. Let's go visit Magic Flame Lord. Visit Magic Flame Lord? Now? Bing Hua was surprised. Yep, right now, Jian Wushuang replied with a faint smile. Soon after that, they set out. The Magic Flame territory was next to the Blood Sword territory, so they had contact with each other. One day later, Jian Wushuang arrived at the Lord Mansion in the Magic Flame territory. Please tell your lord that Blood Sword Lord pays him a visit, Bing Hua said to a guard of the Lord Mansion. Blood Sword Lord? The guard glanced at Jian Wushuang and sneered. A Saint Realm expert dares to call himself Lord? Piss off. Bing Hua's face fell. But Jian Wushuang wore an indifferent expression as he slowly opened his mouth. Magic Flame Lord! Jian Wushuang cried out. His voice seemed to be full of magic, reverberating through the entire mansion and lasting for a long time. A peevish, glum elder had been absorbed in a manual, when suddenly he heard the voice, narrowed his eyes, and raised his head. When he stepped out and appeared in the sky above the mansion, he immediately saw Jian Wushuang with his hands behind his back. He is... Magic Flame Lord was shocked and a little bit angry. He had not participated in the exploration of the Puppet Master Cave Mansion, but he knew what had happened there. He knew many experts died and an expert named Swordsman rose in the fight. Swordsman was only a Saint Realm expert, but he had overwhelming strength, which could terrify intermediate lords. In the fight for the 4 interspatial rings, Swordsman killed Demon Soul Lord and Myriad Islands Lord by using some techniques. Demon Soul Lord was a superior lord. Although Myriad Islands Lord was just an advanced lord, he was the top master of formations and was not weaker than a superior lord. However, they had all been killed by Swordsman. Moreover, Swordsman had a puppet fighter at the Marquis level. Therefore, Swordsman had already become famous among the two camps. Sir, are you Swordsman? Magic Flame Lord went over and said with a smile as well as a hint of modesty. Sir? Bing Hua was a bit surprised, as Magic Flame Lord treated Swordsman respectfully. Magic Flame Lord, your guard didn't let me in and was even unwilling to send a message for me, so I had to shout. Please excuse me, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. On hearing this, Magic Flame Lord's face fell. He looked toward his guards. The guard who had refused Deng Hua's request was terrified, dripping with cold sweat. Idiot, come and apologize to Sir Swordsman. Magic Flame Lord scolded him. The guard immediately kneeled down and offered his apology. Don't worry about it. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Then he looked at Magic Flame Lord and said, Magic Flame Lord, I've just taken up the post of Blood Sword Lord, so I came to pay you a visit. Blood Sword Lord? Magic Flame Lord was a bit shocked, but he immediately realized why Jian Wushuang had come here. Sir, no. Blood Sword Lord, let's go down and have a chat. Magic Flame Lord said. Fine. Jian Wushuang nodded and then gave an order to Bing Hua. Stay here. Okay. Bing Hua nodded respectfully. Jian Wushuang and Magic Flame Lord then left. Bing Hua stood in the void with an odd look on his face. What happened? Why did I feel that Magic Flame Lord was in awe of our Lord? Right, he must have been in awe of him. Otherwise, he would not have treated our Lord so politely. Not long after, Jian Wushuang walked out of the Lord Mansion, while Magic Flame Lord personally saw him out. Bing Hua, let's go, Jian Wushuang said. Then they left for the Blood Sword territory. Magic Flame Lord finally felt relieved. On the way back to the Blood Sword territory, Bing Hua asked in curiosity. Lord, what did you say to Magic Flame Lord? Nothing. We were just having a courteous talk, and I casually mentioned the Dragon Blood Gem Mine, Jian Wushuang said. Casually mentioned? Bing Hua frowned. Right, that was enough, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Don't worry, Magic Flame Lord is not stupid. He should know what to do. On hearing this, Bing Hua did not ask anything further. Soon after they came back, Bing Hua received the news that the people from the Magic Flame territory had withdrawn from the Dragon Blood Gem Mine, and clearly indicated that they would not step foot in the mine again. Bing Hua was stunned. In his mind, Magic Flame Lord was extremely domineering. When did he become so kind? Binghua did not know that Magic Flame Lord was just overbearing toward the weak, like the previous Blood Sword Lord, who was a novice lord. But when it came to Jian Wushuang, things were different. Even an advanced lord or a superior lord would treat Jian Wushuang politely. Magic Flame Lord was just an intermediate lord, so he did not dare to act in a domineering manner. He even worried that he might piss off Jian Wushuang and get killed by him. The Dragon Blood Gem Mine and even the Blood Sword territory calmed down. Jian Wushuang had solidified his position. The 5th day after they returned, the Marquis Piaoxue camp sent something to him. Finally, Jian Wushuang thought with a hint of expectation. The thing that the courier had sent here cost Jian Wushuang 80,000 battle achievements. Chapter 474 The World Scroll. Chapter 474 The World Scroll. Mr. Swordsman, here you are. The courier gave an interspatial ring to Jian Wushuang. Thanks, Jian Wushuang said, and then let him leave. Binghua. Jian Wushuang gave him a glance. Lord, Binghua replied respectfully. Ever since Jian Wushuang visited the Magic Flame territory and made Magic Flame Lord relinquish the Dragon Blood Gem Mine, all the generals had become obedient to Jian Wushuang. I need to do a closed-door meditation. Don't interrupt me unless it's something very important, ordered Jian Wushuang. Okay. Binghua nodded respectfully. Soon after, Jian Wushuang arrived at a secret chamber in the Lord Mansion. He sat with his legs crossed and turned his hand over, where a scroll then appeared. World Scroll! Jian Wushuang looked at the scroll with a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. He had exchanged 80,000 battle achievements for it in the treasure vault of the Marquis Piaoxue camp. There were numerous treasures in the treasure vault. Some treasures were very helpful for experts to comprehend the origin, like the World Scroll, which was considered the most valuable among the treasures related to the comprehension of the world origin. Jian Wushuang was able to afford a treasure valued at 80,000 battle achievements because he had contributed the most in the Puppet Master Cave Mansion and received 120,000 battle achievements. He opened the World Scroll and then started studying it. Meditating for a while, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes with a smile on his face. This scroll contains the whole world indeed, Jian Wushuang said. The World Scroll was similar to the cottage world that he had encountered in the Baima Cave Mansion, but more delicate than the latter. An expert could only meditate on the cottage world once, and his talent determined how long he could meditate on it. However, an expert could meditate on the World Scroll at any time. It's a pity that I could only meditate on the cottage world once, but now, this World Scroll is more exquisite than the cottage world. Moreover, I can meditate whenever I want. There's no time limit. Jian Wushuang nodded with satisfaction. The World Scroll was very useful to him. He took a deep breath and moved his mind. Then a blood-red figure appeared beside him. The figure wore a scarlet robe and a wicked scarlet mask. He was Jian Wushuang's slaughtered doppelganger. In the Nanyang continent, Jian Wushuang's slaughtered doppelganger had gotten killed once. Soon after that, his slaughtered doppelganger formed again, but he rarely used it. Now, his slaughtered doppelganger could help him a lot. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and gave slaughtered doppelganger the 6-story pagoda that he obtained from the Puppet Master Cave Mansion. The 6-story pagoda contained 6 slaughter restrictions. The first restriction held 999 types of slaughter occult, which were a shortcut to the slaughter Tao. The 6-story pagoda was precious to a warrior who was meditating on the slaughter origin. The World Scroll was only designed for comprehension of the world origin. From now on, I will focus on meditating on the World Scroll and world origin, and my slaughter doppelganger has started meditating on the first restriction and slaughter occult, Jian Wushuang thought. His true self and his doppelganger worked separately. And with the help of 2 treasures, he was yielding double the results. As he stayed in his secret room, quietly perceiving through meditation, time passed by. In the Marquis Piaoxue campsite, Spirit Lord stood respectfully on the top of a huge pagoda. In front of him, a young man in a long silver robe casually sat on the step, supporting his forehead with his hand. Spirit Lord. The young man spoke in a warm voice. Marquis. Spirit Lord looked at the young man. The young man was Marquis Piaoxue, one of the 72 marquises in the Divine Land. 100 years have passed. Sword Suppression Valley will open again. Su Ming has sent invitations and invited many sword principle experts to take part in this meeting. As one of the 72 marquises, I also received the invitation. Master Su Ming asked me to recommend 3 experts, but it's not easy to find 3 sword principle experts, Marquis Piaoxue said in a low voice. Sword Suppression Valley? Master Su Ming? Spirit Lord raised his eyebrows. He had high status and knew a lot, so he knew about Sword Suppression Valley. Marquis, Master Su Ming asked you to choose 3 sword principle experts, so the 3 experts should not be too mediocre, or Sir Su Ming will get angry, Spirit Lord said. You're right. Marquis Piaoxue spread out his hands. Our camp has lots of experts, but as for those who are qualified to go to Sword Suppression Valley, I thought for a good while and can only assign 2 experts. One is Han Jian Lord. He has awakened his sword soul, so he's qualified for it. The other is Tianming Lord. Though he hasn't awakened his sword soul, he is remarkable in sword principle and adept at varied first-grade sword techniques. He even created a powerful sword skill. Those 2 lords are excellent. As for the third one, I've thought of several experts, but I feel that none of them are strong enough to go to Sword Suppression Valley. On hearing this, Spirit Lord said with a smile, Marquis, if the last expert has not been determined, I can recommend one. Who? Marquis Piaoxue looked at him. Blood Sword Lord Swordsman. Spirit Lord said with a smile. Swordsman? Marquis Piaoxue was a bit surprised. Last time, you talked about the fight in the cave mansion of the inner area and seemed to mention Swordsman. I remember you spoke highly of him. Yes. Spirit Lord nodded. He is amazing. Though he is a Saint Realm expert, his battle strength is superior to many intermediate lords. More importantly, he is proficient in sword principle and has awakened the double first-grade sword soul. Chapter 475 The Heart-Killing Sword. Chapter 475 The Heart-Killing Sword. Double first-grade sword souls? Marquis Piaoxue's eyes lit up. In Sword Suppression Valley, they all pay more attention to those with a gift for sword principle instead of strength. In the past, most of the attendees were lords, but sometimes Saint Realm experts took part in it. Swordsman has awakened double first-grade sword souls, which means he is powerful enough to go to the sword principle meeting. Haha. Okay, the last expert has been determined, Swordsman. Spirit Lord, go and tell him right now. Yes, my Marquis. Spirit Lord responded and then left. In the secret chamber of the Lord Mansion in the Blood Sword territory, Jian Wushuang and his slaughtered doppelganger were sitting cross-legged and absorbed in meditation. He had been meditating for 3 months. Just at that moment, a surge of overwhelming slaughter origin was flowing in slaughtered doppelganger, condensing a new mark of slaughter origin on his arm. Now his slaughtered doppelganger had 5 marks of slaughter origin. Jian Wushuang could not help sighing about it. The 6-story pagoda's slaughter restriction is amazing. With the help of the slaughter restriction, slaughter doppelganger comprehended the slaughter origin faster, and condensed the 5th slaughter origin mark within 3 months. At the same time, my true self condensed the 5th world origin mark by using the world scroll. Jian Wushuang and slaughter doppelganger condensed 5 origin marks each. Now he had 10 marks total. Jian Wushuang had condensed 4 world origin marks and 1 slaughter origin mark. 3 months later, the total slaughter origin marks was equal to that of the world origin marks. It was all due to the 6-story pagoda. As treasures that were helpful in the comprehension of the origin, the 6-story pagoda was more wonderful than the world scroll. The 6-story pagoda had 6 restrictions, but he was only able to decode the first restriction. 5 world origin marks and 5 slaughter origin marks. Although 2 types of marks can't release power at the same time, my strength has greatly improved from 3 months ago. Jian Wushuang thought with a faint smile. Just at that moment, Lord Binghua called from outside the secret chamber. Jian Wushuang used his mind, then his slaughtered doppelganger instantly merged into his true self and 5 marks were seen on each arm. Afterward, he stood up, walked toward the door, and opened it to find Binghua respectfully waiting outside. My lord, Spirit Lord came and said he has an urgent matter for you, Binghua said. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then went toward the main hall. Spirit Lord, Jian Wushuang said upon seeing his guest. Haha, Swordsman. Spirit Lord greeted the young man warmly. They each sat beside a long narrow table. Then maids came to serve them some good wine and delicious cuisine. Spirit Lord, because you've come here personally, I wonder what has happened. Jian Wushuang was quite curious. Spirit Lord had a high status. If it was regarding an ordinary matter, Spirit Lord could ask an underling to send a message to him. But seeing that Spirit Lord had come personally, it had to be a great matter. I need to tell you something, Spirit Lord said. Swordsman, have you heard about Sword Suppression Valley? Spirit Lord asked. Sword Suppression Valley? Jian Wushuang shook his head. Since he was a newcomer, there were many things that he knew little about in the Divine Land. Swordsman, have you heard of the Sword Ancestor? Spirit Lord asked again. Jian Wushuang was a bit surprised and subconsciously held his cup of wine tightly. I've not only heard about him, but actually, I'm the descendant of the Sword Ancestor. Jian Wushuang did not know why Spirit Lord had suddenly mentioned the Sword Ancestor, so he just tried to appear calm. I've heard some news about the Sword Ancestor, and I only know that he was a super expert in the Divine Land, Jian Wushuang said with a casual smile. Yep, you're right. The Sword Ancestor was a real super expert. Spirit Lord sighed. Now, the 3 ancestors are known as the supreme experts in the vast Divine Land, but thousands of years ago, there were 4 ancestors. The Sword Ancestor was one of the 4 ancestors. The reason for his death is still unknown. After he died, the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor declined and soon disappeared from the Divine Land. Then, what's the relationship between Sword Suppression Valley and the Sword Ancestor? Jian Wushuang held his cup of wine and sipped it with a look of indifference. Spirit Lord continued. The Sword Ancestor was known as the ancestor of the Sword Principle. It's said that he had awakened 6 first-grade sword souls and was the first Sword Principle expert in the Divine Land. He had a marvelous magic weapon, the heart-killing sword. The heart-killing sword? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He knew the best sword skill that the Sword Ancestor had created was called the heart-killing sword technique. He had kept all its 9 moves in mind, but he was only able to display the second move. But he had never heard of the heart-killing sword. The heart-killing sword is the first magic weapon of the Sword Principle. It's so powerful that it could easily kill a marquis just by using its own sword essence. Ever since the Sword Ancestor died, his corpse and treasures have become a mystery. No one knows where they are. He only left the heart-killing sword in Sword Suppression Valley, and his personal disciple, Su Ming, has been guarding there. Spirit Lord said. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Su Ming? The Sword Ancestor's personal disciple? Jian Wushuang asked as he looked at Spirit Lord. Right. Spirit Lord nodded with a smile. Thousands of years ago, Sword Ancestor traveled around the Divine Land and no one was able to match him. Su Ming was one of his personal disciples and also the most excellent one. Now Master Su Ming is one of the 9 sovereigns in the Divine Land. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang was no longer able to remain calm. Chapter 476 A Trip to Sword Suppression Valley. Chapter 476 A Trip to Sword Suppression Valley. Su Ming is one of the 9 sovereigns and a personal disciple of the Sword Ancestor? After the Sword Ancestor died, the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor collapsed. Countless experts, including the Sword Ancestor's personal disciples and 7 Sword Emperors, were killed. If Su Ming really is the Sword Ancestor's personal disciple, how can it be impossible that he has survived? Unless... Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and thought of one possibility. When he was in the ancestor's land, Mu Shan mentioned a traitor of the bloodline of the sword ancestor. Mu Shan said the traitor memorized all the 9 moves of the heart-killing sword technique. Although Mu Shan casually talked about it, Jian Wushuang still kept that in mind. Now the young man started wondering if Su Ming was the traitor. Spirit Lord did not know what Jian Wushuang was thinking about and continued speaking. As the first magic weapon of the sword principle, the heart-killing sword is extremely powerful. Except for the sword ancestor, no one is able to control it. What's more, the heart-killing sword is a sword of killing with a mighty killing intent. Master Su Ming could only suppress it in Sword Suppression Valley. By the way, that's why the valley has such a name. The heart-killing sword usually remains quiet, but it shakes violently every 100 years. Even Sir Su Ming is unable to suppress it. However, when its sword essence sweeps out and thousands of swords salute, it will be a precious opportunity for any sword principle warrior. Thousands of swords salute? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Sir Su Ming is broad-minded. He will invite many sword principle experts to Sword Suppression Valley before the heart-killing sword shakes violently. This time, Sir Su Ming also invites sword principle experts to this meeting, Spirit Lord said. Our Marquis is not a sword principle warrior, but as a Marquis, he has also received the invitation. Master Su Ming asked our Marquis to recommend 3 sword principle experts. Han Jian Lord and Tam Ming Lord are on the list. And as for the last one, I recommended you to our Marquis. Jian Wushuang finally understood why Spirit Lord had come here. Swordsman, would you like to go to Sword Suppression Valley? Spirit Lord asked with a smile. Of course I'd like to. Jian Wushuang nodded without hesitation. Spirit Lord was not surprised by his reply. It would be a great opportunity for any sword principle warrior to watch the heart-killing sword shake and see thousands of swords salute. No one would refuse it. However, Spirit Lord did not know that the main reason Jian Wushuang accepted the invitation was that the heart-killing sword was the sword ancestor's magic weapon and that he was a descendant of the bloodline of the sword ancestor. In that case, you can make some preparations and then go with me, Spirit Lord said. Jian Wushuang nodded, called Binghua to come in, and gave him some orders. Then, he left with Spirit Lord. After traveling for a short while, they found themselves in front of a magnificent palace. The moment Jian Wushuang stepped into it, he saw a young man in a long silver robe, whose eyes sparkled with magic. Marquis. Both Spirit Lord and Jian Wushuang simultaneously addressed the young man. The silver-robed young man looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, Are you Swordsman? Spirit Lord often talks about you. Our camp has many lords, but a Saint Realm expert can actually become a lord, and you're the only one. Spirit Lord has overestimated me. Jian Wushuang replied with modesty. Marquis Piaxue did not respond to this but simply waved his hands while saying, Sit down please. Jian Wushuang sat by a long narrow table and immediately greeted the 2 lords beside him. Han Jian Lord. Tianming Lord. In a polite manner, Hu Jian Lord and Tianming Lord, who had been awaiting his arrival, looked over at him and replied in succession. Blood Sword Lord. Then, Marquis Piaxue spoke again. You should have heard about this already. Master Su Ming sent me the invitation personally, so I don't dare to take it lightly. The 3 of you are the strongest sword principle experts in our camp, so don't make me lose face. We'll do our best, Jian Wushuang and the other 2 lords responded. All right. Marquis Piaxue nodded, took out a token, and gave it to Han Jian Lord. In half a month, Sword Suppression Valley will open. You should set out as soon as possible. Jian Wushuang and the other 2 lords looked at each other, bowed, and left. After they left the palace, the 3 lords got together. Han Jian Lord, you have been there before. Tell us more about Sword Suppression Valley, Tianming Lord said. Han Jian Lord had visited Sword Suppression Valley the last time it opened. It will take us several days to get there. Let's talk about it on the road, Han Jian Lord replied with a smile. Then, the 3 of them headed for Sword Suppression Valley. The reopening of Sword Suppression Valley provided a great opportunity for numerous sword principle experts in the Divine Land. Therefore, it also attracted the attention of other sword principle experts. 72 marquises all received the invitations from Master Su Ming, who was one of the 9 sovereigns. No one dared to refuse him, so each of the marquises recommended their 3 most excellent sword principle experts. Besides them, many solitary sword principle experts who were not under the control of the marquises, but were famous for sword principle also received invitations. At that moment, a figure stood on an unknown mountain, which was outside of the territories that the 72 marquises controlled. He had a long sword on his back. Having silver-white hair and a mustache, he looked as if he had experienced many vicissitudes of life. His deep eyes seemed to contain an endless void. He sat with his legs crossed as he drank. Swish! 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 The sound of wind breaking resounded. Instantly, a dozen figures appeared around the white-haired man. Those figures all were lords with mighty auras. They were led by a muscular elder, a superior lord. The leader looked at the white-haired man with a flicker of killing intent in his eyes. Jian Nantian, you won't escape this time. Chapter 477 The Barrier. Chapter 477 The Barrier. Escape? The white-haired man, who casually sat drinking, raised his head and his thoughtful dark eyes fell on the muscular elder. He continued, I never did anything like that. Since that's the case, I'll be sending you to hell. The elder roared and billowed forward like flowing smoke. The men with the elder started attacking as well. At this moment, as the white-haired man finally stood up, a sliver of light shot out. At the same time, he drew his long sword and an immense sword essence immediately began to flow. A Dao weapon! Seeing the weapon the man held, the elder and the nearby lords looked greedy. They began fighting instantly. A fierce battle broke out in the blink of an eye. However, it only took a moment for the battle to be settled. On the hill, the white-haired man sheathed his sword and took out his wine again. Standing still, he looked up into the boundless sky, emotionless. Around him lay piles of bodies. The elder, a superior lord, was among them as well. It has been nearly 5 years. Did he achieve his goal of exterminating Holy Emperor Palace? The white-haired man murmured. At this moment, while thinking about this person he spoke of, he finally began to smile. Sword Suppression Valley, located among an unbroken string of mountains, was famous for suppressing the heart-killing sword. Usually, the valley was quiet, but with the 100-year event drawing near, the valley had recently become crowded. At the edge of the valley, there was a towering group of palaces. Naturally, this was where Su Ming, one of the 9 sovereigns, lived. In one of the palaces, a woman's voice was heard. Your Highness, the news from the guard says that a lot of warriors have gathered outside the valley. A purple-clothed woman said respectfully. She was talking to the handsome man in front of her. The man was so good-looking that many ladies would feel ashamed when looking at him. With his eminent status and overwhelming power, he was definitely a prominent figure. He was Su Ming, a man who was second only to the 3 ancestors and a personal disciple of the Sword Ancestor. Tell them to open the array and let the experts in. Make sure they are well received, Su Ming ordered, with a voice that was both attractive and stunning. Understood, Your Highness. The purple-clothed woman nodded. She took her eyes, which were filled with fervor and worship, off the man and left. Su Ming was left alone. He stood in silence with his hands behind him, his eyes fixed on a painting at the top of the palace. The painting was of an old man standing on a peak. While holding a long sword in his hand, the old man was looking down over everything with sharp eyes as if he stood above the whole world. Old man. Su Ming stared at the elder in the painting, his face twitched, and his eyes filled with hatred. It was really malicious of you to leave a fatal flaw in the heart-killing sword. However, I was lucky, so that trick didn't kill me. I guess that move is the last trump card of the heart-killing sword, right? Wait and see. Before long, I will take control of the heart-killing sword and replace you, then I will be the new sword ancestor. Buzz. Suddenly, a wide channel appeared on the array in front of the warriors that had gathered at the valley entrance, and several people, led by the purple-clothed woman, walked out. So sorry to keep you waiting. Now, please come over here and show me your Marquis token, said the woman. Following those words, the warriors formed a line and walked forward. Some of them had won some fame, but they all remained discreet and obedient when in the Sword Suppression Valley. After all, they were in a place ruled by Su Ming, one of the 9 sovereigns. Su Ming was powerful and had a good reputation. He did not have to invite the experts to his valley and share the rare opportunity involving the heart-killing swords awakening with them, but he did. He even held a sword principal meeting for all the experts. Among the experts who were walking towards the woman one after another, Jian Wushuang, Han Jian Lord, and Tianming Lord were also waiting in line. While they were waiting, they noticed that not everyone was allowed to enter the valley. The conditions to enter the valley included an invitation or one of the 72 Marques's tokens, as well as one's own level of power. At the entry stood a golden puppet fighter, and the experts had to defeat the puppet to enter the valley. This was something like a test for entering the valley. In fact, everyone who had made their way to the valley was excellent in sword principle, and should be able to pass this test. Otherwise, they would only embarrass themselves. This was also the reason why Marquis Piaoxue had chosen the 3 quotas with caution. No matter how many opportunities the chosen ones could get, he had to be sure they were good enough to at least get into the valley. Soon it was Jian Wushuang's and the 2 lords' turn. We're the underlings of Marquis Piaoxue, and these are our tokens. Han Jian Lord handed the 3 tokens to the purple-clothed woman. Fine. Then please have a try. The woman nodded to them and pointed at the puppet. Jian Wushuang and the lords exchanged a glance. Han Jian Lord was the first one to take his turn, and he quickly found himself in a fierce battle with the puppet. When fighting with the puppet, the realm, cultivation, power, or comprehension in origin would not matter, only one's achievement in sword principle. Han Jian Lord effortlessly defeated the puppet with his 2nd-grade sword soul. Then it was Tianming Lord's turn. Though he had not awakened his sword soul yet, he had good achievements in sword principle and had mastered many first-grade sword techniques. After exchanging several moves with the puppet, he was able to beat it. Finally, it was Jian Wushuang's turn. Chapter 478 3 Sword Souls. Chapter 478 3 Sword Souls. Jian Wushuang planned to use his full strength against the puppet. Buzz! An enormous sword essence surged out as 2 giant sword soul phantoms appeared behind Jian Wushuang. The phantoms were almost 30 meters tall and contained a mighty sword essence. With the power of the sword souls, Jian Wushuang quickly defeated the puppet. The experts in the line were amazed when they saw Jian Wushuang's sword soul phantoms and how he defeated the puppet. Double sword souls, each 30 meters tall. Those are double first-grade sword souls. He has double first-grade sword souls. He is so talented! The experts discussed in amazement. Seeing Jian Wushuang's sword souls, the purple-clothed woman could not help but nod to herself. The representatives sent by Marquis Piaoxue are indeed powerful. You 3 please go this way. Jian Wushuang, Han Jian Lord, and Tianming Lord immediately followed the path and entered Sword Suppression Valley. As soon as they entered the valley, someone came to guide them. Look, that is where the heart-killing sword is suppressed. Han Jian Lord pointed at a huge mountain in the distance. The mountain was shaped like a volcano, with a huge hole at the center, and the heart-killing sword was placed at the bottom. At his first glance of the mountain, Jian Wushuang felt an obscure sword essence coming from the bottom. The sword essence was like a sleeping dragon. Once it woke up, the world would be shaken. With that, Jian Wushuang also sensed the triple-kill sword on his back start to quiver. Eh? Jian Wushuang looked confused and tried his best to calm the sword down by holding the hilt tightly. In the end, he had to put the sword in his interspatial ring. Why is the triple-kill sword so excited? Jian Wushuang pondered. The sword had been with him since long ago, when he left Sword Marquis Mansion and ventured to the outside world. It was like his dearest comrade, but he had never seen the sword become so excited before. Yes, so excited that it was as if it was meeting family. The triple kill sword is a token to enter the ancestors' land. It may be related to the heart-killing sword somehow, Jian Wushwang thought. Sir, those are your residences. 3 days from now, the heart-killing sword will wake up. Before that time, please concede to stay here. The attendant led them to a yard with many rooms. The rooms were made especially for the invited experts. Thanks. Hun Jian Lord thanked the attendant. After the attendant left, Jian Wushwang and the lords gathered by a table in the room. Swordsman, Tianming Lord, get yourselves prepared in the next 3 days. We can't miss the rare opportunity of the heart-killing sword's awakening, said Hun Jian Lord. Among the three, Hun Jian Lord was the only one that had been here before. Hun Jian Lord, I've heard that at that time there will be 1,000 sword salute here. What exactly is that like? What kind of opportunity are we looking at? Asked Tianming Lord. Well, after a moment of pondering, Hun Jian Lord continued, I don't know how to describe it. It's a unique experience, so you will have to see it for yourself at that time. After hearing your words, I can't wait for the sword principal meeting to begin, Tianming Lord said and smiled. Jian Wushwang showed a faint smile as well. He shared the lord's feeling. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these last few days, experts from every corner kept rushing to the valley. At this moment, outside the valley, a ragged man with a weather-beaten face walked forward slowly. He had a long sword on his back and looked like he was middle-aged, but his hair was gray. The man arrived at the entrance to the valley. Sir, please show me your invitation, said the purple-clothed woman. I don't have such a thing, the man answered. The woman pulled her face. The surrounding experts' eyes immediately fell on the man. The sword suppression valley was not accessible to everyone. Those who were in the valley were either recommended by their marquis or famous throughout the divine land and received an invitation from Su Ming. Without a recommendation or an invitation, one could not enter. So, without an invitation, I can't get in? Asked the man in a flat tone. That's not completely true. The woman shook her head and added, Lord Su Ming has proclaimed that everyone with high achievements in sword principle will be allowed into the valley on condition that they can prove themselves. The man looked indifferent upon hearing the woman's words, but behind him, an overwhelming sword essence shot up, along with 3 towering figures. There were 3 sword soul phantoms standing side by side, and the center one was a first-grade sword soul that was over 30 meters high. On the left and right, the other 2 phantoms guarded the center one. They were over 24 meters tall and were second-grade sword souls. The 3 phantoms were surging with sword essence, enough to shock anyone in the world. He has 3 sword souls. Gosh! Who is he? The experts were aghast when they saw this scene. So was the women. How could he have 3 sword souls? The awakening of sword soul depended on one's talent in sword principle. An ordinary expert might awaken 1 sword soul at best, and in such cases, they would be called a genius. When the sword ancestors' bloodline was at its peak, there had been a few people who had awoken their sword souls over the decades. The people with 2 sword souls had been even fewer. As for those with 3 sword souls, they were monsters. Now, can I get in? The man's voice echoed through the valley. Chapter 479 A Fascinating Blow. Chapter 479 A Fascinating Blow. After a moment of silence, the purple-clothed woman nodded while saying, Since you have awakened 3 sword souls, you are definitely qualified for the sword principal meeting. The woman let the white-haired man pass. That made sense because few among the participants of the meeting had awakened even 1 sword soul, let alone 2. There were only 3 of them with 2 souls, including Jian Wushwang. The white-haired man was the first participant that had 3 sword souls so far. Being such a genius, the man was definitely qualified to join the meeting. While the man was heading towards Sword Suppression Valley, 2 intense gazes landed on him. He is Jian Nantian. Blood Mountain Marquis is looking all over the place for him. Who would think that he would come here? He really has guts. If only I could kill him. The two people currently talking were participants of the Sword Principle meeting as well, and both of them were experts in Sword Principle. They stared at the white-haired man intensely, like they were staring at some kind of treasure. It was a beautiful night. Jian Wuxuang sat on the bed with his legs crossed. In front of him, the triple kill sword shivered violently and restlessly. 3 days have passed, and it's still the same. Jian Wuxuang looked at the sword and shook his head. Right then, a booming sound echoed through the silent night like thunder. Along with the sound, an overwhelming energy also swept over the area. Jian Wuxuang raised his head in astonishment. Is a battle taking place here? He immediately put the triple kill sword back into his interspatial ring and left the room. Han Jian Lord exited his room as well. What's going on? Is there someone who dares to make trouble here? We're in Sword Suppression Valley, a place ruled by Su Ming, aren't we? Let's go and find out. Jian Wuxuang, Han Jian Lord, and Tianming Lord rushed out and headed towards the sound. The boom had alarmed everyone in the valley, and a lot of experts had exited their rooms and moved towards the area. They could see 3 people standing side by side on a roof with their strong aura radiating outwards. The air surrounding them was filled with killing intent. Among the 3, 2 were superior lords, and the last was an advanced lord. Opposite the lords was a man with an ethereal aura, his white hair fluttering with the wind, and his hand behind his back. His long shadow under the moon gave him the appearance of a towering figure. He is... When Jian Wuxuang caught the sight of the man, his eyes flickered with joy and surprise. Go to hell! Suddenly, the 3 lords shouted and drifted towards the man like ghosts. The moment they moved, the white-haired man acted as well. As he removed his long sword from his back, a surging power erupted from the blade. A Dao weapon! Is that sword a Dao weapon? How could a lord have such a weapon? The power of the sword shocked the experts who were watching, and their gazes were filled with greed. All of the people in the surroundings were experts in Sword Principle, so that sword, a Dao weapon, drove them crazy. 3 sword soul phantoms rose up when the white-haired man unsheathed his sword. The tallest phantom was 30 meters high, and seemed as if it was overlooking everything. The white-haired man made his move. It was a casual blow. A dazzling arc of light ran down the blade, so bright and fascinating that every onlooker was drawn to it. The experts were taken aback by the scene. They were being drawn into what they were seeing. Even the 3 lords, who were going to attack the man, were distracted by the fascinating blow. Before they could come back to their senses, the sword slashed their throats at an amazing speed. PSSSH. 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 With 3 sounds of a sword slashing flesh, the 3 lords stopped moving, frozen with horrified looks on their faces. The white-haired man resheathed his sword. The 3 lords' dead bodies fell backward to the ground once the sword was returned to its sheath. Horror! Shock! Those were the onlookers' feeling. This man killed 2 superior lords and 1 advanced lord with 1 strike. How powerful! Is he a marquis? His attack was so stunning yet so terrifying. Everyone was filled with amazement. This guy, Han Jian Lord and Tianming Lord, widened their eyes. However, after seeing how the man killed those 3 guys, Jian Wuxuang touched his nose with an odd look on his face. Boom! Suddenly, several figures with powerful auras approached the white-haired man, and the leading person was the purple-clothed woman, who had guided them into the valley. The woman had an unhappy expression on her face when she saw the dead bodies on the ground. Sir, you showed no respect to my lord by killing his guests under his eyes, the women scolded. The onlookers immediately looked toward the man. The man fetched out a bottle of wine, took a seat on the roof, and started drinking. He showed no emotion to the woman's words as he replied. They wanted to kill me, so I killed them. His words were flat and indifferent but stunned the woman. The onlookers put on a quaint face when they heard his words. Killing at will was not allowed in the valley. However, if it was a self-defense, it could be forgiven. After all, no one would just watch his opponents kill him without doing anything. Everyone present had seen the three lords try to kill the man, and how the man defended himself by killing them. Chapter 480 Father and Son. Chapter 480 Father and Son. The purple-clothed woman stared at the white-haired man for a long time before saying, "Sir, if I'm not mistaken, you are the famous Jian Nantian, aren't you?" "He is Jian Nantian?" The name caused an uproar among the experts. "This is beyond my expectations. I heard that he killed all three of Blood Mountain Marquis' sworn brothers and enraged him. The Lord is looking all over the place for him." "I heard that too. What's more, the Lord also said that whoever brings him Jian Nantian's head will be given a Dao weapon. No wonder the three dead lords had wanted to kill him. They were after the reward, and maybe Jian Nantian's long sword as well, since it's also a Dao weapon. That's to say, killing him can earn us 2 Dao weapons. Well, I really admire his courage. He has enraged one of the top 2 marquis, but he still dares to participate in this public meeting. If I were him, I would hide somewhere or simply leave the divine land and become a local lord in the outside world." Discussions were heard continuously, mixed with wondering words. Many people at present had heard of Jian Nantian before. Those who had not finally known about him more or less from the discussion. When they learned that they could gain 2 Dao weapons by killing Jian Nantian, their eyes betrayed their frenzied desire to kill him. "Father!" Jian Wushuang looked at the white-haired man in surprise. The man was none other than his father, Jian Nantian. It had been 5 years since he last saw his father. Now, they had finally met again. However, Jian Nantian kept drinking in silence, and did not seem to care about the discussions all these people were having on him. The purple-clothed woman was not annoyed at the man's cold manner, and said with a smile, "Since you were forced to do so, I will have to let it go then." She looked around and continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, as all of you were invited here as my lord's guests, so be a guest. Whoever makes trouble during the sword principal meeting will be my lord's enemy." The words echoed through the valley and intimidated the experts, forcing them to calm down. They finally realized that they were at a place ruled by Su Ming, and anything that crossed the line would be regarded as a challenge against the lord's authority. Despite this, not everyone could ignore the temptation of 2 Dao weapons. For the sake of Su Ming, they would put the desire aside until the meeting was over, but after that, they would not hesitate to kill Jian Nantian. "Well, the sword principal meeting will begin tomorrow, so everyone should go back and rest well." Having said this, the woman was the first one to leave with her group. The experts headed back as well. "Let's go back too," Hun Jian Lord said to Jian Wushuang. "Sorry, you go first. I have something to do here," Jian Wushuang replied. Hun Jian Lord shot Jian Wushuang a surprised glance, but he didn't say anything more and left with Tianming Lord. Soon, the valley was quiet again. A bright moon was high in the sky, causing the ground to be slightly illuminated by the moonlight. Under the moon, Jian Nantian sat alone on the roof, drinking. His shadow was long and his hair was waving with the wind, giving him an ethereal look. A figure approached him from behind. Jian Nantian looked back and saw Jian Wushuang. The emotionless man finally showed a smile. "Father," Jian Wushuang called in a soft voice. "Come here, take a seat." Jian Nantian threw the wine to Jian Wushuang and added, "Have a drink with me." Jian Wushuang caught the wine and sat beside his father. "You've grown a lot during the last few years." Jian Nantian stared at Jian Wushuang with a grin. "Not as much as you have, father," Jian Wushuang said and smiled. He knew very well that even though he had made good progress and was considered an expert in the divine land, he still could not hold a candle to his father. At least, he could not display an attack as fascinating as the one his father had just shown. "Currently, without external forces, I can battle an advanced lord, but there is a long way to go before I can kill a superior lord and 2 advanced lords with 1 strike, as father has done," Jian Wushuang thought. "I thought it would be 10 years before I saw you again, but it's only been less than half of that, hasn't it?" said Jian Nantian. "Yes, father." Jian Wushuang answered and smiled. Holy Emperor Palace has been destroyed, right? His father asked. Yes, it was destroyed 3 years ago, Jian Wushuang answered. Really? Jian Nantian raised his brows. That means it only took you 2 years to destroy it after I left. Well done, son. Much sooner than I had expected. Not bad. Jian Wushuang grinned. The father and the son chatted while drinking under the moon. When in front of strangers, Jian Wushuang was always aloof and would only be more sociable to his friends. However, at this moment, with his father, he was unrestrained and behaved like a child. As for his father, Jian Nantian, who took nothing hard except his sword, he regarded Jian Wushuang as being more important than himself and his sword. Father, why did they say that you offended Marquis Xiefeng? Jian Wushuang suddenly changed the topic. Marquis Xiefeng? Jian Nantian answered while smiling. There is no need to be afraid of him. We should pay more attention to Su Ming. Su Ming? Jian Wushuang looked grave. Is he really the person who betrayed the sword ancestor? Chapter 481 The Sword Principal Meeting Begins. Chapter 481 The Sword Principal Meeting Begins. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian spent the night talking under the moonlight. It was Jian Wushuang's most heart-warming night in the recent years. The next day, the valley was already in an uproar at first light. The experts walked out of their rooms and hurried towards the mountain where the heart-killing sword had been placed. A short while later, a large group of experts had gathered in front of the mountain. Naturally, Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian were among them. Besides these experts, there were 2 other people present that attracted everyone's attention. One of them was a stout man with tan skin, his body surrounded by a thunderbolt. The other one was a thin and elegant young man with a folding fan in his hand. Their overbearing aura shocked many experts on the spot and instantly revealed their identity as marquises. They are Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu. Neither of them is an expert in sword principle. What are they doing here? They obviously came here for Jian Nantian. The onlookers were discussing the current situation in a low voice. With his eyes squinted, Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 marquises and nodded. They were both strong and weak marquises. Most of the well-acknowledged among the 72 marquis were in the normal 7-cloud realm, and some of them did not even possess a Dao weapon. Marquis Piaoxue and Marquis Tsangyu were part of the latter. They wanted to kill Jian Nantian, and by doing so they could gain 2 Dao weapons. Many experts and marquises were here for the same reason. The 2 marquises had made their way to the valley the very same night after they heard the news. However, though they had been in the valley, for fear of annoying Su Ming, they had to wait until Jian Nantian left the valley to kill him. Since these 2 marquises rushed here the moment they heard the news, Marquis Xiefeng must have heard the news as well, Jian Wushuang thought while frowning. Right then, with a group of attendants surrounding him, a white-robed man came down. He was a handsome man with a wicked smile on his face and a compelling manner. The experts could not help but be drawn to the man as their eyes fixated on him. Even Jian Wushuang was impressed and shot the man a glance. Is he Su Ming? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. From the chat with his father last night, he had learned that Su Ming was the traitor of Sword Ancestors' bloodline and had something to do with the fall of the bloodline. Yet, only the top experts of the Divine Land knew about it. The common people still thought of Su Ming as the Sword Ancestor's personal disciple. Everyone's eyes turned towards Su Ming when he came out, everyone except for Jian Nantian. He did not spare Su Ming a glance from the very beginning. He stood straight, with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep and had no idea of Su Ming's arrival. For him, only his sword and Jian Wushuang deserved his attention. Your Excellency! I pay my respects to Your Excellency! The experts saluted Su Ming one after another, and even Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu paid their respect with a bow. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be so courteous! Su Ming spoke in a soft and fascinating voice. The experts straightened their backs. Wanlei, Nanyu, I didn't expect that you would come here. Su Ming looked toward the marquises with a smile. We'd love to see how powerful the heart-killing sword is. said Marquis Wanlei. Really? Su Ming sneered and continued. I reckon you're here for something else. Upon hearing this, Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu exchanged an embarrassed look. All right. I don't care what you do when you're outside, but you'd better behave yourselves in Sword Suppression Valley, said Su Ming. Of course we will. Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu nodded heavily, not daring to say one more word. After all, they were just in the Seven-Cloud realm and at the bottom of 72 Marquis, so they had to show their respect, even to Marquis Xiefeng, let alone Su Ming, one of 9 sovereigns. They knew very well how powerful and terrifying Su Ming was. Though this sovereign looked gentle and elegant for the moment, he was known as Sword Demon among the top experts in the Divine Land. His personality became quite chilling when it was time to kill. A half-day from now, the heart-killing sword will begin to wake up. Don't miss this rare opportunity. After saying this, Su Ming shut his mouth. However, the crowd got into a heated discussion. Swordsman, Tianming Lord, look, there are secret chambers at the foot of the mountain, said Hun Jian Lord. Secret chambers? Jian Wushuang followed the Lord's line of sight and spotted the chambers. Half a day from now, the heart-killing sword will begin to awaken, erupting with sword essence. The essence itself is an opportunity, and the nearer we are to the sword, the better our benefit will be. Since there are a total of 100 secret chambers that are the closest to the sword, we'll definitely benefit greatly if we can enter one of them. Are there only 100 chambers? Tianming Lord frowned and asked. There were hundreds of experts here and 100 chambers were definitely not enough. Are you really thinking that every one of us will be able to occupy a chamber? Hun Jian Lord laughed and continued. Let me tell you this, 100 is more than enough. At the previous meetings, less than 30 people were able to make their way into the chambers. Why? Tianming Lord was confused. You'll know soon. Hun Jian Lord put on a mysterious smile. Chapter 482 The Impact of the Sword Essence. Chapter 482 The Impact of the Sword Essence. A half-day had passed while the experts waited impatiently. The hole in the mountain where the heart-killing sword was placed finally began shaking. It's beginning! All the experts concentrated on the hole. Buzz, the shrill echo of a sword resounded throughout the area as a red light covered the sky above the hole. At the center of the light, a matchless magic weapon was slowly rising into the air. Everyone at the scene held their breath while staring at the rising weapon with intent. The heart-killing sword, the Sword Ancestor's weapon as well as the number 1 magic weapon in Sword Principle. Is this the heart-killing sword? Jian Wushuang stared at the floating long sword in the red light, his eyes filled with amazement. The sword was completely red and radiated a chilling light. Even at first glance, people could tell it was a world-shaking sword of killing. However, that was not what startled Jian Wushuang. Instead, it was because the sword was so similar to his triple-kill sword. Although it was different in color and size, the two swords were the same in every other way, including the hilt and the mysterious crack on its blade. The number 1 magic weapon in Sword Principle! The experts called out in admiration, and their eyes were burning with greed. Every expert in Sword Principle had a great desire to possess this sword, but none of them had been able to in the past 1,000 years since Sword Ancestor's death because the sword was too powerful to control. Suddenly, the floating sword quivered and another piercing sound echoed, seeming to reach the heavens. A formidable sword essence was unleashed, so overwhelming that wherever it passed, the sky became dark and the void began to ripple. The whole world seemed to be filled with a thrilling atmosphere. Here it comes! As the experts gazed at the sword essence that was rushing towards them at a visible speed, their eyes narrowed and they prepared themselves. Nonetheless, they looked pale after the sword essence swept over them, and some of them even lost their senses. Very few could face the impact with ease. Now I finally understood what you meant. Tianming Lord cast Hun Jian Lord an eye. He looked terrible. Though his sword soul phantom had appeared, he could barely block the sword essence with its power. The lord struggled to march forward, but the closer they moved towards the heart-killing sword, the more they were impacted. They completely believed that the sword essence around the secret chambers had to be unbearably powerful. Among the experts, quite a few could still move to the chambers under the impact. Right now it's just the sword essence erupting. Soon, there will be thousands of swords saluting the heart-killing sword. Before that happens, we need to get as near to the sword as we can so that we get the most out of this opportunity, Hun Jian Lord said in a low voice. Let's go! With a shout, the Lord managed to march one step forward. Not just him, the other experts also tried their best to get closer to the heart-killing sword. However, as the strength of the sword essence increased, their path forward became even harder. Swish! A flowing light shot across the sky at amazing speed and approached the foot of the mountain in an instant as if he was not affected by the sword essence at all. He picked a chamber and walked in. The experts were not surprised to see this because the flowing light was no other than Su Ming. As one of the 9 sovereigns, Su Ming was called Sword Demon and had reached great heights in sword principle. It was believed that he was only second to Sword Ancestor at his peak, so it was easy for him to bear the impact from the sword essence. On the contrary, the others were in the middle of a difficult struggle. For example, when Jian Wushuang first experienced the impact, he could barely take it. That is, until he released his 2 sword soul phantoms to help him. Jian Wushuang moved firmly, step by step. Though the impact slowly grew more powerful, he managed to make it to the mountain quickly enough with the help of his double sword souls. Not bad. Suddenly, he heard a soft voice from beside him. He followed the voice and saw his father, Jian Nantian, staring at him in front of a chamber. Jian Wushuang shrugged before walking into one of the chambers. He had accomplished something that many other experts wanted to do as well. Being closer to the heart-killing sword meant the chambers would provide the best benefits. However, only a dozen people made their way to the chambers despite everyone who was struggling hard, and those who succeeded were real geniuses in sword principle. As for Hun Jian Lord and Tianming Lord, they had gained a lot in sword principle, but they were still too weak to make it to the chambers. Looks like we have to stop here. Hun Jian Lord's face turned red. He was unwilling to give up, but he couldn't move forward even one more step, let alone crossing the 30 meters that separated him and the chambers. He was exhausted and at his limit. Swordsman was able to enter a chamber. I really envy him. Hun Jian Lord looked towards the chambers with an envious expression. He was not the only one to have such a feeling. Those who failed to approach the chamber all felt the same. After all, only inside one of the chambers could they experience the 1,000-sword salute in the most profound way. Under the red-colored patch of sky, a matchless sword she was being released from the blade of the heart-killing sword, which was still surging with an overbearing sword essence. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, Jian Nantian, and Su Ming, as well as the others in the chambers and those who were not, all raised their head. Chapter 483 Thousand Sword Salute. Chapter 483 Thousand Sword Salute. Within the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang raised his head and stared fixedly at the scarlet longsword which was beneath the blood river. The upper stone walls of the chamber were made up of completely transparent gems which thus allowed him to clearly see everything behind them. The scarlet longsword, under the gaze of everyone present, suddenly emitted the matchless sword chi of the Sword Ancestor. This unsurpassed sword chi quickly ran through all of heaven and earth. The scarlet longsword's blood-red body became ever more dazzling, causing it to appear like the emperor among swords as it suspended in the air. In Sword Suppression Valley was gathered a large number of sword principle experts, among whom some carried their long swords on their backs, while others kept their long swords in their interspatial rings. But following the appearance of the sword chi, clang 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 clang, within the valley, every sword which was a second-grade magic weapon or better began to point toward the heart-killing sword, regardless of whether they were carried on the experts' backs or kept in interspatial rings. Thousands upon thousands of weapons glowed in all shades of brilliant colors and bowed respectfully toward the Emperor among swords as if they were its subjects. In turn, it let out a shrilling sword echo to indicate its enjoyment of the 1,000-sword salute. The 1,000-sword salute! The crowd of sword principle experts expressed their inner shock at the sight of this scene. Even Jian Wushuang, who was in the secret chamber, was equally shocked when he saw his triple kill sword bowing toward the heart-killing sword. This was a 1,000-sword salute indeed. The emperor among swords had received the adulation of thousands upon thousands of swords. Also, a peculiar wave had begun to spread as the salute started. The deeply mysterious wave contained a matchless sword essence of killing. Right at this moment, everyone within the valley seemed to hear a roar coming from the heart-killing sword. Kill! Kill everyone in the world who's disloyal! Kill! Kill everyone in the world who's unfilial! Kill! Kill everyone in the world who's unrighteous! Every word of this roar was powerfully clangorous, broadly imposing, and universally shocking. Every word contained profound mystery as it diffused throughout. The valley turned gravely silent. The sword principle experts in the valley hurriedly closed their eyes and seized this rare opportunity. Jian Wushuang too closed his eyes. He had been unable to control his triple kill sword, which remained in a reverent pose, and thus he could only use his finger as a sword as he began to practice within the secret chamber. He exerted a strike which was extremely ordinary and dull. It did not cause even the slightest of waves within the chamber. Jian Wushuang withdrew his finger but quickly exerted another strike. Every subsequent strike he exerted was equally insipid. However, with every strike, the sword light generated became more beautiful in a poignant sense. After 31 successive strikes, he exerted his 32nd. This particular strike was as dull and ordinary as the rest, but a dazzling arc light appeared in the direction of the sword light it generated. The arc light was not only bright and dazzling, but also incomparably beautiful in a poignant sense. So beautiful that it was enchanting. Upon close observation, it was not difficult to see that it was the same strike which Jian Nantian had exerted the previous night. And its name was simply Enchant. It was the third move of the heart-killing sword technique, Enchant. Jian Wushuang had never gained understanding of this move before, but now mastered it with only a little practice, thanks to the opportunity provided by the 1,000-sword salute. At the same time, he gained not only swordsmanship but also an understanding of the slaughter origin. The unsurpassed sword chi of killing from the heart-killing sword had caused him to involuntarily fall into an epiphany, which immediately provided him with a whole new understanding of the slaughter origin. All of a sudden, he was able to understand many of the riddles surrounding the first restriction of the 6-story pagoda. He remained with his eyes closed, but on his right arm, which originally had only 5 slaughter origin marks, quickly formed a 6th from the large amount of slaughter origin that gathered on his arm as a result of the understanding he gained from the epiphany. The formation of the 6th mark was not the end, for a 7th began to form as well. It took shape in only a short time. The 7th origin mark. It ought to be known that the origin understandings which the marks represented were equivalent to the clouds of the Cloud Realm experts, except that they were not as powerful as the latter. This 7th mark meant that once Jian Wushuang attained the Cloud Realm, he would become a being of the 7 Cloud Realm, which was the level of the average Marquis. Despite gaining understanding of the third move of the heart-killing sword technique, and having the 7th mark of the slaughter origin formed on his arm, he remained in a state of epiphany. Now, it was Jian Wushuang's sword soul that transformed. Originally, 2 firm and tough sword souls rested quietly within his sea of consciousness. At present, however, they were beginning to shake violently, and their volumes sharply expanded together with the frenzied sweeping across of obscure streams of sword essence. Shortly after, traces of sword soul energy surged out from them, and a third sword soul gradually formed within the sea of consciousness. At the same time, 3 majestic sword soul phantoms appeared behind Jian Wushuang. Each of them was nearly 100 feet tall and emitted a terrifying sword essence. 3 sword souls. And they were all first grade. Jian Wushuang only came round from his epiphany after the third sword soul had completely taken shape. 3 sword souls. He revealed a faint smile on his face when he felt the 3 sword souls within his sea of consciousness and the 3 sword soul phantoms behind him. The power of the sword souls was abnormally profound and exceedingly rare. To be able to awaken 3 sword souls at the same time was something few and far between throughout the entire divine land. For instance, Jian Wushuang had seen only his father doing so during the sword principle meeting. However, of the 3 sword souls awakened by his father, only one was first grade, while the other 2 were second grade. But he was different. He had awakened 3 first-grade sword souls. Something's not right. His complexion suddenly changed, and he peered toward the 3 sword souls in his sea of consciousness. These 3 sword souls. He furrowed his brows. For some reason, upon seeing the sword souls, he had a false impression that they should not be separate, and should instead be a single entity. I feel that these 3 sword souls can be joined into one. An idea arose in his heart. It was an idea which could be considered crazy. However, he could not inhibit it once it flashed across his mind. Joined as one! These 3 sword souls should be joined as one! The heavenly creation skill naturally began to operate in his body as he harbored this idea, in accordance with which the 3 sword souls in his sea of consciousness actually began to slowly amalgamate. Chapter 484 Holy shit! 3 sword souls joined as one. Chapter 484 Holy shit! 3 sword souls joined as one. The deeply mysterious Thousand Sword Salute provided a massive opportunity. Many of the sword principle experts in Sword Suppression Valley cherished this type of opportunity to the highest degree, and were thus meditating in full concentration. Those whose comprehension levels were as high as Jian Wushuang's entered an epiphany in little time. An epiphany was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and the benefits were huge upon going through one. As time passed, the scarlet longsword, which emitted an unsurpassed sword chi of killing beneath its bloody light, finally cooled off. The sword chi of killing vanished. The terrifying sword essence, which had been charging non-stop in all directions, began to dissipate gradually. One after another, the thousands upon thousands of weapons which participated in the salute stopped moving. Even the bloody light which filled the sky began to fade. Finally, the scarlet longsword returned to normal, and with a fierce roar, slowly headed back to its abode at the bottom of the mountain hole. Everything became peaceful again. Within Sword Suppression Valley, everyone opened their eyes, save for a small number of sword principle experts who remained in a state of epiphany. There was a look of pleasant surprise, yet also a little regret in the eyes of those who opened theirs. The pleasant surprise was because they all received huge benefits from the opportunity provided by the deeply mysterious Thousand Sword Salute that just passed. Conversely, the regret was because the opportunity lasted way too short for them to enter an epiphany. In any case, the opportunity was over. It's over. Sighing softly, Hun Jian Lord turned his eyes toward Tianming Lord by the side. Right at this moment, a 60 feet tall sword soul phantom appeared behind the latter. Congrats, Tianming Lord, he said. Ha! The latter looked pleasantly surprised too. I thought it impossible to awaken a sword soul in this life. It's wonderful that I've finally awakened one, even if it's only second grade. Tianming Lord had indeed awakened a sword soul during the opportunity that just passed. Both of us have benefited considerably, but the people who benefited the most are those who remained in the secret chamber. By being nearest to the heart-killing sword, they felt the most and thus benefited the most. Hun Jian Lord commented. That's true. I'm jealous of them. Tianming Lord replied praisingly. The sword principle experts who entered an epiphany began to come round one after another, and each of them looked pleasantly surprised beyond compare. Subsequently, some of the dozen or so experts in the secret chamber walked out of said chamber. Within a short while, most of the sword principle experts were gathered together once again. Where's the swordsman? There was a look of astonishment on Hun Jian Lord's face. All of the sword principle experts, including Su Ming and Jian Nantian, had stepped out of the secret chamber, leaving Jian Wushuang as the only person in there. The benefits he received must be huge. Hun Jian Lord could not help remarking. All of a sudden, boom, a voluminous sword essence gushed from one of the secret chambers. Broad and imposing, it contained a boundless murderous intent as it swept across. The experts gathered in Sword Suppression Valley quickly detected the presence of the sword essence, and immediately looked toward the secret chamber which Jian Wushuang was in. What they saw were 3 towering sword soul phantoms. Every one of them was close to 100 feet tall, and stood side by side like peerless sword masters. The broad and imposing sword essence had originated from their bodies. 3 sword souls? 3 sword souls standing side by side, every one of them majestic in height and first grade. Who was it that awakened 3 first-grade sword souls? The sword principal experts who witnessed this scene were shell-shocked. They had already been shocked when Jian Nantian awakened 3 sword souls previously. However, back then, there was only 1 first-grade sword soul, with the other 2 being second-grade. That was nothing compared to the astoundment of seeing 3 first-grade sword souls. It's the Swordsman. They came from the secret chamber he's in. There was a glimmer in the eyes of both Han Jian Lord and Tianming Lord. To awaken 3 first-grade sword souls was considered an incredible feat in Divine Land, throughout the history of which only a handful of people had been capable of awakening 3 first-grade souls. 3 first-grade sword souls. As one of the 9 sovereigns, even the lofty Su Ming revealed a hint of amazement on his handsome face. It should be known that, to someone who is called Sword Demon, this had only been the awakening of 3 first-grade sword souls. To awaken 3 first-grade sword souls could be considered monstrous. But if so, the Sword Ancestor's awakening of 6 first-grade sword souls should be considered monstrously beyond monstrous. It was precisely because the Sword Ancestor had defied the natural order that he earned his name as the Ancestor of the Sword Principle. Though the appearance of the 3 sword souls had captured everyone's attention, this was but the beginning. The following scene would cause everyone's, including the sword principal experts and Master Su Ming's, hair to stand on their ends. Within the secret chamber, the 3 sword soul phantoms, which had been standing side by side, closed the distance between themselves and began to fuse together. A fusion of sword souls? Impossible! How can sword souls fuse? Many of the sword principal experts were so dumbstruck that their mouths were agape and their eyes were filled with astonishment. A fusion of sword souls? Since ancient times there had been countless experts who had awakened souls, and among them had been many talented experts who awakened 2 or 3 souls, while a select number of exceptional geniuses had awakened 4 or even 5. The Sword Ancestor, who had awakened 6 sword souls, was considered a monster among monsters. However, regardless of how many souls these monsters had awakened, nobody had ever fused several sword souls together. It had never happened or even been rumored to have happened before. Throughout the history of the Divine Land, various experts had attempted to do so. However, because every awakened soul was unique, they could never be fused together regardless of what the experts tried. Nobody had ever managed to do it. Even the Sword Ancestor, who awakened 6 sword souls, could not. But now, in the secret chamber, the 3 sword soul phantoms behind Jian Wushuang were fusing together at a speed which allowed the process to be visible. Within Jian Wushuang's sea of consciousness, they had already fused together into one completely. The fusion was complete. Sure enough, the 3 first-grade sword souls had fused completely. In fusing the sword souls, Jian Wushuang had done what nobody in the Divine Land's history had done before. The crowd of sword principal experts, including Su Ming and Jian Nantian, stared fixedly at the secret chamber. A perfect fusion of 3 first-grade sword souls. Holy shit! A series of cries began to reverberate throughout the valley. Chapter 485 A thousand sword applause for the most powerful sword soul. Chapter 485 A thousand sword applause for the most powerful sword soul. Holy shit! What a monster! A series of exclamations reverberated in the massive Sword Suppression Valley, which was completely stirred up. The fusion of 3 sword souls was unprecedented in the history of the Divine Land. What was this if not monstrous? In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang felt somewhat muddled upon becoming aware that he had fused 3 first-grade sword souls together completely. They're fused? They're fused just like that? Jian Wuxuang murmured to himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had easily done what nobody else could ever do. It had been nothing more than an idea in his head, which he followed and ultimately succeeded in actualizing on his first attempt. He had done what was impossible for anyone else to do in the simplest, most casual, and most untroubled fashion. It's the heavenly creation skill! After calming down, he finally understood what went on. The biggest difference between him and others was the cultivation method he had mastered. He was an inverse cultivator who cultivated the heavenly creation skill. It was in the blood of inverse cultivators to defy the natural order and go against convention. The heavenly creation skill in his body had involuntarily operated during the fusion of the three sword souls. This was an indication that said skill was inextricably linked to his fusion ability. Jian Wuxuang felt at ease once he understood this point. The heavenly creation skill was a heaven-defying cultivation method. Anything that was impossible would be made possible upon becoming related to it. The fused body of the three sword souls was clearly a tad smaller than what Jian Wuxuang had imagined in his sea of consciousness. However, it soon began to shake violently and metamorphosis. That's right, it was a metamorphosis. The sword soul in the sea of consciousness was originally transparent, illusionary, and glass-like. However, its color gradually changed. A layer of gold gradually appeared over its transparent parts, like a newborn baby putting on his first set of clothes. The transparent sword soul seemed as if it had put on garments which were warm gold in color. In only a short time, the transparent and illusionary sword soul in the sea of consciousness metamorphosized into a golden sword soul which emitted a boundless radiance. At the same time, the majestic sword soul phantom, which was formed from the three phantoms behind Jian Wuxuang, also began to metamorphosis. Like the sword soul in the sea of consciousness, a layer of gold appeared on, and gradually covered its entire body. The majestic sword soul phantom gradually solidified and transformed into an impressive golden war god which body mass greatly expanded. It grew at an astonishing speed from its original stature of close to 100 feet. It exceeded 100 feet in the blink of an eye and still continued to grow rapidly. 110 feet. 120 feet. 150 feet. The Golden War God, which was originally already of a towering height, grew non-stop under the horrified looks of the numerous sword principal experts in Sword Suppression Valley. Finally, when it reached 180 feet in height, it gradually stopped growing. 180 feet! A sword soul phantom of 180 feet! A golden sword soul phantom? What on earth is this? Shock and bewilderment. Confused, none of the sword principal experts could believe their eyes. For a sword soul phantom, 100 feet was considered the maximum height even if it was first grade. Furthermore, sword soul phantoms were but spectral images, or in other words, shadows, which were typically monotone. The sight in front of their eyes had utterly defied what was reasonable. A 180 feet tall, golden-colored sword soul phantom was no longer what they imagined a first-grade sword soul to be. It had surpassed the category of a first-grade sword soul. Is it above first grade? Many of the sword principal experts wondered. Its eyes, which had been tightly closed, opened vigorously right at this moment, a streak of boundless sword essence flashing across them. Boom! Gushing from its body was a boundless sword essence which was a few notches more powerful than the one emitted from the heart-killing sword. This sword essence swept forth with an overwhelming momentum. In a twinkling, it swept onto the bodies of many sword principal experts in the valley. The head-on approach of the gushing sword essence caused the faces of the experts to turn ghastly pale. Some experts even spat blood and hurriedly retreated backward. As it swept through the world, the terrifying sword essence carried an aura of transcendence, and intent to outstrip all things of the universe. The next moment, ching! 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 Shrilling sword echoes rang out in every corner of the valley. They were made by the weapons in the hands of the sword principal experts. These weapons had merely saluted when they faced the heart-killing sword previously. This time, however, under the attention of the 18 feet tall, golden sword soul phantom. Clang, 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 clang. Among the thousands of weapons in the valley, those which were magic weapons or better disregarded their owners as they surged out of the interspatial rings toward the sword soul phantom. Like a dense cloud of locusts which covered heaven and earth, thousands upon thousands of weapons gleamed in brilliant colors as they encircled the sword soul phantom. Subsequently, a supreme sword essence swept forth from the sword soul phantom. Shush! Thousands upon thousands of weapons saluted in unison at this very instant, sending shrilling sword echoes into the heavens. These echoes shook the entire world as if they were the voices of immortals. Far away from the divine land, in Jian Wushuang's hometown of the Nanyang continent, inside a cave mansion located within the territory of the Tang dynasty, a middle-aged man in plain gray robes raised his head forcibly at this very moment. He was able to see clearly everything that was happening in the sword suppression valley of the divine land through a void which was hundreds of millions of miles long. 1,000 sword applause for the most powerful sword soul. He's indeed worthy of being the chosen disciple. He has managed to achieve the most powerful sword soul in this kind of place, and at such a young age. It probably won't be difficult for him to attain the most powerful sword principle hereafter. Laughing gently, the middle-aged man flipped his hand such that an object appeared in it. Astonishingly, it was a gray stone bead which was as big as a baby's fist. It emitted a peculiar aura. Jian Wushuang would certainly recognize this object with one look. It was exactly the same as the mysterious stone bead in his body which provided him with the heavenly creation skill. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to pass this to him. Chapter 486 The Heart-Killing Sword Submits of Its Own Accord. Chapter 486 The Heart-Killing Sword Submits of Its Own Accord. It was a magnificent spectacle in the Sword Suppression Valley, where thousands upon thousands of swords cried in unison and shook the heavens. Upon witnessing this scene, all the sword principle experts in the valley were astounded. The present scene was, in fact, a few shades greater than the previous one in which the sword caused 1,000 sword salute. And right at this moment, buzz! A shrilling sword echo abruptly sounded with extreme resonance. As it sounded, it easily drowned out all other noises in the valley. At the same time, the thousands of weapons which encircled the soul phantom, and had just been crying in unison quickly died down and became silent. Within the entire valley, the only remaining noise was the resonant sword echo. What? Standing among the crowd with his hands on his back, Su Ming, who always had a clear and handsome look, suddenly shifted countenance. Horror, too, appeared on the faces of every sword principle expert as they turned their eyes toward the source of the sword echo. Astonishingly, the sword echo had originated from the deep pit in the mountain. And within that deep pit was only one weapon, which was none other than the heart-killing sword. Swish! A beam of bloody light shot up from the bottom of the pit, instantly triggering a suppressive force from a powerful restriction in the mountainside. Sword Suppression Valley had always been a place intended for the suppression of the heart-killing sword. There was a powerful restriction present in the mountainside where the sword was at. Whenever the sword acted up, the restriction would automatically initiate suppression. But this time, the heart-killing sword lashed fiercely and directly toward the restriction. Its blood-colored sword edge exerted unprecedented power as it viciously stabbed the restriction with irresistible force. For a while, the powerful restriction shook as if it was on the verge of breaking down. This is bad! As one of the 9 sovereigns, it was surprising that the dignified Master Su Ming would let out an exclamation at this very moment. His white garments flapped in the air as he rushed toward the restriction, and tried in vain to control the restriction such that it would suppress the heart-killing sword. It was obvious that he had underestimated the power of the heart-killing sword. Or, to put it another way, what he underestimated was the sword's determination and eagerness to break the restriction. He had seen the restriction being perforated by the sword before he reached close to it, on which abruptly appeared an extremely hair-like yet fatal opening. Crack! The opening abruptly grew bigger. The restriction would ultimately be ruptured by the heart-killing sword. Swish! After breaking the restriction, the sword let out an excited howl and transformed into a bloody light which instantly shot through the void. Unexpectedly, it headed toward the 180 feet tall golden sword Soul Phantom, joining the other thousands of weapons. In all its demonic and seductive blood color, it appeared in front of the sword Soul Phantom, jumping up and down in tremendous excitement. The sword principal experts around were flabbergasted by the sight of this. From the secret chamber, Jian Wuxuang too witnessed the thousand-sword applause and saw the heart-killing sword. This heart-killing sword! Frowning slightly, a strange feeling popped up in the bottom of his heart, and he then gestured toward the sword. Although the gesture was a subconscious action, what he did not expect was that, in immediate reaction to it, the sword would let an exclamation and was toward him before floating with an unprecedented politeness in front of him. Its posture was like that of a young child in front of his parents. Such good manners! Is this really the heart-killing sword? Jian Wuxuang was somewhat baffled. It should be known that the heart-killing sword was the Divine Land's first sword principal magic weapon, and it was also murderous in nature. A murderous magic weapon of its level should be extremely ruthless, brutal, and supercilious, as could be told from the scene of the thousand-sword salute some time ago. But now, it behaved politely in front of him. He slowly reached his hand out and grasped its hilt, to which it showed no resistance, and even became delighted. Shortly after, he began the dripping of blood to bind it to himself. The binding process went through smoothly. In only a moment's time, the binding was complete. Jian Wuxuang had, impressively, become the first owner of a murderous sword principal magic weapon in the Divine Land. This is a bit too easy, isn't it? Jian Wuxuang muttered in surprise. He knew in his heart that the heart-killing sword had come because of the golden sword soul he metamorphosized. Shaking his head, he did not think any more about it. As soon as his thoughts changed, the 180 feet tall golden sword Soul Phantom behind him began to slowly dissipate, while the thousands of weapons suspended in the air also receded one after another. Everything became calm once again. The entire Sword Suppression Valley fell into a deathly silence. There remained a trace of consternation in the eyes of the sword principal experts, who could not calm down even as time passed. Everyone's eyes were currently fixated upon the inside of the secret chamber. They were all curious whether the monster who caused everything that just happened had 3 heads and 6 arms. The door of the secret chamber bolted open under the watch of everyone, and a figure in black robes slowly stepped out shortly after. He was not tall in stature, and had a youthful face which was decent-looking much as it absolutely could not compare to Su Ming's in terms of handsomeness. He carried in his hand a scarlet longsword which every expert present recognized. It was none other than the heart-killing sword. Considered to be the ultimate sword of killing by everyone, it nevertheless remained tame and calm in the person's hand. The footsteps of the man as he moved forward were steady, sonorous, and forceful. He only stopped walking when he had reached in front of the crowd of experts. Indeed, the heart-killing sword has recognized him as its owner. The experts gazed with complicated looks at Jian Wuxuang. Since the fall of the sword ancestor, the heart-killing sword had never had a second owner. It had thus remained in the Sword Suppression Valley for over 1,000 years, throughout which time there had been many sword principal experts who attempted to subdue it but ended up failing to do so. Su Ming, for instance, had made several attempts but was frustrated each time. The heart-killing sword finally got a new owner, but he. Under the gaze of the experts, the aura on Jian Wuxuang's body was impossible to conceal. It was, to everyone's surprise, the aura of a mere Saint Realm expert. A Saint Realm expert! He's only a Saint Realm expert! He not only awakened 3 first-grade sword souls, but more inconceivably, fused them perfectly and metamorphosized them into an all-new sword soul such that even the heart-killing sword would voluntarily submit to him as its owner. To think he's only a Saint Realm expert! The sword principal experts were filled with sourness in their hearts, and many of them looked upon Jian Wuxuang with great jealousy. Yes, it was jealousy. Jian Wuxuang could sense the incoming envy upon him as well. Little Un, I believe your recognition of me as your owner is a good thing, but it has also brought me huge trouble. Looking at the sword in his hand, Jian Wushuang sighed lightly as his looks began to turn frosty. Chapter 487 Killing Intent. Chapter 487 Killing Intent. It was indeed huge trouble. As the first sword principle magic weapon of killing in the Divine Land, just how many people coveted it? Among this group of sword principle experts alone, 9 out of 10 were eager to obtain it, except that they did not have the capability to do so. And now, it had recognized Jian Wushuang as its owner right in front of them. How could they not be jealous and goggle-eyed? The strongest among these people are only of superior lord level. This poses no threat to me at present. There's only one person who's a serious threat to me. With chilly eyes, Jian Wushuang looked right over at Su Ming. The latter was standing upright in the void in his usual lofty pose. He too looked back at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could vaguely detect the killing intent welling up in Su Ming's eyes despite their dull facade. Indeed. He laughed coldly. He was not in the least bit surprised. Su Ming had suppressed the heart-killing sword for over 1,000 years, throughout which he held a sword principle meeting every 100 years when the sword was in a state of agitation. Though this seemed to be an act of kindness, the reality was that deep down, Su Ming had long treated the sword as if it was his possession. Now that it had recognized Jian Wushuang as its owner instead, the real surprise would have been if Su Ming did not want to kill him. I'd planned to wait a little longer, when my strength has increased some, before taking him on. But it now seems that things have to be brought ahead, Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. Su Ming was a traitor of the bloodline of the sword ancestor. The decline of the bloodline was inextricably linked to Su Ming. As a descendant of the bloodline, it was Jian Wushuang's duty to clean things up on behalf of his ancestors if he had the strength to. It was only a matter of time before he challenged Su Ming. Now, the heart-killing sword had simply brought things forward by a little. The crowd of experts too looked at Su Ming in anticipation of his reaction. However, contrary to everyone's expectation, Su Ming did not fly into a rage. Instead, keeping his eyes on Jian Wushuang, he calmly asked, "Your Excellency's methods are truly awesome to have fused 3 sword souls into one. May I know thy name?" Jian Wushuang first thought about answering, "Swordsman," when he heard Su Ming's inquiry, but after thinking for a bit, he replied, "My name is Jian Wushuang." "Jian Wushuang?" Su Ming muttered it in repeat. "It literally means to have matchless sword principle. You certainly live up to such a fine name." "False praise." Jian Wushuang was unflattered. "That heart-killing sword has remained here in this valley for over 1,000 years. I tried many ways for it to recognize me as its owner but was never successful. Today, however, it has offered itself to your Excellency, whose capability certainly puts mine to shame," Su Ming said. "It was just luck," Jian Wushuang replied casually. "Luck? Maybe." Su Ming's lips raised a corner. "But after all, as the first sword principle magic weapon in the Divine Land, it has been eyed by many people. Your Excellency must be careful. Don't get killed so shortly after receiving it, or you mightn't even get to use it." "Thanks so much for the tip, Master Su Ming," Jian Wushuang coolly acknowledged. "All the best." Su Ming laughed callously, then turned and departed. The sword principle experts were astounded by what had they just seen. Gone? He left just like that? He didn't even try to seize back the sword? Is he really willing to let it fall into Jian Wushuang's hands? Willing? That's impossible. The entire Divine Land knows that Master Su Ming is crazy over the heart-killing sword, or he wouldn't have spent a good 1,000 years suppressing it. My view is that Master Su Ming chose not to act here to save face. This is the Sword Suppression Valley after all, and the fact is he'd personally invited Jian Wushuang here. Plus, the sword submitted itself to Jian Wushuang, who neither actively snatched it nor violated any of the valley's rules. It would be beneath Master Su Ming to tussle for the sword in the valley, and his reputation would be ruined if news spread. Of course, this only holds true in the valley. Things may be different outside. The experts chatted freely among themselves. Though they tried to keep their volumes down, Jian Wushuang could clearly hear what they were saying. In response, he laughed indifferently. He was certainly aware of the theory that Master Su Ming chose not to act outright here only so as to not tarnish his reputation, but would be unable to restrain himself once outside the valley. Inhaling a deep breath, Jian Wushuang kept the heart-killing sword in an interspatial ring before he slowly walked forward. Swordsman. Hun Jian Lord and Tianming Lord were both looking at Jian Wushuang with somewhat complicated expressions. The two of you may leave first, Jian Wushuang said. Sorry, Swordsman. The two of us are of little help, Hun Jian Lord said with some bitterness. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded with genuine empathy. The person he needed to face this time was Su Ming, against whom even their leader Marquis Piaoxue, let alone them, was of no match. He walked up to Jian Nantian once again. The latter carried a flask of wine in his hand and was busy drinking to himself. His face was its usual indifference, and he only looked around when he saw Jian Wushuang coming toward him. I thought I'd caused enough trouble during my time, but it has turned out to be a lot less than what you've done. Father, stop teasing me. Jian Wushuang laughed mildly. Su Ming will certainly not let you off for taking the heart-killing sword. I fear that he'll try to murder you upon the very first step you take out of Sword Suppression Valley. Say, what are your plans? Jian Nantian uttered in a deep voice. What else can I do but take such measures as the situation calls for? The sword has already recognized me as its owner, and I surely cannot return it to him. Besides, it was originally the sword ancestor's magic weapon. Su Ming doesn't deserve to have it, Jian Wushuang responded. Of course, although he claimed he would simply take such measures as the situation called for, he did have a few plans deep down. At the very least, he had a life-saving trump card in his hand. You do seem to have quite the open mind. Jian Nantian glanced at his son and lowered his voice before continuing. I've already sent word for a helper to come forth. He'll need some time to get here, however. You just have to find a way to delay things a little. A helper? Jian Wushuang looked in puzzlement at his father. He was going to be acted upon by none other than one of the 9 sovereigns, Su Ming. What kind of helper would be able to stop such a person? Don't worry. The helper whom I asked for is very powerful and should have no problem stopping Su Ming. Jian Nantian laughed easily. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help lifting his eyebrows. He might not have to resort to his final trump card if the helper was truly that capable. Incidentally, he did not really want to use that card. Chapter 488 Outside the Sword Suppression Valley. Chapter 488 Outside the Sword Suppression Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sword Principal meeting is over and my lord has his own business to deal with, so I will have to ask you all to leave now, said the purple-clothed woman who had received the experts when they first arrived. The experts left the valley without hesitation after hearing those words. We're being asked to leave. It seems that they don't want us to stay any longer. Jian Wushuang smiled. Let's go, Jian Nantian said flatly. Then, he headed out of the valley with Jian Wushuang. The handsome Su Ming stood at the highest point of the valley, staring at Jian Wushuang's retreating figure off in the distance, with a twisted expression on his face. Zizhong, Su Ming spoke. Your Excellency? A purple-robed man came before him. Follow Jian Wushuang. Once he exits the valley, kill him and bring back the heart-killing sword, Su Ming ordered in a low voice. Yes, Your Excellency. The purple-robed man nodded respectfully and began following Jian Wushuang. The heart-killing sword is mine. No one can take it from me. Su Ming's eyes were as cold as ice. However, outside the valley, the experts had yet to walk away. Instead, they were waiting quietly. Look, those two are Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu. Right outside the exit stood 2 figures with vigorous auras. They were none other than the 2 marquises from earlier. The marquises were obviously waiting for Jian Nantian. They had wanted to kill Jian Nantian, but for fear of enraging Su Ming, they had waited until this moment, when everyone exited the valley. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian walked out the valley, side by side. They immediately attracted everyone's attention. They came out. Why are they together? Things have become interesting. If we kill Jian Nantian, we'll get 2 Dao weapons, one from Jian Nantian and one from Marquis Xiefeng. As for the Jian Wushuang, he's taken possession of the heart-killing sword and even combined 3 sword souls, which is the first time someone has achieved that in our entire history. He must have some big secrets. If we can kill him, we will earn a lot. The experts who were waiting watched Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian very closely. In their eyes, the two were like walking treasures, and killing either one of them could benefit them a lot. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian spotted Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu just as they came out of the valley. They're waiting for you. Jian Wushuang cast Jian Nantian a meaningful eye. Just 2 shrimps, Jian Nantian said in a mocking tone. He despised the 2 marquises even though they were top experts in this land. How about each of us takes one of them? Jian Wushuang asked his father while smiling. His words showed that he did not take the marquises seriously. Fine. Jian Nantian nodded. I'll take Marquis Wanlei and you deal with Marquis Nanyu. No problem. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian charged toward their targets like 2 flowing lights. Their eyes were fixed on Jian Nantian, so Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanyu immediately rushed forward the moment they saw Jian Nantian move. Jian Nantian, go to hell! The bad-tempered Marquis Wanlei roared. Save your words. Jian Nantian remained indifferent. In the blink of an eye, the 2 forces were already within range for close combat. Marquis Nanyu, your opponent is me. Jian Wushuang's voice echoed. A blurry sword shadow stuck out, cutting through the space in front of Marquis Nanyu and forcing him to defend. Marquis Nanyu took out a saber that was surrounded by knife essence and casually blocked the sword shadow with it. Boy, you dare to fight me? Marquis Nanyu shot Jian Wushuang a chilling glance. The Marquis had witnessed how Jian Wushuang combined his 3 sword souls and gained the heart-killing sword, but he did not believe he was capable of possessing such a magic weapon. Therefore, he was not interested in Jian Wushuang or the heart-killing sword. I've heard of the 72 marquises since I entered the Divine Land, but I haven't had a chance to battle a real Marquis until now, said Jian Wushuang with a smile. Battle me? While you're only in the Saint Realm? Marquis Nanyu glanced at Jian Wushuang with scorn in his eyes. Despite his excellent performance inside the valley, it didn't change the fact that Jian Wushuang was still in the Saint Realm. As for Marquis Nanyu, he was at the 7-Cloud Realm, so he thought that Jian Wushuang was insane to battle him. Boy, since you're in a rush to die, I'll grant your wish and accept your heart-killing sword. As Marquis Nanyu's words fell, he turned into a shadow. Swish! Jian Wushuang only saw an elusive shadow flashing at a high speed, but he could feel a tempestuous killing intent surrounding him. He narrowed his eyes, ready to use the triple-kill sword that was already in his hand. A Marquis in the 7-Cloud Realm doesn't deserve to face the heart-killing sword, Jian Wushuang murmured. Behind him, a golden streak of light began to surge as a giant golden sword soul phantom materialized. The phantom, that was over 50 meters tall, appeared once again. An overwhelming sword essence immediately swept the area. If it had been before Jian Wushuang entered Sword Suppression Valley, he would have fled when facing a Marquis. However, things had changed in the valley. He had experienced the 1,000-sword salute, and his power had skyrocketed. More than condensing 7 slaughter origin marks, he had also succeeded in combining his sword souls. He could tell that, even though he now only had 1 sword soul phantom, this golden phantom was more powerful than the previous 3 added together, and could allow him to display even more power. I can't wait to see how powerful my new sword soul is. Jian Wushuang licked his lips. The space in front of him was sliced open as Marquis Nanyu's saber drew near. Chapter 489 Killed on the Spot. Chapter 489 Killed on the Spot. The blows split the air, and before it even struck Jian Wushuang, its waves had already left a bottomless saber mark on the land below them. Jian Wushuang's eyes darkened as he leaped forward and swung the triple-kill sword at his opponent. The sword light was like a bolt of lightning that would continue moving forward until it struck its enemies. Jian Wuxuang displayed the second move of the heart-killing sword technique, Desperation. The golden sword soul phantom that was behind Jian Wuxuang also attacked at the same time. The power from his sword soul exploded forth. At the same time, the 7 slaughter origin marks were activated and released their full power. The sword light became as dazzling as the sun. Marquis Nanyu's killing intent continued increasing and his blow became even more fierce. Die! He growled hoarsely, with a grim look on his face. The two faced each other head-on, and they both used their full power. Neither one of them was taking it easy. Marquis Nanyu, as a marquis in the 7-cloud realm, was quite confident about his power. He intended to defeat this insignificant opponent, who was only in the Saint realm, using a single strike. However, his opponent, Jian Wuxuang, also had confidence in his strength. With only his 7 slaughter origin marks, he might be slightly inferior to Marquis Nanyu, but he also had the heavenly creation skill and a strong body to help make up the difference, as well as the heart-killing sword technique from the sword ancestor. Most importantly, he had his sword soul. He was backed by the power of the strongest sword soul. All added together, Jian Wuxuang's attack was something that could shake the world. Boom! The two blows collided and the two formidable forces exploded. The whole area quivered as a visible blast wave swept over everything as it rippled out from the point of impact. It caused the sky to tremble and the ground to crack open. When the blast wave hit a mountain, the mountain was crushed into dust. Step back! The experts who had been watching the battle from off in the distance drew back even farther when they saw the wave, afraid to unintentionally get involved. The whole battlefield was a surging storm of power. Swish! Suddenly, a figure shot out from the storm like a bullet. The figure kept rolling as he flew backwards, and didn't stop until he was hundreds of meters away. After regaining his balance, the figure's face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Opposite the figure, a youthful figure walked out of the storm with a long sword in hand. The young figure was Jian Wuxuang. Your power doesn't live up to your name, Marquis Nanyu. His words resounded throughout the area. The onlookers were muddled by what they had seen. Marquis Nanyu was not weaker than them. How is this possible? I'm a marquis in the 7-cloud realm. He is only in the Saint realm. How could I be overpowered by him when fighting head-to-head? He was completely overpowered. He had been knocked back hundreds of meters by that one strike and was injured to the point that he coughed up blood. But it should have been Jian Wuxuang that was overpowered, not him. The result was totally beyond the Marquis's expectations. How could that boy defeat a Marquis? Confusion rocked everyone's mind. They were all in shock because they didn't know that Jian Wuxuang was not just an ordinary expert in the Saint realm. His cultivation followed a path that defied the heavens with every step he took. A normal Saint realm expert would step into the Cloud realm after condensing 3 origin marks. But Jian Wuxuang had condensed 7 origin marks, which was the same number of marks as Marquis Nanyu. The difference was that Jian Wuxuang possessed origin marks while the Marquis had clouds, which were much more powerful. Jian Wuxuang had overcome the difference by depending on the heavenly creation skill and his strong body. That was to say, even without his sword soul, Jian Wuxuang still had a chance of beating Marquis Nanyu. But by using it, he was able to overpower him. Jian Wuxuang stood there, towering above him, holding a sword. As he pointed forward, a vast blood river flowed in that direction. Relying on his current power, he could cover the whole battlefield with road to the underworld. He displayed both the 100-fold realm and blood-fire domain at the same time. The 3 techniques worked together and suppressed Marquis Nanyu. Damn! Marquis Nanyu's expression changed. He was being suppressed by a mighty force, and was not able to display his full power. He didn't do his best. Marquis Nanyu shot Jian Wuxuang a horrified look, at which point he noticed a trace of killing intent in Jian Wuxuang's eyes. The Marquis became frightened out of his wits. It never occurred to him that he would fear someone in the Saint realm to such an extent, but he was truly afraid. He knew that he was no match for Jian Wuxuang. Run! Marquis Nanu began to flee without any hesitation. He was too frightened to think of protecting his reputation. Regardless of whether it was fame, treasures, or Dao weapons, nothing mattered more than his life. You want to run away? You're running nowhere. Seeing Marquis Nanu's intention, Jian Wuxuang smiled coldly. With a flash, he left behind a shadow as he moved effortlessly through the Blood River. It only took him an instant to catch up with Marquis Nanu. Marquis Nanu, go to hell. Indifferent words escaped Jian Wuxuang's mouth, sentencing Marquis Nanu to death. Marquis Nanu turned around upon hearing the words and saw Jian Wuxuang's sword flying towards him like lightning again. The sword was so fast that he knew he had no chance, even if he had not been suppressed by the realm technique. No! Marquis Nanu screamed miserably before he was pierced by the triple kill sword. Marquis. Chapter 490 Enemies Arrive. Chapter 490 Enemies Arrive. Marquis Nanu died with his eyes wide opened. His body fell from the air. The place was dead silent, and the onlookers were stunned. A super expert in the Divine Land, one of the 72 Marquises, Marquis Nanu, was killed before their very eyes, and it was done by a Saint Realm expert. A Saint Realm expert killed a Marquis with using his full power, and Marquis Nanu couldn't even run away. Jian Wuxuang is indeed powerful. I never thought there would be such a horrifying Saint Realm expert in the Divine Land. How could a Saint Realm expert be so strong? Everyone was completely shocked. However, before they could calm down, another daunting force exploded from a different battlefield. An enchanting sword shadow came into view and attracted everyone's attention. The attack was mysterious, and the power behind it reached its peak because of the Dao weapon. Jian Nantian, who launched the attack, looked indifferent, but there was still a hint of killing intent gathered in his eyes. Shit! Marquis Wanlei, Jian Nantian's opponent, turned pale when he saw the attack, but he still tried to block it. However, Jian Nantian's sword still knocked his giant axe away and pierced straight through him. Marquis Wanlei had been killed as well. He died because he had underestimated Jian Nantian. He didn't know that before the Thousand Sword Salute took place, Jian Nantian had already killed a superior lord and 2 advanced lords with a single blow. At that time, he was already as powerful as an ordinary marquis. With a great opportunity like the Thousand Sword Salute, it was only natural that Jian Nantian had progressed a lot. Besides that, Jian Nantian had stepped into the Seven Cloud Realm, he possessed excellent swordsmanship, and he also had a Dao weapon. Thus, he was definitely much more powerful than Marquis Wanlei. In such a short amount of time, both Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanu had been killed. However, Jian Wuxuang and Jian Nantian did not appear to be proud. They knew very well that the 2 Marquises were just ordinary Seven Cloud Realm experts without any Dao weapons. They regarded them as shrimps, and had not taken them seriously from the very beginning. The one behind the 2 was their real concern. He's here. Jian Nantian's dark eyes turned towards the sky, where a figure off in the distance was slowly becoming more and more clear. Behind the figure was a large red cloud. A moment later, the figure finally arrived in front of Jian Nantian. The figure wore a red robe and had red hair. He carried a blood-red saber on his back and turbulent red clouds following behind him. Standing there, he seemed like an Azura from the hell. Jian Nantian. The figure's eyes were fixed on Jian Nantian with a barely suppressed killing intent in them. Marquis Xiefeng. Jian Nantian replied calmly. The figure, Marquis Xiefeng, was extremely powerful and had been chasing after Jian Nantian during these last few days. He even offered a Dao weapon to anyone who could kill Jian Nantian. Being ranked within the top 2 among the 72 Marquises in the Divine Land demonstrated how powerful he was. The dead Marquis Wanlei and Marquis Nanu were Marquises as well, but they were no match for Marquis Xiefeng. Marquis Xiefeng appeared on the battlefield with a killing intent that was so overwhelming the onlookers could not help holding their breath. The Marquis looked down at Marquis Wanlei's dead body. It seems that your power increased substantially during the meeting. You were even able to kill Wanlei. Marquis Siefeng said icily. However, I still look down on you, and you will see how miserably the murderer of my sworn brothers will end. Really? Show me then. Jian Nantian stared at Marquis Siefeng calmly. You're courting death. Without wasting any more words, Marquis Siefeng began to move forward, and the turbulent red cloud that filled sky behind him moved forward as well. 3 sword soul phantoms shot up behind Jian Nantian and rushed towards the Marquis while radiating an overwhelming sword essence. Marquis Siefeng! Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes while watching the scene taking place in front of him. Marquis Siefeng is in the 8 Cloud realm and possesses a Dao weapon. He is much more powerful than Wanlei. I hope Father can deal with him. Jian Wushuang was lost in thought when a purple streak of flowing light suddenly emerged in front of him. Eh? Jian Wushuang looked toward the light and realized it was a man. He was a burly man, clothed in purple. His grand aura revealed his identity as a marquis, one that was more powerful than Marquis Nanyu. He is Marquis Zizhong. Someone recognized the man and called out his name in surprise. Marquis Zizhong was a top marquis among the 72 marquises in the Divine Land. He was also in the 8 Cloud realm, and he even possessed a Dao weapon, so he was just a little bit weaker than Marquis Siefeng. Jian Wushuang. Marquis Zizhong looked toward Jian Wushuang as his frigid voice echoed. Give me the heart-killing sword and I'll spare your life. Spare my life? Don't talk like you can kill me. Marquis Zizhong, you don't have the ability to take my life, so tell your boss to come out and do it himself. Jian Wushuang said with a sneer. Jian Wushuang knew very well that Marquis Zizhong was trying to seize the heart-killing sword under someone's order. There was no doubt that the person who gave him the order was Su Ming. No need to call anyone else. I can kill you on my own. Marquis Zizhong's expression was ice cold as he gripped the cyan long spear in his hand, the head of which was sharp and gleamed with a metallic luster. Marquis Zizhong made a sudden move and the spear pierced through the air, approaching Jian Wushuang. So fast. Jian Wushuang frowned, but his eyes were filled with battle intent. Good. Since you want to fight, let's fight. Chapter 491 Finally Unbearable. Chapter 491 Finally Unbearable. Boom! The 18-foot-tall golden sword soul phantom was like a matchless fiend beneath the heavens. As Jian Wushuang began marching forward, this golden sword soul phantom also suddenly stepped forward and swung its long sword. Power instantly erupted from the sword soul and fought with Marquis Zizhong head-on. Then, the boundless blood river gushed out toward Marquis Zizhong to restrain him. Previously, Jian Wushuang almost had to use his full strength to seriously injure Marquis Nanyu while he was using a normal sword, but the battle strength of Marquis Zizhong was obviously superior to that of Marquis Nanyu. With the power of the Dao weapon in hand, Marquis Zizhong and Jian Wushuang were evenly matched in one-on-one close combat, both in speed and skill. But now Marquis Zizhong could only grapple with Jian Wushuang. As for what he said earlier about slaying Jian Wushuang, it was obviously impossible. In this regard, Marquis Zizhong was helplessly reaching his limit. His Excellency, Su Ming wanted me to slay Jian Wushuang and bring back the heart-killing sword, but who would have thought that this boy was only in the Saint realm? How is his battle strength this incredible? Marquis Zizhong thought, from the bottom of his heart. Before Jian Wushuang and Marquis Nanyu's one-on-one fight, Marquis Zizhong also thought he knew what the outcome would be, but after seeing Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship severely injure Marquis Nanyu, he knew that he would not be able to kill Jian Wushuang alone. We can only wait for His Excellency, Su Ming, to handle this. Marquis Zizhong seemed to have intentionally or unintentionally been searching the surrounding area. He knew that His Excellency, Su Ming, must be hiding somewhere close, but he just hadn't appeared. It was because of this that he knew he couldn't kill Jian Wushuang. Yet, he was fighting like crazy with Jian Wushuang, trying to kill him. He just wanted Su Ming to see that he had tried his best, and that the opponent was too strong for him to kill. On the battlefield, the fierce battle between Jian Wushuang and Marquis Zizhong had reached the white-hot stage. The two men were colliding head-on and turning into residual shadows from time to time, then chasing and dodging each other at an alarming speed within the battlefield. But no matter how hard they fought, it was difficult to tell who would win or lose. Marquis Zizhong is worthy of the title, Marquis. I'm afraid that even 10 Marquis Nanius combined couldn't be compared to him, thought Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who was in the middle of the fight, suddenly looked at Marquis Zizhong and said, "Your strength demands that I use the heart-killing sword." Jian Wushuang's voice instantly lowered and his wrist moved. The triple-kill sword disappeared, replaced by a wicked long sword that exuded an unusually bloodthirsty sensation. "This is the first time I have used this sword. I wonder how powerful it is," Jian Wushuang thought, and then smirked. However, this smirk caused the facial expression of Marquis Zizhong to change greatly. "Damn it!" When Marquis Zizhong saw the wicked long sword in Jian Wushuang's hand, his pupils suddenly contracted. The heart-killing sword was the #1 killing sword in the vast divine land. Marquis Zizhong didn't know how powerful it was. He only knew that Jian Wushuang fought to a draw with him while using the triple-kill sword, which was merely a first-grade magic weapon. Now, if he used the heart-killing sword... After all, the heart-killing sword is the best weapon for someone who practices sword principle. With Jian Wushuang's strength, he only needs to show a little bit of its power, and he will be able to completely suppress me, Marquis Zizhong thought fearfully. When he saw Jian Wushuang preparing to use the heart-killing sword, a sense of unrest began to grow in Marquis Zizhong's heart. However, even though he wanted to leave, he was already being suppressed by Jian Wushuang's Blood River realm, which prevented him from leaving without Jian Wushuang's permission. Jian Wushuang's residual shadow gradually disappeared from where he had just been, and a vibrating ghost-like figure instantly moved through the Blood River, appearing in front of Marquis Zizhong. A sword slash immediately swept out, accompanied by a slicing sound. This sword, carrying a decisive and unwavering intent, was the second move of the heart-killing sword technique, Desperation. As if acknowledging Jian Wushuang as its master, the heart-killing sword shook crazily at that moment and exploded with power that soared to the heavens. Jian Wushuang's attack seemed to have reached the pinnacle of terror. Perhaps another person could display similar swordsmanship, but Jian Wushuang had performed the secret technique of the heart-killing sword, Desperation. If it was compared to the power released when he used the triple-kill sword, this time the technique was several times more powerful. "I can't stop this sword strike." Seeing this attack in action, and feeling the immense power it emanated, Marquis Zizhong wore a terrified look on his face. However, the sword did not land on Marquis Zizhong's body. Instead, it struck the space in front of him. The empty space was torn apart, and a white-robed human figure immediately emerged from it. As soon as the white-robed man appeared, he countered with a strong sword essence. This sword essence, with just its first counterattack, pushed almost everything back towards Jian Wushuang, causing Jian Wushuang to become unsettled and the sword in his hand to become still. After regaining his stance and composure, Jian Wushuang squinted to get a better look at this newcomer. The large number of sword principle experts in the area, who were watching the fight, all focused their attention on the white-robed man who suddenly appeared. "Has he really come?" they wondered. None of the sword principle experts were surprised by the unexpected appearance of the white-robed man. Everyone knew that he would never give up on the heart-killing sword so easily. Jian Wushuang also gazed at the newcomer. The corners of the white-robed man's mouth were smeared with a peculiar curve-like paint. "It's finally unbearable," spoke the white-robed man. The white-robed man, with a handsome demon-like face, was one of the 9 sovereigns in the vast divine land and also the owner of Sword Suppression Valley. Sword Demon, Su Ming. Su Ming had suppressed the heart-killing sword in Sword Suppression Valley for thousands of years. He already regarded the heart-killing sword as his own. At the Sword Principal meeting in Sword Suppression Valley, the heart-killing sword had been acknowledged as one of the most powerful weapons. Would Su Ming willingly let it go? While they were inside the Sword Suppression Valley, Su Ming was afraid of losing his prestige and reputation since it was inappropriate for him to handle this matter in the presence of guests. Even outside of the Sword Suppression Valley, Su Ming allowed Marquis Zizhong to try settling matters first while he stayed in the dark. He still could not come forward, so he naturally did not come forward. But when he realized Marquis Zizhong also could not deal with Jian Wushuang, he had no alternative but to do it himself. His Excellency Su Ming, said Marquis Zizhong while bowing respectfully. I have tried my best. Marquis Zizhong finished what he wanted to say. I notice, Su Ming answered, then he nodded and gestured a dismissive wave towards Marquis Zizhong. It was appropriate for Marquis Zizhong to step aside. He knew that the arrival of Su Ming meant he was no longer needed. Su Ming still possessed his arrogant posture while looking at Jian Wushuang, who stood directly in front of him. When he saw the heart-killing sword in Jian Wushuang's hand, his pupils secretly narrowed in on it. He immediately revealed a cold smile. The sword is good, but the one who is using it is too weak, remarked Su Ming. Ha ha! Your Excellency, Su Ming is right. I am weak. I cannot even use 10% of the heart-killing sword's power. However, it doesn't matter how much of its power I can use, because I'm still better off than the people who don't even have enough ability to be recognized by the heart-killing sword. All they can do is look on in despair, right? Jian Wushuang responded while smiling. Chapter 492 Illusory Sword Principle. Chapter 492 Illusory Sword Principle. Those who are not qualified can only look on in despair. Upon hearing this, numerous sword principle experts suddenly had an odd look on their faces. Obviously, Jian Wushuang was mocking Su Ming. After all, Su Ming had possessed the heart-killing sword for thousands of years, but he had not been able to bind it. How bold! Su Ming said, as a silver of coldness flashed through his beautiful face. He stared at Jian Wushuang. It's been a long time since someone dared talk to me like this. Since you've said so much, you won't be able to leave here. Even if I had not said those words, you would not let me go, right? Jian Wushuang wore a cold smile. Su Ming, you don't have to pretend to be noble. If you want the heart-killing sword, make your move. Since you are courting death, I will make your dream come true, Su Ming said. Then a sword appeared in his hands. It was a dreamlike sword, with an almost transparent body. Su Ming held the sword while radiating an overwhelming sword essence. Jian Wushuang looked grim. Sword demon Su Ming was different from Marquis Nanyu and Marquis Zizhong. Though he was at the Eight-Cloud Realm, he had reached the Tao. The Tao was the supreme level, superior to the origin. If an expert reached the Tao, his strength would experience a dramatic change. Boy, are you ready to die? Su Ming stared at Jian Wushuang as if he was looking at a dead person. Come on! Jian Wushuang gripped the heart-killing sword tightly while the 180-foot golden sword Soul Phantom emanated a mighty aura. Su Ming sneered, then he casually swung his dreamlike long sword. It seemed like a casual and slow movement. However, the moment he attacked, a colorful, dreamlike sword light appeared in the sky. The streak of sword light was charming. Jian Wushuang was shocked. In that instant, he saw a different scene. Schwanger, help, help! Jian Wushuang heard a terrified voice and looked over. He saw his father, who had been indifferent earlier, fleeing in panic while being chased by a grinning Marquis Xiefeng who was brandishing his saber. Dad! Jian Wushuang panicked. No! Jian Nantian uttered a forlorn scream. Jian Wushuang saw his father's body being split in two by Marquis Xiefeng. He was shocked, but he immediately realized that it was not real. Illusion! It's an illusion! Wake up! Be quick! Jian Wushuang snarled in his heart. He suddenly gritted his teeth and tried his best to disentangle himself from the illusion. When he regained consciousness, he noticed that the heart-stopping attack was less than 1 meter away from him. He had no chance of parrying it, so he could only try to dodge. Su Ming had originally aimed his attack at the young man's head, but Jian Wushuang moved, so the sword light passed by next to his ear and landed on his right shoulder. Whoosh! A huge sword wound appeared on his shoulder, and blood began flowing out of it. Luckily, Jian Wushuang had a powerful body, otherwise his right arm would have been chopped off. While ignoring the sharp pain in his arm, Jian Wushuang quickly retreated. Su Ming still stood in the air, slowly sheathing his longsword. You were able to escape from my illusory sword principle. Very impressive. Su Ming sneered while looking at the young man. Jian Wushuang was terrified. He did not expect Su Ming to possess a swordsmanship which contained a terrifying illusion. Illusory sword principle? Jian Wushuang could not help nodding in private. The Tao was worthy of being the supreme level, superior to the origin. It was terrifying indeed. If he had not reacted to the attack in time, his head would have been split in half. My illusory sword principle is marvelous. Few marquises could parry it. You should be proud of yourself since you did not die from that attack, Su Ming said. Jian Wushuang looked grim and began activating the soul-devouring secret skill in his mind. Soul-devouring secret skill! Jian Wushuang had not used soul-devouring secret skill ever since he arrived at the Divine Land. It placed a heavy burden on his body. So, unless it was a critical moment, Jian Wushuang was unwilling to use it. He had not experienced a truly desperate fight in the Divine Land yet. But now, he had to rely on it to save himself. Jian Wushuang instantly radiated a terrifying power which seemed like it could devour everything. He was activating the second volume of the soul-devouring secret skill, the highest level. Boom! In an instant, the whole area began to shake. Jian Wushuang's body seemed to be a black hole that could devour everything as a stream of natural power from everything in the area began rushing into his body at an amazing speed. The ground below became dry and cracked. In the blink of an eye, the land within a radius of dozens of meters had become lifeless. The spectators were panic-stricken. What a frightening skill! What happened? He is actually devouring natural power? The spectators exclaimed in amazement. Just a small trick, Su Ming sneered. Eventually, Jian Wushuang stopped devouring the energy, but his aura had already improved to a new level. Of course, it also placed a heavy burden on him. Jian Wushuang pointed towards the space ahead of him with his blood-red eyes. Azura secret skill, Bridge of Helplessness. Buzz! A terrifying power erupted and a huge blood bridge appeared above the blood river, slowly stretching toward the end of the river. Jian Wushuang, who was covered by a scarlet armor, stepped onto the bridge. Jian Wushuang's aura soared once again. He glanced at Su Ming. Then, in the next moment, he moved. Chapter 493 Counterattack. Chapter 493 Counterattack. Whoosh! A streak of flowing light darted out. Now, a mighty blood river was surging towards Su Ming. Jian Wushuang appeared in front of his opponent, and the heart-killing sword let out a shrill whistle as the 180-foot golden sword Soul Phantom attacked with a long sword. It was a brilliant, intoxicating stroke. The spectators could not help but be enchanted by it. It was the third move of the heart-killing sword technique, Enchant. Jian Wushuang had just recently comprehended it when he saw the thousand-sword salute. The first move of the heart-killing sword technique was relatively weak, but each move was stronger than the previous one. Therefore, the third move was obviously more powerful than the second one, Desperation. Even a marquis would be terrified by the power of this brilliant attack. But Su Ming sneered while casually brandishing his dreamlike longsword again. As a result, Jian Wushuang's strongest move was easily deflected by him. He blocked my attack so easily? Jian Wushuang was astonished. He used his full strength to perform soul-devouring secret skill and used the heart-killing sword to perform his strongest move, which was powerful enough to kill any marquis, but Su Ming easily parried it. Both sovereigns and marquises were at the Cloud Realm, but was the former really that much stronger than the latter? Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted. He immediately struck out with several palms in succession. Azura secret skill, 18 levels of hell! Buzz! A mighty power erupted as a towering scarlet pavilion descended into the mighty blood river. It had 18 floors with ghost shadows visible on each floor, as its overwhelming power began surging towards Su Ming. At this moment, a sword light also gushed out of Jian Wushuang's mind's eye. Instantly, a terrifying sword essence shot out. It was the first-grade sword technique, Mind's Eye. Ever since he first learned this sword skill, he had been storing sword essence between his eyes, but he rarely had an opportunity to use it, so the sword essence became more and more powerful. At this moment, he released all of the sword essence he had been saving at once. The stream of sword essence changed into a streak of dazzling sword light, lashing out with a power strong enough to kill a marquis. Su Ming stood there peacefully. Even though the lofty scarlet pavilion suppressed him, he was only shocked for a second and still kept his calm. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming sword essence had appeared before Su Ming. Su Ming snorted. When he raised his head, his mind's eye suddenly split and unleashed a gush of sword essence, which was more powerful than what Jian Wushuang released. He easily blocked the attack from the mind's eye sword technique. After seeing that, Jian Wushuang stared at his opponent with an extremely cold look and said, "Time for my last killing move!" Hum? Su Ming frowned and felt something happen behind him. At the same time as he smashed the sword essence, a streak of golden light with an overwhelming power rushed toward his back at a terrifying speed. A scarlet figure with a cold look stood behind him while holding a gold longbow, the Dragon King Bao. The golden light, which was not far from Su Ming, was actually the Dragon King arrow with icy heart poison. The blood puppet and Dragon King arrow were Jian Wushuang's final killing move. Jian Wushuang had performed some powerful techniques, but he did not actually expect those skills to kill Su Ming. His only hope was the Dragon King arrow, or, more precisely, the icy heart poison that was on it. As long as the Dragon King arrow scratched Su Ming's skin, the icy heart poison should be strong enough to kill him. Therefore, Jian Wushuang let Blood Puppet wait at the side for an opportunity to launch this killing move. Jian Wushuang had an ingenious plan. He exerted his full strength to perform techniques that would attract his opponent's attention, especially the 18 levels of hell, which shocked Su Ming. Then the Mind's Eye sword technique and Dragon King arrow were displayed in succession so that Su Ming would not notice the second attack. When the golden light was 1 meter away from him, he finally felt it. At such a close distance, Su Ming was utterly unable to react. "I succeeded!" A flicker of delight flashed through his eyes. He watched as the Dragon King arrow pierced Su Ming. However, no blood appeared. The Dragon King arrow did not seem to touch anything and continued shooting forward at its previous speed. Swish! The gold light, like a comet with a long tail, eventually landed on a nearby mountain. The Dragon King arrow left a big hole on the mountainside. As the icy heart poison pervaded the mountain, the huge mountain became white and was quickly covered by an icy fog. Clap! At this point, the mountain cracked into pieces. It chilled all the spectators to the bone. Tut, what a terrifying toxin! Luckily, I have the illusory sword principle, or I would have been wounded and killed by your toxin. Cold laughter rang out. Jian Wushuang saw Su Ming speak again with a completely uninjured body. Chapter 494 Blind Emperor. Chapter 494 Blind Emperor. How is that possible? The Dragon King arrow obviously pierced his body. Jian Wushuang turned pale. He thought his killing move worked. Normally, Su Ming should not have been able to dodge it, but Su Ming had actually succeeded in escaping. It must be because of his illusory sword principle, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The Tao was mysterious, so it was normal that Su Ming had some remarkable abilities. Boy, you're just a Saint Realm expert, but your skills are amazing. What a pity! It's meaningless in front of real strength. Su Ming wore a faint smile while his dreamlike longsword became dazzling. Go to hell! Su Ming said. He lifted his dreamlike longsword up and was about to attack again. Jian Wushuang was frightened at this moment. He had experienced illusory sword principle. The illusion was so real that he did not have the confidence to deal with it. Buzz! A flow of immaterial sword essence suddenly rose nearby. It looked somewhat bleak and sad, but it aroused Su Ming's attention. This sovereign stopped and looked over toward the source of the sword essence. An old figure slowly walked over. He was a scruffy elder with white hair and black skin. On his skinny face, there were many black freckles. He opened his eyes, but his pupils were white. Obviously, he was blind. All the sword principal experts could not help but look at him. Jian Nantian was fighting fiercely with Marquis Siefeng, and it was hard to tell who would be the winner. However, when the scruffy elder appeared, Jian Nantian smiled faintly. He finally came? The blind, scruffy elder was the person Jian Nantian had asked for help. The scruffy elder took stout steps and stopped by Jian Wushuang's side. Su Ming, who had been arrogant, looked at the scruffy elder with a cold look. "Blind man, you are still alive!" Su Ming said coldly. "You, a traitor, are still alive. Why should I die so easily?" the scruffy elder said indifferently. "Traitor?" Jian Wushuang was intrigued by this information. Judging from the way the elder spoke, Jian Wushuang knew he also belonged to the bloodline of the sword ancestor. This? Marquis Zizhong curiously stared at the scruffy elder. Then his expression changed as he became shocked and terrified. "Blind Emperor, it's you!" Marquis Zizhong cried in an unbelievable tone. His voice reverberated through the whole area. Numerous sword principal experts heard those two words. Exclamations rang out in succession. "Blind Emperor? Which one?" "He is Blind Emperor, one of the 7 sword emperors from the bloodline of the sword ancestor?" "Right, that's him." "Except for him, who else would dare to call himself Blind Emperor in the Divine Land? He didn't die?" Numerous sword principal experts were shocked. Many of them were knowledgeable, so they knew that the bloodline of the sword ancestor was the overlord of the Divine Land thousands of years ago, and that apart from sword ancestor the 7 sword emperors were the strongest. Each one of the sword emperors was a supreme expert. It was said that the top 3 had reached the Tao and had the battle strength of a sovereign. For thousands of years, sword ancestor and the 7 sword emperor were the backbones of the sword ancestor's bloodline. No force could stand up to them. Even the 3 ancestors could not fight against the bloodline of the sword ancestor. Blind Emperor was one of the 7. No one in the area had expected that Blind Emperor was still alive. Thousands of years ago, the bloodline of the sword ancestor suffered some dramatic changes. Sword ancestor died and his bloodline collapsed. Numerous experts and disciples were killed and only a few escaped to the Nanyang continent. It was said that the 7 sword emperors were killed. Now Blind Emperor had reappeared in front of everyone. "Blind man, you actually survived that fight thousands of years ago. You're quite lucky." Su Ming stared at Blind Emperor and sneered. "Now you want to save this boy? Since I'm here, I won't let you be so unbridled," Blind Emperor said in a low voice. "Only you? How could you block me?" Su Ming smiled with scorn. "Have a try. You'll understand." Blind Emperor snorted and a sword appeared in his hand. "That is..." Jian Wushuang was shocked. The sword was similar to his triple kill sword in form, size, and color, but this sword was more powerful. It had reached the Tao weapon level. Blind Emperor swung the long sword and stabbed forward. Shwa! The spectators who comprehended sword principle were dumbfounded because they saw Blind Emperor stab at nothing. Blind Emperor has not only lost his sight, but also his senses as well? Many experts thought. They did not understand why Blind Emperor launched such an attack, but they were shocked by what happened next. A figure suddenly appeared in the empty space where Blind Emperor stabbed. It was Su Ming. What? The spectators were stunned. They did not know what on earth had happened. Only Jian Wushuang realized the reason. "No wonder I missed him with my Dragon King arrow. I actually fell into his illusion from the beginning. He let his phantom appear in one spot while his real body stayed in another," Jian Wushuang thought in private. Chapter 495 Cause of Death. Chapter 495 Cause of Death. The Dragon King arrow had only pierced the phantom Su Ming created, so it did not hurt him. The combination of swordsmanship and illusion formed the illusory sword principle that Su Ming comprehended. Blind Emperor saw through it, so he knew where the real Su Ming was hiding. Su Ming turned pale. He barely deflected the attack and immediately drew back. After regaining his balance, Su Ming looked at Blind Emperor with a flicker of coldness in his eyes. "Blind man, it's been a long time since we last met. Your strength has improved greatly. I knew that you had been studying Heart Sword Principle. It seems that you have finally achieved something. I'm blind, but my heart is not. Your illusion is useless against me. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to hurt this boy," Blind Emperor said indifferently. Su Ming's face fell. His illusory sword principle did not work against those who possessed a strong mind. The heart sword principle focused on one's heart, and could counteract the effect from the illusory sword principle. Therefore, Su Ming could not find an opportunity to kill the boy. "Blind man, you really think you can stop me?" Su Ming coldly looked at Blind Emperor. "Nonsense," Blind Emperor said in a low tone. "Well?" Su Ming wore cold expressions as his eyes blazed with fury, but he remained silent for a while. As his lips tilted upwards slightly at the corners, he gave a wicked smile and said, "Blind man, you think that because you're here I can't kill this boy?" Blind Emperor had an indifferent expression. "Ha ha ha!" Su Ming broke into demented laughter. After a while, he calmed down and looked at his opponents with a cold expression. "I didn't want to, but you've forced me to do it." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang had a bad feeling. "Su Ming, what are you going to do?" Blind Emperor spoke in a cold voice. "What shall I do?" "Ha ha!" Su Ming said with a big laugh. "Old man, thousands of years ago, Sword Ancestor died and his bloodline collapsed. You, one of the 7 Sword Emperors, narrowly escaped, but you still don't know the cause of that fight, right?" Blind Emperor was shocked. He began shivering. Thousands of years ago, the fight started suddenly and ended quickly. The bloodline of the Sword Ancestor was so powerful that no one dared to piss them off. Even the other 3 ancestors held them in awe. However, a fight erupted, causing Sword Ancestor to die and his bloodline to collapse within a day. Other than Blind Emperor, the other 6 Sword Emperors had all been killed. It had been an absolute nightmare for Blind Emperor. Thousands of years had passed, but Blind Emperor still knew nothing about the cause of the fight. He was not clear on why it started and why Sword Ancestor died. He had not found the answer even now. "Su Ming, what do you mean?" Blind Emperor said in a tremulous tone. Su Ming said with a grim smile, casting his gaze on Jian Wushuang. "Jian Wushuang, if I guess right, you're a descendant from the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor, right? When you came to Sword Suppression Valley, I knew because you had the Triple Kill Sword. The Triple Kill Sword is a token of the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor. It was modeled after the Heart-Killing Sword. The bloodline of the Sword Ancestor refined 5 Triple Kill Swords and gave them to 5 personal disciples. I'm one of the 5, so I also have one." Then Su Ming turned his hand over and a long sword appeared. This sword was the same as Jian Wushuang's Triple Kill Sword and Blind Emperor's longsword. "You not only have the Triple Kill Sword, but you have also mastered many sword skills from the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor, such as Mind's Eye Sword Technique and Multifold Realm, which was famous because of the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor. In addition, you know how to perform the Heart-Killing Sword Technique." Su Ming sneered. As Sword Ancestor's personal disciple, Su Ming remembered all 9 moves of the Heart-Killing Sword Technique, so he knew it well. He recognized it when Jian Wushuang performed Heart-Killing Sword Technique. "I'm the descendant of bloodline of the Sword Ancestor." "So what?" Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice. Since Su Ming knew it, Jian Wushuang admitted his identity openly. Su Ming sneered. "It doesn't matter that you're the descendant of bloodline of the Sword Ancestor, but you've mastered the Heart-Killing Sword Technique. That's different. Both of us have grasped the Heart-Killing Sword Technique, so you must know how marvelous the sword skill is. We can keep this skill in mind and freely perform it, but we can't teach it to others. Sword Ancestors' personal disciples, who mastered the heart-killing sword technique, can't teach it to anyone. You mastered this skill after the bloodline of the Sword Ancestor collapsed. There's only one possibility. You found the location of the cave mansion Sword Ancestor left, and you've been there. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly and his grim sense of foreboding continued to increase. Su Ming continued, Hey, blind man, don't you want to know how the old guy died? I'll tell you now. He died because he had something related to a big secret. This secret is so big that all the other experts who were as strong as him would pay any price to acquire it. Sometimes, just possessing a treasure is enough to cause trouble for its owner. Because of that thing, he died. However, the old guy was clever and hid it in his cave mansion. As we all know, the mansion's location remains a mystery. The experts who killed the old guy searched the whole divine land, but they could not find the cave mansion. But now, if they received the news that Jian Wushuang knows its location and has practiced the heart-killing sword technique in there, say, what would they do? On hearing this, Jian Wushuang's and Blind Emperor's faces fell. Chapter 496 Crazy Messaging. Chapter 496 Crazy Messaging. Haha, Sword Ancestor's Cave Mansion! Su Ming crazily laughed without scruple. Jian Wushuang was frightened. In the Ancestor's land, he asked Jin Ling about the third test, but Jin Ling just said that she only knew it was related to a big secret. Now he realized that the big secret was the cause of Sword Ancestor's death. What does he want to do? Jian Nantian appeared beside his son. Jian Nantian remained deadlocked with Marquis Xiefeng, but when he noticed something happening here, Jian Nantian came over. I don't know, but it can't be anything good, Blind Emperor replied coldly. Su Ming stopped laughing. His expression became ferocious with a gush of craziness in his eyes. Jian Wushuang, Blind Emperor, and Jian Nantian. Su Ming looked at them. Have you experienced desperation? Jian Wushuang's complexion changed slightly. Jian Nantian was shocked. Desperation? Hey, it's all right if you haven't because you will be experiencing it soon. Like Sword Ancestor, you will know what real desperation is. I will give you a taste of being targeted by the whole world. Su Ming said with a grim smile as he flipped his hand over. A dozen messaging slips appeared in his hands. After he tore one of them, a blurry image appeared. Haha, Holy Ancestor, you have been looking for the location of the Sword Ancestor Cave Mansion, right? I found it. The blurry figure showed a surprised expression and spoke in a sonorous voice. I'll come immediately. The blurry figure disappeared. Then Su Ming tore the second messaging slip. Spirit Ancestor, I have some information about the Sword Ancestor Cave Mansion. Whether you come is up to you. The message was sent. Then he turned to the third messaging slip. Stone Ancestor, I received news on the Sword Ancestor Cave Mansion. Bloodblades man, I know the whereabouts of that thing you want. Bigu Cave Master, you're still in closed-door cultivation? If you don't exit, the thing you want will fall into someone else's hands. Dong Ming King. Su Ming tore the messaging slips and sent all the messages. The first 3 messages were to the 3 ancestors in the Divine Land. As for the other messages, such as Bloodblades Man, Bigu Cave Master, and Dong Ming King, many sword principle experts present, including Blind Emperor, had not heard of them. We're in big trouble. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian both looked at each other with a horrible expression. They knew that they would become the experts' targets if Sword Ancestor's death was really related to that thing. Not good, Jian Nantian, leave with your son right now. I'll block Su Ming. Blind Emperor spoke seriously. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Let's go. Jian Wushuang retreated with his father without hesitation. You want to leave? Su Ming sneered as he moved to give chase. Shua! The space before Su Ming suddenly split. A cold sword shadow appeared and pointed at his throat, blocking his way. You think that if you block me they can escape? Zilong. Su Ming shouted. Marquis Zizhong, who had retreated far off in the distance, nodded and started to chase Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian. Marquis Xiafeng followed them. Damn it! Jian Wushuang turned pale. The two marquises were weaker than him. Though they were unable to catch up with their targets, Marquis Zizhong was smart as he did not plan to fight with them, only to keep following his targets. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian could not shake them off. We're in trouble. Jian Nantian, who had been indifferent to everything, wore a solemn look. Now they were at an extreme disadvantage. The experts who received the messages responded one by one. In an ancient forest, there were numerous palaces and pavilions. On top of a mountain, a beautiful pavilion with 9 floors stood. A white-robed elder sat on a chair on the top floor, flicking through a book. He looked mild, yet he also looked as if he had experienced many of the vicissitudes of life. After receiving Su Ming's message, the white-robed elder stood up with a grim expression. Sword Ancestor Cave Mansion has finally been found? The white-robed elder suppressed his excitement as he tore a space travel spell and stepped into the wormhole. On a small island, which was situated in the center of lake, there was a simple thatched cottage. A graceful purple-clothed woman sat by a stone table while playing Go by herself in the delicate thatched cottage. Suddenly, Su Ming's message arrived. Spirit Ancestor, I have some information about the Sword Ancestor Cave Mansion. Whether you come or not is up to you. The purple-clothed woman stopped her hand. The next moment, she stood up and looked up towards the sky. Sword Ancestor Cave Mansion, that old guy's cave mansion. The purple-clothed woman wore a complicated look. In an ordinary city, an old beggar lay in the corner of the street, as if he would die of starvation and coldness at any moment. He looked inconspicuous. Suddenly, Su Ming's message arrived. Bloodblades man, I know the whereabouts of that thing you want. The old beggar suddenly woke up. His eyes looked as sharp as a blade, radiating a sliver of light. Sword Ancestor's Cave Mansion. For that thing I, Bloodblades man, have lived here for thousands of years. Finally, I'll learn of its whereabouts. Chapter 497 Enemy of the Whole World. Chapter 497 Enemy of the Whole World. The vast divine land was not as quiet as it looked. The messages Su Ming sent attracted the attention of all the old monsters in the divine land. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian stopped on a mountain outside Sword Suppression Valley. Since they knew they could not shake off Marquis Zizhong and Marquis Xiafeng, the father and son gave up running. After a while, a towering figure arrived. He was a benevolent-looking white-robed elder, who looked as if he had bathed in sunshine and was covered by a saintly halo. A stream of affable aura radiated from him. It gave the surrounding experts a feeling as if their faces were being caressed by their mothers. The aura was so overwhelming that all the sword principal experts lost the courage to resist. This man! Though Blind Emperor was blind, he still recognized the elder using his mind. Holy Ancestor! Blind Emperor ground out. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian were shocked. Holy Ancestor, you're quite fast! A cold voice rang out. A purple-clothed woman appeared in the nearby area. Buzz! The surrounding void suddenly shivered, causing bizarre waves to spread out. It let out a faint hum, which sounded like an ethereal tune, and reverberated through the whole area. Then, more experts began to show up, one by one, all with auras powerful enough to terrify a marquis. In the blink of an eye, a dozen people had gathered in the area. Some looked cold, some were excited, and some looked evil. Each of them was far superior to any marquis and even some sovereigns. Looking at those powerful experts, all the other sword principal experts were petrified. This is Holy Ancestor, Spirit Ancestor, and Stone Ancestor, the 3 ancestors of our divine land have gathered. Gosh! The entire crowd was shocked. The 3 ancestors had been a legend in the divine land. Normally, it was rare to meet a marquis, but now the 3 ancestors gathered? What did this mean? Those people? Who are they? They dare to stand beside the three ancestors. The three ancestors were the strongest in our divine land, right? But those other people, where are they from? I feel that they are not weaker than the three ancestors. What happened? All the spectators were confused. The three ancestors were known as the supreme experts of the divine land. Each of them had reached the cloud realm. Every ancestor possessed extremely mighty strength. The 9 sovereigns were second to them. The 9 sovereigns had only reached the Tao. Although they were also at the cloud realm, they could not hold a candle to the 3 ancestors. However, now, 8 experts stood alongside the 3 ancestors. There were 8 experts as strong as the 3 ancestors in the divine land. We haven't seen you for many years. How are you? Bloodblades man, you still like being a beggar. Are you addicted to it? What's wrong with a beggar? I can take the earth as my bed and the sky as my quilt. I can drink whenever I want. I am very carefree. Dong Ming King, you're still in this land? The dozen supreme experts began exchanging greetings while standing in the air. After a while, Su Ming came over. Su Ming paid his respects to the masters. Su Ming, who always held a condescending attitude, behaved modestly because these experts were stronger than him. Su Ming, you said you have news on the whereabouts of the Sword Ancestor Cave Mansion. I hope for your sake that you weren't joking, or... Holy Ancestor said slowly. Every word contained a mighty deterrence. Su Ming was a bit nervous but immediately smiled. Masters, don't worry. Since I sent the messages, I do have something to tell you. Su Ming began explaining. Jian Wushuang, Jian Nantian, and Blind Emperor gathered on the back of the mountain. They all had terrible expressions. They are super experts in the cloud realm. Jian Wushuang stared at those experts. Each of them had an overwhelming aura which could terrify him. Though Su Ming was good at illusory sword principle, his aura was not powerful. However, now, the aura of these experts had made the young boy lose the courage to fight. I can't figure out why our master died and who was able to kill him, Blind Emperor murmured. After all, our master was the supreme expert in the whole divine land. Even if the 3 ancestors allied, they could not fight against him or kill him. But now, I understand. The ones who fought our master were not the 3 ancestors, but a group of super cloud realm experts. Maybe more than that. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian wore a serious look. Now they were being targeted by the whole world. They could not help but think of that. Su Ming said he would let them experience the desperation Sword Ancestor felt. Now they understood what he meant. If I guess right, those experts should have come from the outside world, Blind Emperor said seriously. On hearing this, Jian Wushuang's face fell. There was always someone stronger than you. Jian Wushuang knew there were bigger worlds outside of the divine land. After all, he had met Ling Rushuang several times. Though she rarely showed her power, Jian Wushuang could guess some things from what Di Jing had said. Di Jing said that he was the 7th war god under the command of Emperor Shao from Tang of the East. It had proven that Ling Rushuang and Di Jing came from the outside world. Chapter 498 Being a Joke? Chapter 498 Being a Joke? Floating above the area stood a dozen towering figures with vigorous auras. Your honors, the heart-killing sword technique can't be learned from others, so I'm sure Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian know the location of Sword Ancestor's mansion and gained the technique inside. Su Ming explained. The dozen figures immediately looked toward Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian. Boom! Terrifying power came rushing towards the father and the son. Jian Wushuang, Jian Nantian, and Blind Emperor were struck with horror under the power. Jian Wushuang, Jian Nantian, I've heard of you from one of my disciples. A bald elder spoke slowly. His body seemed as cold as a stone. He was none other than Stone Ancestor, one of the 3 ancestors. You may still remember that disciple, Jiuxiu. Stone Ancestor continued. Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian looked grave when they heard the name. They did remember Jiuxiu. After all, he was a person they would never forget. Jiu Xiu thought highly of you too, especially you, Jian Wushuang. He said that you were barely 30. At such a young age, you must have gained some great opportunities to raise your power to such a high level in such a short time, Stone Ancestor said with a smile. As for the opportunities, I'm sure you must have gained them in Sword Ancestor's cave mansion. Stone Ancestor's words made sense. No matter how talented Jian Wushuang was, he could not have become as powerful as he was now without proper opportunities. What Stone Ancestor did not know was that the greatest opportunity Jian Wushuang acquired was the heavenly creation skill. Sword Ancestor's cave mansion was second. So tell me, where is Sword Ancestor's mansion? Holy Ancestor, a white-robed elder, asked gently, however, his eyes were chilling. Tell me or go to hell. The other elders gazed at Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian with eager eyes. They were desperate to get Sword Ancestor's treasure, regardless of the cost. Experts like Blood Blades Man, Bigu Cave Master, and Dong Ming King were all from other places, but they had stayed in the Divine Land for 1,000 years just for the treasure, and the treasure now lay in Sword Ancestor's cave mansion. Jian Wushuang, Jian Nantian, and Blind Emperor could feel the elders' eagerness. Jian Nantian. Blind Emperor turned his unfocused eyes to Jian Nantian and said, We can't tell them the location of Master's mansion, even if we have to die here. I understand. Jian Nantian nodded seriously. Father, Emperor, I have one trump card, which may help us survive this time. Jian Wushuang chimed in. Oh? Jian Nantian turned to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked grave. His trump card was the jade slip Leng Rushuang had given him. Leng Rushuang had told him that she would come to help him once he crumbled the jade slip. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was in a situation where he could not get out of trouble on his own, and Leng Rushuang was his only hope. Without hesitating, Jian Wushuang took out the slip and held it tightly. Leng Rushuang, if you can save us this time, I'll repay you even if the price is 10 times greater. Jian Wushuang shouted in a low voice and crumbled the slip. Immediately, the surrounding space rippled. Jian Wushuang stared at it with expectation. The elders saw Jian Wushuang's action, but they did not take it seriously. They were super experts in this world and had managed to kill Sword Ancestor 1,000 years ago, so they did not care about a little boy's trump card. What? Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly darkened. How can it be like this? Jian Wushuang was surprised that nothing happened. He had crushed the slip and there had been a ripple, but after that, nothing happened. Leng Rushuang did not come. What's going on? Jian Nantian looked toward Jian Wushuang. I don't know. Jian Wushuang frowned as worry burned inside him. After he crushed the jade slip, there was only a small response and no one appeared. At this moment, his actions looked like a joke. Ha, what an idiot! Su Ming laughed. The experts all sneered at Jian Wushuang. What is he doing? Was he asking someone for help when he crushed that slip? But nobody came. Is he trying to deceive himself? Maybe it's true that he was seeking help, but the owner of the slip didn't reply. The owner must be afraid to face the 3 ancestors and the elders. It's not his fault. He is only a young boy. Who could he ask to help him? Moreover, who could even help him? Many eyes of pity were fixed on Jian Wushuang. Humph! Suddenly, a snorting sound echoed and caused everyone to quiet down. The sound was from a barefoot middle-aged man, one of the super experts. The man's aura was overbearing, which implied that he was a bad-tempered man. The man was called Bigu Cave Master. Boy, it seems that the person you are asking for help from is a coward. Stop struggling, boy. Tell me where the Sword Ancestor's cave mansion is and I'll ensure your safety. But if you dare to tell it to the others, I'll kill you, your family, and everyone who is related to you. Bigu Cave Master's chilling and threatening voice resounded through the area. His words obviously annoyed the other experts on the scene who all frowned. Bigu Cave Master, you're in the Divine Land. As a stranger here, you are being too arrogant. Holy Ancestors said in a deep voice. Arrogant? Yes, I am, so what? Bigu Cave Master sneered. Bagu Cave Master, don't be so. Holy Ancestor shouted coldly and looked toward him, but he stopped speaking halfway, staring in a dumbfounded manner. Not only him, but also Spirit Ancestor, Stone Ancestor, Blood Blades Man, and all the others who looked at Bagu Cave Master were dumbfounded. What? What are you trying to say? Bagu Cave Master was still displaying his domineering manner. Bagu Cave Master, look behind you. Chapter 499 A Bell. Chapter 499 A Bell. Bagu Cave Master, behind you. Holy Ancestor's voice betrayed his horror. Behind me? Bagu Cave Master was confused. Yet, at the same time, he sensed someone breathing lightly behind him. The person was directly behind him, and he could tell they were within a half-meter from him. When did this person arrive? Bagu Cave Master's heart began to beat erratically. He was a supreme expert above the Cloud Realm. In terms of battle strength, he was confident that he could rank in the top 2 among the experts currently here and was just a little weaker than Sword Ancestor. Therefore, he could not believe that someone had approached him from behind and come so close without being noticed. How is this possible? Bagu Cave Master was terrified. As were the 3 ancestors, Blood Blades Man, and Dong Ming King. They all watched the person standing behind Bagu Cave Master intensely. The newcomer was a skinny elder, who had chilling and weird eyes. The elder wore a meaningful smile and a ghostly light flashed in his eyes. Senior Di Jing. Jian Wushuang was surprised to see the elder. He had met the elder in the Puppet Master's cave mansion earlier. Di Jing, the 7th war god under the command of Emperor Shao from Tang of the East. He had been recognized as a great demon in the Divine Land 1,000 years ago. Old guy, you are so weak yet so arrogant. Di Jing spoke slowly and his voice was frigid. The next moment, his hand moved towards Bagu Cave Master's shoulder. The hand moved slowly, but there was a strange power behind it. Bagu Cave Master's face turned red as cold sweat began rolling down his face. He tried hard to dodge Di Jing's hand, but quickly discovered that he was frozen in place by an unknown force. Finally, the hand landed on Bagu Cave Master's shoulder. It seemed like a casual pat, but Bagu Cave Master felt as if his soul had been shaken out of his body. He was in a daze and unable to struggle. It took him a while to regain his consciousness, but he was immediately scared, to the point of feeling a chill, and could not help gasping. It was so terrifying. The pat did not actually hurt him, but it showed him Di Jing's formidable power. He instantly understood that Di Jing could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. Say, Senior. Bagu Cave Master finally spoke, and the way he addressed the elder amazed all the surrounding experts. Senior? Di Jing smiled ironically. Just now you were so arrogant and said that the boy asked a coward for help, didn't you? Sorry. Bagu Cave Master shook his head. Don't be scared. After all, it was not me who he asked for help. Di Jing put on a smile. Bagu Cave Master was relieved, but quickly he heard Di Jing add. In fact, he asked my young master for help. Bagu Cave Master's eyes were wide with shock. He reckoned that Di Jing's young master had to be more powerful and terrifying than Di Jing, but he just called such a person a coward. Old guy, you also said that if the boy would not tell only you the location of Sword Ancestor's cave mansion, you would kill him and anyone related to him, so you're going to kill me and my young master? I'm his acquaintance and my young master is his friend. Di Jing's voice became cold. Bagu Cave Master swallowed hard and his heart was trembling in fear. He regretted saying those words so much that he wanted to beat himself. Hump, I used to be so bad-tempered in the past that I would not have hesitated to kill you, Di Jing continued. But you're in luck because my master told me not to kill anyone for 1,000 years. So I will spare your life this time, but there will be a punishment. Having said that, Di Jing struck Bagu Cave Master with a palm before the master could react. Bagu Cave Master was unable to struggle and could only watch as the hand landed on his head, at which point he felt a strange power enter his body. To the horror of everyone, the master's body started to shrink visibly. In an instant, his body had become as small as a baby, but the change did not stop there. Finally, under everyone's eyes, Bagu Cave Master transformed from a human being into a bell. Yes, a bell. Di Jing held the bell in his hand while he waved it in a direction that seemed to be empty. Suddenly, a greenish-black figure came rushing to him. The figure was a huge spirit beast, more than 3 meters tall, with greenish-black scales all over its body. The beast had a dragon's head, but its body was shaped like a lion, except that it had 6 feet. What kind of spirit beast is that? Seeing the beast, even those knowledgeable super experts could not help being confused. They had never seen such a beast before, and they could tell it was extremely powerful. I feel pressured by this beast. What a terrifying beast! I've been to Ancient World and a dozen Plane Worlds, but I have never seen such a strange one. The important point is that its master is more powerful. The 3 ancestors, Bloodblades Man, Dong Ming King, and the others all looked at Di Jing in horror. In their eyes, Di Jing was the real monster because he turned a human being into a bell. There's no way Di Jing is from the Ancient World. Maybe he came from that place. Yes, he must have. Those experts had made guesses about Di Jing's background, which only increased their fear. Di Jing shook the bell with a smile on his face. This transforming skill, invented by Witch Chiyun, is really useless in fighting, but there's no better method for punishing some juniors. After saying this, Di Jing tied the bell to the beast's neck. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.